Hello and welcome everyone to Let's Look at the Black Mirror Trilogy. This is Guys 115 speaking. Wow, finally, I've been looking forward to do this video for ages, and pretty much at the very beginning, since I started working on the Black Mirror 1 and I knew I'm going to do the complete trilogy, I knew that I don't want to include any commentary into these videos, because really they would just be disruptive to the overall sound effects and atmosphere and the many dialogues and monologues of the games. Now, the first game is relatively quiet, but it is especially the second game and third game which are like a non-stop reel of monologues interrupted with a couple of dialogues. Like, there's never a quiet moment. Darren, or later as we learn, Adrian, is, well, quite the intensive thinker, let me put it like that. So, really, I decided to put all the things I wanted to share in those videos into one video, and why not make it an interesting one? So the bright idea occurred to me that I found absolutely fascinating how the different parts of the Black Mirror castle and its surrounding manor and the village of Warmhill, Willow Creek, Ashburry, how it basically changed and developed over the course of 24 years that the three games are happening in. So basically, I decided to put it together into one video, and we will be taking a virtual walk and sort of a look as well into how these places have changed. Now, there are going to be a couple of shots from 1969, then there are going to be a couple of shots from 1981, where the first game happens, and the rest of them are going to be from 1993, in which the second and third games happen. Now, at the same time, I've decided this would be a good opportunity to look at some of the concept art developed for the first, second and third game. So some of it you might have already seen in my videos as part of the unlockable extras, or you might not have watched those, but also some of them are sort of downloadable bonuses from digital versions of the game, especially for the first game, because there were no unlockable extras in that one. So I'm pretty much going to put all this into one package, and on top of that, we are going to take a look at a couple of areas in Biddeford, because there is a lot of concept art that was drawn for that area as well, so we're going to compare that. And also, we are not going to forget about the Gordon family estate in Wales as well. Yeah, so we'll have lots of stops on the journey, and, you know, to really give as complete package as possible, I will also be looking at the different weather effects within the same time period on those areas. So different times of the day, and in many situations how a ray of sunshine can turn into just absolutely heavy storm, which is something these games excel in. And there really is no better example of that than the sunny Biddeford. So greetings from Biddeford. I kind of really want to open with the look at the postcard, because, oh man, it just highlights how cozy the place feels, and they did such an outstanding job with creating this fake friendly neighborhood atmosphere with really dark ongoings going on in the background. I think it has just such a strong Twin Peaks vibe, undoubtedly. And the reason I also chose the postcard is that it serves as a bit of a map in the game. So let me welcome the cursor. And now, again, we are not going to take a look at the entire Biddeford, just mostly the areas that I feel are integral to the story or that have some associated concept arts in them, because I really want to get to the Black Mirror as soon as possible. So, first of all, we'll be taking a look at the area around Fuller's store and Eddie's shop. Then we're going to take a walk to the harbour, then to the Ocean Hotel, and finally we're going to look inside the dinner and say some farewells. So, oh man, I just love how colorful this is and what a contrast this creates with Willow Creek later on. So this is such a special area because it's the first screen you see in when starting Black Mirror 2. And if it wouldn't be from that introduction with Samuel running across the forest in the 60s, you probably wouldn't even know you're playing a Black Mirror game, right? And I absolutely love this. And I understand that this is a point at which many people stopped playing and didn't continue because, well, they were not in Willow Creek, they were not playing a dark, broody character, instead they were playing a teenager. And, you know, I kind of get it, but it's so rewarding when you push through the game, and I just really learned to love Biddeford, and not just because the ungodly amount of time I spent in it. But back to Fuller's basement, I absolutely love the fact the most visible feature, the couple of the photographic backgrounds, hide Fuller's dirtiest secret imaginable, you know, and he is such a well set up, memorable, disgusting, unlikable character. And oh man, I could just probably go on for hours how much I love this place, but it's really a good area to show you the different light effects, to show you how you can interact with the environment. After all, it's just a junk room full of stuff. But I also love the fact that they demonstrate some of the capabilities of the engine, that Fuller is able to open the door, come out, shout at you, close it again. So it's a bit of a dynamic environment, and there's a random algorithm behind it, so it's a fairly unpredictable thing. We also have a shot at, you know, the very first task, fixing the fuse box, and pretty much just getting a taste of what Darren has to go through in his life when working under Fuller. Now, this is what it really looks like in the game, and what I love about this, and I intentionally will be positioning slides like this so we can truly compare them back to back, not much has changed, although if you look into the corner here, you can see the skull. I'm pretty sure that's just a joke by the developers. I don't think Fuller is, well, literally hiding any skeletons in his closet, but figuratively, oh my god, yes. So behind the screens here is, of course, the rape room, where he's been raping a couple of women in Biddeford, including Mrs. Baiba, but also, if you truly pay attention to what's been going on, you will also learn about a sad story about a girl called Carrie who murdered herself. And it's strongly implied by Mrs. Baiba that she understands how she felt, so most likely Fuller raped her, which explained her sudden change of behavior and her following suicide. And Fuller also keeps a photo of her in his store, which, oh man, it's just so absolutely creepy, and I love attention to detail with little things like that. There is so much unspoken story happening in Biddeford, and actually also in the rest of Black Mirror 2 and 3. Now, moving on, this is sort of like the back of Fuller's shop, yeah? And this is the famous spin dryer, one of the first collectibles you can use your camera on to unlock this very artwork. And this is where Darren was sneaking in when he caught the conversation between Fuller and Reginald Boris, where he used his Egyptian way to get into the basement and so on. And again, I love the attention to detail. You can actually see some of the back of Eddie's shop, you know, an area that we don't otherwise get to see like this. And it just shows how Fuller doesn't give a damn about keeping, you know, a nice back lawn or anything like that, just throws the junk around. Again, look at the skip into the reality of, well, at least what it's depicted like in the game. So again, the bicycle, the car, the barrel, it's all absolutely spot on. The window sills being a little bit torn, the little lamp next to the door, it's all so very similar to each other. And this is also where we will learn that Fuller still lives with his mother. She doesn't take any particular role in the story, but just a few sentences from Darren will tell you what she is like. You know, in case you watched any of my Neighbors from Hell videos, basically Fuller and his mom are kind of like Mr. Rottweiler and his mother in those games. And this is the example I meant by let's look at the different weather effects. So now we pretty much see the backyard with the full storm going on. And I love how the entire city changes, the city of Biddeford, from the transition of the first, a little bit more innocent act into the second act, which pretty much opens up with a murder, you know? Just absolutely wonderful. Oh man. Now, right next to Neighbor, I already mentioned it, but there's Eddie's shop. Now look at all the stuff and gizmos. I think this was like a dream coming true for the developers making this game, because they are masters of just putting it in huge bunch of junk, and this was especially challenging. Rooms like this are especially challenging for me to really create a video about for an adventure video game, because I have to examine all of them, keep them in my memory, and then realize what would flow most naturally when making a video like this. So me clicking on an object in Eddie's shop or anywhere else, that's not really a coincidence, or just, you know, clicking on the nearest ones then moving to a different part of the screen. That's all thought through in a way, what would probably Darren examine and which lines of dialogues flow most naturally. And I do the same thing in conversations with NPCs. But anyway, that's a topic for another video. this is what it looks like in reality. So again, I'm gonna do a couple of these transitions. You can see the flag, the radio, the bazookas, the bottles next to the door, the medals. It's all pretty much there. The only thing here are Darren and Eddie, and I just love the dialogue conversation between them. You know, Eddie being a disgruntled war veteran, talking about how shitty the young generation is. Darren just being, oh man, absolutely, you know, not giving a damn. And it's like both these people are categorizing the other person into who they think they represent. And it's just such a funny exchange. Again, taking a walk from Eddie's shop, you know, he sends us for that quest to retrieve the cane. You can probably see the Ocean House Hotel in the distance, just a little bit. But this is just another beautiful artwork of the harbour area at Biddeford. You know, a couple of fishing boats, and this is, oh man, such a favourite location of mine, Rosie's shop. Rosie is just such a unpleasant person to deal with. They captured that perfectly. Coming from big town, from New Jersey, New York, and ending up in this small village and suffering with a complex because of that, it's really interesting. And here we see her bimbo friend's red car displayed. At the same time, once we are in the actual game, you can see the perspective shifted a little for the... oh, sorry, it's not the Ocean House Hotel. I'm mistaking it with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That's the Wild Coast Hotel, so that's how I should refer to it. I love that you can click on the sign to get there rather than on the exit. And this is an interesting NPC. Again, I talked about Carrie for a while, but she basically reveals to us that she was Carrie's friend. Nobody understands what happens. You know, she was supposed to work in a nursery, had a husband, everything was perfect, and then one day she changed. And again, Mrs. Baiba is the one who indirectly spills the beans that she went through the same thing, but when Fuller raped her, she just committed suicide. Really tragic, and it sets up the atmosphere of dark things happening in such a colorful town. I can't tell you how much I love the contrast like that. Okay, so moving on, here we see what it looks like, during the storm. Now, the fishing boat appears and it plays an important role because it belongs to Eddie's friend, and Darren is actually going to use it to get onto Reginald Boris's yacht at the end of Chapter 2. But again, look at the reflections, you can barely see the colors. Just a horrible murder happens in the town, and the town somehow adjusts its appearance to it. It's really great stuff. Now, there is no artwork that specifically ties us to the Wild Coast Hotel, but it's such an iconic location of Biddeford that I really wanted to show it to you. And also, Biddeford did a very strong impression on me. So what I did when I was working on the video for Chapter 1 and 2, I actually looked at Google Maps of Biddeford in Maine in what it really looks like. And Town Hall is completely identical. The town square, of course, isn't, the streets are different and so on. But you can actually find the Wild Coast Hotel. Now it has a different name, I'm not gonna tell you which, just for like privacy purposes. But if you follow Biddeford and if you follow the map, you can actually find this very hotel in reality in Google Maps. Now, it's not actually close to a beach or a wild coast like this, it's mostly just surrounded by grassy area. But it was such a great moment when I encountered it in, well, not real life, virtually on Google Maps, but it exists. It kind of shows that the developers either did their research, or some of them probably maybe even lived or grew up in that area, I don't know. I mean, it was developed by German developers, so it's more likely they were there on vacation or something like that. Now again, let's see the drastic weather change. Now, this is sort of the hotelier, who is very much like Basil Fawlty, played by John Cleese in the Fawlty Towers. Just such a similar appearance, and I also noticed the voice actor tries to simulate his behavior. This is where he's fending off the birds from his veranda, and interesting detail again, one of the cars has disappeared. It's like it's not a particularly good season for the hotelier. And this is finally what it looks like at the very end of Chapter 2, once Darren sends farewells to the love of his life, who he shares a very special bond with, Angelina. So again, I love the different weather effects here, but I'm not sure if you can notice it if I keep switching like this, but they did one very severe mistake. Can you see it? Like, this is fine, but here. Oops, sorry about that. this area of the hill has just appeared. You know, the rain stopped, the weather has risen, and this part of the hill is there. So it's just a minor mistake. And I believe most of these backgrounds are actually paintings, yeah? So it's probably just a mistake on their part. But I find it really interesting. Oh, and another car appeared here. Anyway, really beautiful shot. And in a way, it's like Darren is saying farewell to the innocence. Because from here on out, his adoptive mother will die. And he'll move to Willow Creek. And he'll... Wow, I can't even call it adventure, just go through absolutely horrifying series of events, but, you know, ultimately I think it would have been worth it in a way. So, talking about Angelina, I also want to include some concept art of the characters we'll be seeing in Biddeford, Wales and Willow Creek, and Angelina is quite an important one. Now, don't worry, I'm not gonna share those 3D models that are unlockable extras in Black Mirror 2 and 3, because they just show us what we've already seen in the game. I specifically want to show the artworks like this, and what I love about Angelina is that she really does look like Darren's twin. Like, they have a very similar hairstyle. Angelina is a bit longer, they have the same eye color, they have the very similar facial features. Like, the idea that they're siblings, it might actually occur to you as you're playing the game, and this is such a great attention to detail. Now again, another artwork displaying Angelina, and the reason I'm showing it here is that I believe this is taken in the Wild Coast Room Hotel. Now, obviously, she's... this doesn't look like a window, that looks like a mirror, so it's a bit of an artistic vision, you know, like she is commuting with the Black Mirror with Mordred this entire time. And I'm not sure when exactly in the story you can unlock this artwork, but if it's earlier than during the great reveal at the end of the game, it's a bit of a spoilery thing. But anyway, I like the idea that she's somehow, you know, talking to Mordred, and I also absolutely love the idea that they came up with an explanation why a curse affecting only the male Gordons affected Angelina, and that's because she was a twin. They both shared their mother's womb at the same time, so it's like the curse, or Mordred specifically, was confused and chosen Angelina's body as opposed to Darren's body, which I find just absolutely interesting, you know. Okay, and the shadow she casts here, it looks like hunched over Mordred with a tentacle on his back. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to represent, but it looks like a male figure to me. It even reminds me of Samuel a little, so, but really I think that's Mordred, you know. And none of the Gordons are really Mordred's direct descendants, because, well, he pretty much killed his own child. They are Marcus's descendants, but still, Marcus's descendants and Mordred have the same ancestors, so they are still family. There should be some similarities. Now, again, this is like the more normal look at Angelina's room. This is where Darren bumps into her and does the photo shoot, which is actually pretty important part of the game. Not just because he falls in love with her in a truly Star Wars kind of fashion, not realizing she's his sister, but also the task of creating the photos, infiltrating into Fuller's dark room, and really keeping some of the photos to ask the villagers about Angelina's whereabouts, and not meeting her until the real end. It just sets up the stuff really nicely. And when we look here, we see how orderly the room is. You know, it's almost like she barely used it, with the exception of the writing table. But then, you know, in Chapter 2, it was already searched by the police, so, you know, the picture frame is all around, drawers are taken out, the cups are messed up, it's in a much worse state, and it's where we discovered that she was listened to by the mysterious Reginald Boris. But, oh my god, let me just put it back, I love the look of this room and the view from the veranda. I wish the real Wild Coast Hotel that exists in Biddeford would have a view like this. It's just truly magical, and captures the sense of innocence really nicely. Now, again, I mentioned the darkroom before, so this is where we'll be developing the picture. I'm not gonna exaggerate, this is the room on which I've probably spent 3 days working, creating the correct order of interacting with things. It is so astonishingly complicated, the number of unique lines they have recorded, to really figure out in which part of the process you are with each dish, the photo developer, the tube, the combination of items you have in your inventory, which ones you have already investigated, in which part of the process of photo development you are. It was absolutely mind-boggling. It was literally one of the hardest rooms for me to really decide in which order I'm gonna tackle things and to record it, but well worth it. And this is of course what it looks like during the photo development process, and you know, there's something about these photo development darkrooms and the hellish red light which makes them creepy, and the fact that Darren had to infiltrate it, you know, hoping Fuller would not figure out whilst he was busy with his own photo shoot with the bimbo. It gives that extra tension because you know you shouldn't be here. I mean, my hands would be shaking, being worried that I would be caught here by that horrible, evil, and yet somehow funny man. And this is what it looks like after the crime has already happened in Chapter 2. So really not that different from what it looks like in Chapter 1, but we have the outline of Fuller's body, and actually part of the unlockable artworks is this. So we see he just succumbed in a cordon and he was stabbed to death. Now, sorry I'm gonna linger on this really nasty shot, but this is really important. I remember the first time I played this game, you know, coming back from Black Mirror 1, I genuinely thought and assumed that, well, it just makes sense. The curse has passed down and we are definitely playing as Samuel Gordon's relative, or maybe some other Gordon's relative. Like, there's no way Darren and Samuel are not related. And I thought, oh, maybe the same trope is happening like in Black Mirror 1, like our hero investigates the murders going around, not realizing that he himself is the murderer, right? And they set this up so nicely in Black Mirror 2, with Fuller's murder and later on with Reginald Boris's murder, because these are all people that Darren felt some anger or hatred towards, right? In a certain kind of a way, well, I wouldn't say he had a motive, but he definitely didn't shed any tears for them being killed. So I love the fact that if an experienced player is coming back from Black Mirror 1, they are expecting their own character is the murderer, and then they realize that's not the case. And it's awesome how they flip it back again, you know, and maybe if you are playing Black Mirror 2 for the first time, again, you have probably no reason to think your own character is the murderer, but it might occur to you in a way. Now, this is where Fuller's body ultimately ends up in, so this is the morgue, and again, I love how closely the concept art is tied in, to the final version in the game, you know, like, oh man, the ratio is perfect, all the objects are there. I love how Fuller's feet are just visible under the sheet. It's a bit comical, you know, and again, it's a great combination of really disgusting and dark and heavy and comical, just kind of like Fuller himself, you know. When you hear him sneezing and coughing, when you hear some of the snarky remarks that Darren makes on Fuller's appearance, his personality, you want to laugh. But then you realize he is a rapist who drugs his victims. You don't want to laugh, you know, and it's this kind of really interesting conflict. What do you even feel towards this guy? Well, disgust, I guess, is pretty universal. And this is, of course, also where we are going to get caught by so-called Rambo, the over-enthusiastic security guard who expects a terrorist threat on every corner. Okay, and finally, Mrs. Baiba's Diner. So again, the reason I am showing this is not because we get to experience different weather effects here, but it is a very important location in the story. Again, it has this very strong David Lynch feeling, like a road stop of travelers in middle of nowhere. And it's also because of the unlockable artwork here, which shows all the different characters, not just from Biddeford, but from Willow Creek as well. But let me stay here for a while. So here we see Mrs. Baiba, and she's such an important character to Biddeford. She's like the embodiment of ruined dreams, you know, under the facade of colors and the happy jukebox playing. She's a tortured, beaten woman, raped by one guy, then beaten up by her own husband. And it is actually Mr. Baiba who ends up murdering Fuller, which, when I learned for the first time, I was like, wait a second, so Darren isn't the murderer? Angelina isn't the murderer? It's Mr. Baiba? And I was a little bit disappointed, but then I realized, maybe the curse has not taken a hold of yet. And we are especially going to explore that in the third game. But I just love the subtle dialogues and hits from Mrs. Baiba, how she doesn't want to talk about her correspondence with Fuller, what happens, and actually her reaction to Darren offering help in this situation, and later on her wanting to admit to get Angelina out of jail. It's very authentic, you know. You've been raped, you've been humiliated. If the town would find out about this, you'd be ruined in a small community where reputation is everything. And when Darren offers to help, she is furious. She sends him away, and I think that makes perfect sense. She doesn't even want to acknowledge that this has happened. And it's just, again, it's how colorful and yet dark at the same time Biddeford can be. Now, over here we see the security guard, we see Rosie, Angelina, Mrs. Baiba, one of the older members. A lot of the male ones looked, I think, identical, but let's say it's the one who locked us up in the mines. We'll get there in a while. This is Murray. Oh my god, I love that character. This is Bobby sitting here at the back, really nice guy, and this is a figurine of Samuel Golden from the museum, not the actual Samuel. This is Tom, and this is Darren here, Reginald, Boris, Fuller, and the homeless guy from Willow Creek. And oh man, this is so interesting. If I wouldn't play Black Mirror 2 and 3 right next to each other, I would probably never notice, but the body you'll encounter in Heinz Hermann's morgue in Black Mirror 3, it's actually the body of this homeless guy, the one who will walk across the night streets of Willow Creek claiming Darren is a Satan and he's the Dark Messiah and whatnot. So he's the one that Phil and Tom ultimately end up torturing and killing, kind of like Ralph, but all in due time. Now, don't worry, I did not forget. We will get to Willow Creek, and I kind of just want to show you this slide because it's a good combination of the transition from Black Mirror 1 and Black Mirror 2. This is the flyer you can find in Rosie's shop in Biddeford, and it's probably the first acknowledgement outside the Sharpedge lighthouse painting you can find in your mom's house that yes, you are in fact playing a Black Mirror game, right? Like you're suddenly in America, you're in a completely different continent, everyone's seemingly friendly, everything is colorful, some people have dark secrets, and then in a tourist shop you suddenly find a flyer saying Willow Creek. You're like, okay, again, you know, this is, okay, not the very first one because there was the intro with Samuel, but it's this, I know it should probably be terrifying, but for me it was just very heartwarming to see the same screens I have seen in Black Mirror 1. So here's a street of Willow Creek with Tom's pub. Well, it was Harry's pub, in Black Mirror 1. Then the entrance to the castle, then we see a corridor of the Ashburry Sanatorium, and then a new screen, which we will soon see is actually from Black Mirror 2, of how the sanatorium in Ashburry was remade to the so-called Gordon Palace, so like a very fancy touristy trap kind of hotel, or owned by Murray. And my god, he is such a great character to the rest of the story. Okay, now again, this is a lovely transition of how we are moving east towards England, and I love as the flame is flying, a heavy tone just hits the moment the Willow Creek, England photograph appears there, like boom. Again, Angelina managed to lure Darren to go there, his adoptive mom has died, he pretty much doesn't have any point in staying, and in a way, you know, he's a very lonely guy, doesn't have friends, and Angelina is this like new muse he suddenly cares about, and there's this inexplicable bond between them, and that's because they're siblings and they also share some of the curse, which he will later learn. But, you know, I can't say that I wouldn't behave the same way if I felt like I lost everything, you know, like let's just change environment and figure out what will happen next. And now, I know I promised you Willow Creek, but before we will really get to the Black Mirror Manor, we need to make one stop in Wales. Now, since this is a location where we initially played as Samuel, well, let me introduce you to his concept art, and honestly, I don't know what to make of this guy. He looks like everything between the coolest person ever to just an absolutely, I don't know, there's something so unnerving about him that I can't quite shake off, which is perfect given the setting and the kind of role that he plays. And you know, this is Samuel as he was before he turned into well, not really due to his own fault, but into mass murder, although later on it's developed that if you're sort of strong enough or pure enough in a way, kind of like Marcus Gordon, like Darren actually is, or Adrian as we learn, then these things, you know, you would be able to fight them, or at least fight them for a long time. And it's really difficult. Samuel's family was pretty much keeping everything away from him, so pretty much had only William's diary to figure out what was going on, and unfortunately what he figured out was how to summon Mordred, not how to get rid of him. That was Darren's and Valentina's job, interestingly enough. But again, I just can't help but feel sorry for him, and well, I hope he didn't end up in Black Mirror, because none of it was really his fault. So, okay, now back to the area where we wanted to be. So now we see Samuel in his video game form, outside of the concept art, so very good representation. And actually on my very first screen of this video you have seen Samuel's face close up on the very left. Again, really nice transition of concept art into what at the time were quite, well, cheap and affordable 3D assets. And this is where the first game has such unique atmosphere, because what these developers, and it was originally a Czech developer studio, what they managed to do with the pre-existing assets, and of course some of their own, and turn it into a place with such a dense atmosphere where you could also almost smell it and you could feel the wind because of the wonderful sound effects. That's no small feat, and I don't feel like the second and third game quite managed to replicate it. In some ways I think they did even a better job, but again, those are mostly, it feels like oil paintings as opposed to the 3D assets of the first game. So the atmosphere is quite different, and I love that, because sometimes I'm in mood for the atmosphere of the first game, and sometimes I'm in the mood of the atmosphere of the second and third games. Anyway, Wells Manor. Almost didn't get in because of Louis, the garden keeper, and he is... I actually don't like what they turned him into in Black Mirror 2. He became this B-movie villain all of a sudden, setting the castle on fire, doing it only for the money. I mean, there were a couple of hints when talking with Eleanor about Louis, why he's with her when he sort of despises her for leaving his favorite garden behind. And, you know, he's obviously neglecting the Black Mirror garden, and, well, then Angelina comes, gives him a pile of money, and gives him an option to burn it all down, although that was a plan B, not plan A. But I don't know, I just have a hard time imagining the transition of this, well, annoying but lawful garden keeper into the cheap villain that he's in the second game. I mean, that was probably one of my least favorite moments. I think it'd be far more interesting to have him actually be on Darren's side, even though it didn't look like it, or maybe rather than being the gun-pointing villain, somehow being paid by Angelina but failing miserably. Everyone's a critic, like, it's always more easy to come up with improvements once a thing already exists. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is he's a great first impression of Wales. We almost didn't get in. And let me just take a look. It's so easy to miss the night screen of the entrance gate, because once you're sneaking out of the Wales Manor in nighttime, you are not supposed to go here at all. You can, and Samuel just says, well, I can't get out, or I shouldn't get out, I still have things to do, and walks away. So again, it's a pointless screen, but the fact that they went to lengths to design it in nighttime, I truly appreciate it, because it's just gorgeous. And some of the lighting work in the first game, it's absolutely superb, and I will show it to you on a different parts of the Wales Manor. So behind the entrance gate is kind of like the main crossroad, and of course the path on the right leads to the entrance gate. The one on the left leads to the summer house with the old tower and the crypt, and the sort of like abbey or monastery in the swamp. And the middle path, of course, leads to the manor, and this is, I guess, the pride of Louis, these couple of trees, and we'll have better shots of the garden as we approach more towards the manor. But again, this is what it looks like in nighttime, and what I absolutely love are the fireflies. Oops, sorry about that. The fireflies are such a great detail during the nighttime, and again, the sound effects of the first game, you can hear the frogs, and you can hear crickets and some of the night animals as you're walking through the night. It makes all the difference, really. Now, I'm showing this is kind of like the 3D model concept art back from 2002 and 3 when the first game was developed. So first they created like a rough outline of what the manor would look like, and I have to say, this seems like the final draft. You know, after this you pretty much just apply the shaders, the textures, the lighting, and you're done, you know. Ta-da! Now again, this is not what it... well, this is an unlockable artwork from Black Mirror 2, and yet it shows the exact same perspective of what the manor looked like in Black Mirror 1. See? This is exactly the same. In the actual Black Mirror 2, it looks a bit different, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. But it's like they took this screen from 1981 and decided to just make it look older. So they put, bolts here, the statue is a bit more decayed, some of the plants are overgrown, the pond is really not well taken care of. So it's, I guess, how they started conceiving what it might look like in Black Mirror 2. Now before that, let's just take a look at what it looks like in the nighttime. There we go. And there's a reason why the light in this window is shining, because this is the window which Samuel uses to crawl out in middle of the night, yeah? And again, what I love is how this all casts a shadow here. Oh man, this is superb stuff. Now, strangely enough, some of the twigs disappear here as the animation progresses, but especially in the older days, when you had static backgrounds and you had some animation happening on them, especially this was happening in the 90s, you could see like a square outline which started to be distorted as something was animating in it, If you've played some of the older adventure games, you definitely know what I'm talking about. So this is kind of the effect on that. So Samuel creeps out, yeah, and already by the time in 80s when Samuel is here, Eleanor says the manor is decaying, we can see the brickwork appearing. It's really going downhill, and oh man, it gets no better here. Again, this is not the same, but a different boarded window. And look how everything is outgrown. This is the statue with the pond we've seen in the first game, but a bit of a different perspective. I'm not sure if you can see him, but here is the little boy who introduces himself as a Van Helsing. Again, lovely touch, an innocent little witness who tells us a bit more about Angelina, how she was here trying to recover Richard's blood. Well, not Richard's blood directly, but some of the blood that Richard was doing experiments on. And the place, well, honestly, at this point, I would probably just recover whatever objects are inside and I would demolish the thing. Because the way the swamp is spreading, and it's not just the plants, imagine the insects everywhere. This is absolutely uninhabitable, which is a terrible shame, really, because it's such a gorgeous estate. Anyway, looking inside, back in the 80s, not 90s yet, so this is a very important scene because this is where Samuel introduces himself to Eleanor. He himself mentions, or was it Eleanor, that he was here as a little child, so it was probably back in the 50s. I can't imagine baby Samuel. He probably has exactly the same kind of face, hair and mustache, just the body is small. That's how I imagine him. But you can see some of Eleanor's ancestors, and you see the little lockbox with chess pieces here, and you see the very important piano. And overall, again, I love how the light seeps into this room, how cozy the fire crackles. The Wells Manor is actually even cozier than the Black Mirror, at least in the first game. Like, I always felt a bit threatened when I was in Black Mirror, but in Wales I just felt like I'm on, well, very aristocratic, but vacation nevertheless. This is what it looks like in the nighttime, and oh my god, again, look at the moonlight coming in from the open doors. This is superb. Let me just do a couple of swaps like this. Yeah. I have been working on these games for 2 years, so I've been looking forward to doing a cross comparison like this for ages. Yeah, man, look at all the cobwebs, the ruin, some of the flags have dropped. Strangely enough, the man on the portrait looks like a Mozart in a sort of red jacket with a wig, and here it's someone else completely. Now, it's possible that, of course, Eleanor or Louis or whoever changed the portrait at some point. At the time they moved, that's entirely possible. And we see the golden crest here, the fireplace, again the very important piano, and this is where Darren has the flashback where he walks down the stairs and suddenly he sees Eleanor. Basically, he doesn't know who she is, just a creepy old lady behind a piano. She says, "Oh, hello Samuel, how can I help you?" Which is a throwback to Black Mirror 1. This is exactly what was happening here. And it's so cool, And even outside the golden curse, there's some hinting evidence that we have something like genetic memory, not just in terms of how our bodies and reflexes develop, but like having literally physical memories of our ancestors, which are often explained as past lives or something like that, embedded in us. So, you know, in a way you could say, ah, Darren is not turning mad, he just had a flashback into what his ancestor was going through. Anyway, not the topic I wanted to open up. What makes this super creepy is the fact that this is sort of intertwining with Bobby sitting in front of a TV and watching very loud cartoons. And when you're walking down the stairs, you're having flashbacks about a ghost of a lady who's not supposed to be here, and you hear very loud cartoons. There is something so uniquely creepy about this. And the fact that Darren walks down the stairs and then suddenly appears here, man, the whole scene just gave me the chills, and I think that's exactly what it was supposed to. Now, moving upstairs, you know, we didn't really have a chance to explore what the room looked like, and I'm not sure if this is the same room that Samuel was accommodated in, but it is a room of the Wells Manor, so it gives us some general idea. And again, this is the unlockable concept art of what it should look like, with a revealed golden family tree, and we'll look at that in greater detail a bit later on. And sort of, you know, the light seeping outside. And this is really cool because it happens shortly after Darren escapes the mines in Black Mirror, and he doesn't know where he is, what he's doing here. It's really interesting to see how he's putting in the bits and pieces when you, as a player, if you have played Black Mirror 1, know what's going on. I love that kind of contrast behind the sort of viewer or player's experience and your own characters. And now the positions have switched. It's Bobby tied into the chair, you know, so justice served. Then again, I can't really feel good about doing anything bad to Bobby. He's just, as Darren nicely put it, he's one of the nicest people in the whole place. You know, he's just, well, his brother has a very, very bad influence. And I think I'd like to explore the relationship between Bob and Tommy in a greater detail later on. But again, we can see, you know, that there's a golden family crest here, there's the dummy over here, light seeping in, very important to start the fire and free ourselves, but otherwise this is a perfect replica yet again of the room. And if I'm not mistaken, the head was also here before we put it on the dummy, so perfectly done, really. Okay, moving on. So you remember the crossroad we went through? It was the left path over here. So that is basically what leads here. So this is the summer house where Eleanor was complaining Richard hangs out all the time, and this is the tower where, well, we don't know it at the time, but where his laboratory is set up. And again, this is such a good example of not just the transition between the first and second game, but the different weather effects. And what I love about this, and we don't learn it until the second game, there are apparently a lot of swords and helmets and pieces of armor in the abyss over here, you know, underneath the short bridge. So this place really feels like it has very violent history. Again, a great detail. And this is what it looks like in the nighttime. Again, the fireflies and unique lights and the shadows, and especially the green lights. These don't have any particular meaning being green in Wales, but in Black Mirror they actually do, but we'll explain that later. And this is what it looks like after the explosion happens, you know, so the window is all down and the smoke is just rising. Perfect. Now, as we move to the left side of the screen... Oh, sorry, not yet. Let's move in time instead. We see the tower has completely collapsed. I would imagine the first explosion didn't have its infrastructure, and as we learn from Lady Eleanor, her husband Richard killed himself during a second explosion, so it blew up even the roof of the attached summer house. That's not a natural decay, that's the cause of the explosion itself. Again, wonderful detail. And now we go to the left side. So this is during the daytime. Here we have the very creepy fountain and the archway leading us to the crypt entrance, the monolith and the monastery we'll see in the back. This is what it feels like during the nighttime. Again, great shadow work. And finally, did you notice how less creepy the fountain is? Like there was this protruding demonic head coming out, and suddenly it's more like just like a fresco of not a mermaid but a merman maybe, or something like that. I don't know. Well, it's less creepy, so that's an improvement, I guess, although it seems kind of cheaper. And we already see the state of disrepair, like some of it due to explosion and some of it because of the nature. You know, the swamp has got in and uprooted a tree, which actually happens to have hit the house. So it's debatable whether the explosion or the tree destroyed the house more. Okay, so entering inside, you know, back in the 80s, we see the strange logo DNJB Fraser above the house. I mean, Samuel comments on that, but says he doesn't know what it means. I also don't know what it means. Maybe it's... well, this is a stretch, but maybe it's a reference to the TV show Frasier. Maybe one of the developers was a fan. I'm really just talking out of my ass right now, but who knows? Could be possible. So again, what's important here is that you see where the tiles end here, and this is where the muddy path starts. And this is very important because this is exactly the area of influence for the swamp, and this is the area which is more or less stable, as we'll see in the second game. And other than the main door, also we have the stairway leading into the house. Now, one of my absolutely most favorite night scenes is this one, and that is because we can't see it when the frame is frozen, but there are bats flying, or was it night moths, flying around the light bulb, casting huge shadows everywhere. So to see this in motion, you know, feel free to check my video on the third chapter of the first game, to see this in motion in nighttime and to hear the sounds of the night garden, oh man, that was so impressive to me as a kid and so unbelievably frightening. Oh, great stuff. And there we go. So again, this is pretty much more or less solid ground. You still see a couple of rocks remaining, but the moment these stopped and there was a dirty mud path, the swamp just completely overtook. The tree was uprooted. It even destroyed the staircase leading into the house. And we see the remains of the light bulb above the door, but the creepy stone head and the JDB Fraser, it's really no longer visible there. Now, unfortunately, we can't really go into the house in Black Mirror 2, but we can in Black Mirror 1, and this is what it looks like. So it's really, I don't know, it feels like something that could have also been built in 17th or 18th century, and was used probably all the way into the 19th, and oh man, I really like it. It has this very colonial feeling, although then again this is happening in Wales, not particularly an area that was colonized. But I love that you will basically get to read a few old bits and pieces of scrap paper, learn something about Richard's past, basically where you have to make the fake ingredient that he needs into his experiment, and also where we encounter the black cat resting about a fireplace, which reminds me of the black cat from Broken Sword 1. It really does. And again, we get to see it in the nighttime, and I love that Richard lit one of the lamps just to allow Samuel a bit of an easier entry. Perfect. Again, look at this. And I love how in the nighttime, the outside actually looks brighter than the inside, where it's the very opposite during daytime. This is such a great attention to detail. Oh man. And for some reason, the stove here is now closed. Fair enough. And again, so I promise I will be showing some of the character sketches, and this is that of the Richard. Now, I'm not sure what does exactly MP stand for. It could be the name of one of the developers or designers of the game, a Czech guy. And the writing over here, Posel Smrti, it literally means the messenger of death. The reason is that originally when Black Mirror 1 was released in 2003, it was released as Posel Smrti. It was released under the Czech translation of the messenger of death. And later on, when the German developer took over the franchise to develop game number 2 and 3, they decided to rename it to Black Mirror. And I think that was a very good decision. Now, to understand better, the same developers, around the time they created The Messenger of Death, so Black Mirror 1 with its original name, they also created a game called The Messenger of Gods. And if you're itching to play something that feels like Black Mirror 1, that's a game I would recommend, because, I don't know, they had a thing about naming their games The Messenger of something, which I, at the time, thought was really cool, even now, actually. And with the renaming to Black Mirror, I think that name works much better internationally, you know, because, well, you're not playing as a messenger of death. Mordred isn't really a messenger of death. Who the hell is the messenger of death? And whereas Black Mirror, like, that's fairly obvious, you know, that could be taken metaphorically because that's the name of the manor and the castle outside of Wales, not where we are right now. But it also talks about the Black Mirror itself, which was bit of a metaphor in the first game, but they took it a bit more literally in the third game. But honestly, I'm fine with it. I really am. Anyway, back to Sir Richard. So, just an old tired aristocrat who didn't get enough sleep for a couple of weeks. I think they captured that unkempt look fairly well. And this is what he looks like in the first game, the only game where we get to actually see him. So, fair enough, the only light source being the small window, that's actually the one that we've seen from the outside before and after explosion. And I just love how this is a Frankenstein's lab. Like, when you talk to the guy, he actually seems like a completely normal, sane person, nothing insane or crazy about him. But the laboratory, it really suggests otherwise, and unfortunately, it's not really clear what sort of experiments he does, but he does keep some blood in his freezer. Then again, when Samuel asks him for some blood, he's like, why the hell would you want blood? Only weirdos do that. So, it seems that only after Samuel's rampaging murders, Dr. Richard started studying the Gordon's blood, which is why Angelina was later on in Wales, as we will learn, because he started believing in the Gordon curse. Up until then, I guess he considered himself an upstanding scientist. Now, it's a really tragic story because when you learn from the newspaper clippings, he was basically just in the process of great experiment, but he failed, he was academically discredited. And now, as Samuel comes in 1981 into the Wales Manor, he's in the process of proving everyone wrong, of doing his life work justice, of just, heck, it doesn't matter, it's just his magnum opus, okay? And one single ingredient is the one he drops. Here it is dropping from his hand into the floor when Samuel enters. And instead of a replacement from the neighboring village, Samuel gives him ink and hot water. And, well, it's not really proven, but it's very likely that that's the reason his whole experiment fails, why all his subsequent experiments fail, because it doesn't even occur to him that Samuel did not give him what he asked for, because he was, well, just really trusting and, I don't want to say naive, just nice about it. And Samuel had no patience for science. Come on, he's investigating a curse. Who has time for science in that case? So he just gave him the wrong thing. Richard's experiment failed again. I imagine in his past, his original experiment failed because someone tricked him just like Samuel. Like, there's no other way. Now, this is what it looks like after explosion. Now, strangely enough, the window is intact. Now, this either means that the window we have seen from outside is actually from a different angle, which I don't think so, that wouldn't make much sense, or they simply forgot to blow it up, yeah? And look, you have acid coming down on the floor, like electricity touching some liquids, like there's no way this is safe, but, Richard is like, yeah, I'll just do it all over again, I'll rerun my calculations. You, my boy, take this acid and get into the crypt for your occult purposes. So that's what we do. But then, a couple of years later, Samuel's own son comes into the laboratory. There's Darren. And pretty much the only thing that remained... Well, finally they did the window a justice, they blew it up. But we just see a couple of the hanging chains, the bookcase, the little table where the acid original was, a poster about blood types, and the safe where he kept his blood, and some additional welding equipment, which most likely, as it turns out, was brought by Angelina. I have a hard time imagining it, but who knows, with that kind of money. So, most likely nothing remained of Sir Richard, probably just some dark stain on a wall or on the ground. And this is what happened to the laboratory. It's a sad, sad story. And most likely the explosion happened because he tried to use some of the residual oxidant, the mysterious ingredient Samuel was supposed to get to him. But in the very least, he spent some time researching Gordon blood because he heard about what happened in Willow Creek, the murder Samuel did, and he literally just couldn't believe someone would do that out of their own volition, so he instead decided to study the blood, to see if there is some truth to the curse. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to find out anything, which is very ironic, because Victoria knew everything, Bates knew everything, Catherine knew everything, nobody told the Wales family. And later on, actually, by the time Eleanor moved into the Black Mirror, she knew everything, so it seems kind of odd, but then again, this was the second game, some things probably weren't really thought out to the greatest detail before the third game was being made. Okay. Now we are moving outside into the sort of the crypt entrance, and I just wanted to show you this lovely piece of artwork, the drone one. It's unfortunately very small and I can't zoom in, but you can see the outline of the monolith, the crypt entrance, and some of the tiling over here. Then how it translated into 3D objects. There's also the monastery in the background, and then the different textures were applied, the lighting was applied, and some additional shaders. And this is basically how the environments in Black Mirror 1 were made using those 3D assets. Absolutely magical. And that's what it looks like during the daytime. Again, the monastery, we don't really know what it was, it's just this extra piece of mysterious history we never really learn more about, and I'm fine with that. You know, I don't think a game or a movie or any kind of story should explain everything. It makes the world feel very small in that case. And this is where we find some of the earth for the puzzle inside the crypt. A big chunk of the Wales challenge is just getting inside without Louis noticing. There we go, the crypt is open. During the nighttime we are able to sneak in. I always found the brickwork behind it strange, because when we walk inside, there are no bricks here, as you can see, so that's a bit of an oversight. But anyway, this is then, again, a concept art, but for what it's supposed to look like in Black Mirror 2. So we already see the swampy decay, the tree ruining the house, post-explosion. And again, this translates really well into this, right? So this captures both the right side of the screen, the left side of the screen, but you've seen the right side of the screen a bit earlier here. Yeah, now, just moving to the left. There we go. So this is like the other half of it. Again, almost spot-on translation of an artwork into the sort of in-game painting. Now, strangely enough, these statues, you know, they're holding books in Black Mirror 1, but in Black Mirror 2, they are all of a sudden hooded. I don't understand why. How? When did this happen? I mean, it could have happened anytime. It was like 12 years, but still, why would you change the statues like that? Truly, I don't understand, but what I like is that they remove the nasty brickwork over here. Now, walking in as Samuel, you know, this is how the light naturally flows through. This is also what triggers the most annoying puzzle of the entire game, the zodiac signs, because unless you're a zodiac sign hobbyist or just find them interesting somehow, you're not gonna know what is what and in what order you should put it. Otherwise, it's just a standard sliding puzzle, but unless you know the solution, which I guarantee you don't, and if you do, you're not going to remember it, it's such a pain to really do. It took me quite a while to record properly, but hopefully the guide will help. So here we have 3 statues of Poseidon, I believe Hades, and actually, I don't know, this could be the Roman goddess of harvest, so that would be Ceres, if I'm not mistaken. And this would be Neptune, and this would be, in that case, Pluto, not Hades. Okay. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. This is the pedestal with the zodiac sign I talked about, which gives us a key, which opens not a grave, but instead an entrance into the crypt of Durgam Gordon, which holds one of the soul keys. And again, 12 years later, during the daytime, his own son walks in his daddy's footsteps, and this is already post-Angelina. Now, what I really don't like is the statues. I mean, look how awesome they looked in Black Mirror 1, and then it's just like these 3 emaciated figures missing bigger chunks of their bodies. Like, some of the decisions they did here I don't really agree with, or I don't understand them. It would have been easier to just remake them like this. Well, at least the shield was kept from a different angle. Like, it's almost as if they moved or changed completely, like the 2 statues outside. What I love is how the roof collapsed, how the chandelier is now barely hanging on, and how you can actually find a hidden death in the game. I have so much fun collecting and finding out different ways your character can die in the games I've recorded so far. It's a great sadistic pleasure of mine. Okay, so here is pretty much the entrance to Durgam Gordon's tomb, but in Black Mirror 2 it actually takes us to the inside of the tower through some secret tunnel, and once we climb out of that way, it's where we meet Van Helsing, and he tells us that Tom is around and we need to get the hell away from here. So that's pretty much it for our Wales chapter. So now the moment you've all been really looking forward to. Let me welcome you to the Black Mirror. Here we are. Now this map should look familiar. It should hopefully pull at a few heartstrings, because here we finally see, you know, the homecoming, the real place where we want to be, where we are really gonna cross-compare all the areas from across all 3 games, the different parts of not just the Black Mirror Manor, but also the neighboring villages, so the Willow Creek, the Ashburry, and the Warmhill, right? Warmhill is described as just a couple of houses. Willow Creek is, it hurts to say, but where the life is. And finally, the way the sanatorium is presented in the first game, in Ashburry, it implies it's a different kind of area. I'm not sure if a village or even a city or something like that, but more likely, again, just a couple of houses, because, as explained in the third game, the closest civilization really is Ipswich, yeah? So that's like a proper city, but most likely not Warmhill or Ashburry. By the way, if you want to get like a taste of what the Black Mirror Manor might look like in real life, again, you know, check those Google Maps and the sort of coastal area around Ipswich, and you'll get some hint. Unfortunately, there is no such impressive area as the Sharpedge Cliffs or anything like that, but man, it's still pretty cool. England looks great. Okay, now, so I was wondering for a while, in what order should we sort of tackle these different things, and then I thought about it, and I realized, you know what? Let's start at what will be the Golden Palace Hotel, because that's where Darren enters for the first time when he arrives, and with his touristy backpack, where he puts these things down, where he orders his room. And then again, I thought about, okay, what would make most sense in terms of exploration, and yeah, I realized, let's explore the White Woods, you know, the area surrounding the, well, not Stonering, but Samuel pronounces it as Stonering. So, I'm not sure if that's like an all Anglo-Saxon way of pronouncing it, but I just thought it was really cool. And the so-called Old Mine, which is never really proven that in Black Mirror 1 and Black Mirror 2 we are trapped in the same mine, because it looks completely different, but there are a couple of visual cues that it actually is the same mine, or at least it's one of the mines belonging to the same mining company, but we'll deal with that then when we get there. Then we are going to pass through Willow Creek, and I'm still kind of not decided if we should then go through Hermann's house first or the Sharpedge, and I'm going to call all this entire area Sharpedge. And that's not just the lighthouse, but also the academy. That's not yet marked in Black Mirror 1. And then we will take a stop in the Warmhill Vicarage, the surrounding area, because it's a very important place to visit for the story. And come on, the atmosphere. Who doesn't love 1200 years old church? And finally, we will enter the Black Mirror Castle, the estate. So that includes some of the surrounding areas and also the interiors of those areas, like greenhouse and stables. And then we are gonna enter into the castle itself and into the catacombs. Okay, so we have quite the journey ahead of us. So first of all, I promised you we will start in Ashburry, and this is what the entrance gate looks like, yeah? Now Samuel already got inside, but again, we don't really see the Ashburry Sanatorium in any other weather or time of the day than either nighttime or a storm that makes daytime look like a nighttime, which is actually later on even pointed out by Bates and Harry the Innkeeper in Black Mirror 1. Like, the storm is so bad, it literally turned daytime into nighttime. And the cool thing about it is, I actually experienced a couple of storms like that. So, oh man, like, this can happen. That makes it all so cool. And what's really interesting is that, you know, on the 2 entrance pillars, and by the way, I'm not sure if the entrance gate is scrapped, you know, in front of the building in the next couple of years, or if they just decided not to show it. I imagine Murray probably demolished the whole thing when he turned it into a hotel, but I love that they put 2 urns on top of the pillars, like, welcome, you or your relatives that you put here are most likely gonna end up incinerated and die here. And that actually makes a lot of sense, because there is a very significant graveyard behind the sanatorium. Now, we won't be taking a look at the graveyard, because it doesn't really play any roles in Black Mirror 2 and 3, but there's a different kind of graveyard that we'll be looking at, not in Black Mirror, but in Warmhill, so we'll get to that. Now here's a better angle of what the sanatorium looks like. So the entrance door, a couple of benches, even the window here looks like prison bars, and I kind of have to wonder what's going on in the rooms with lit lights. Part of me wants to know, part of me doesn't want to, and you might be thinking, okay, surely just scary building doesn't mean scary stuff going on, right? But then later, as we learn, Robert, who is Samuel's uncle, yeah, Robert is Victoria's son, and Samuel is Victoria's grandson. So Robert is the uncle. He performed experiments on a couple of inmates, and 2 of them we're gonna get to interact with, James and Ralph, but later about that. And keep in mind the sewer entrance over here, because this is where the escape tunnels from James's room lead out to freedom, and these tunnels actually play a very important role in Black Mirror 2. Look at the shift, and it might not look like it, but the architecture is almost completely intact. Look at the ornaments, these awnings over here. Like, it's the exact same building, but it's daytime, that always helps, and we see some of the brickwork being improved. We see a couple of flags for the tourists, and we have this little roofy area over here, and it seems like the sewer entrance was turned into a bird bath, it was called, or a small fountain. One of the benches was removed, and the flag was put here, and again, this impressive window, it's still here, still as scary, but somehow this place looks warm and inviting. I don't know how they managed that. There's a little bit of extra vegetation, which already was growing all those years ago, as we can see here, and I just absolutely love this transition. Like, this is the sort of stuff I've been looking forward to since I started working on Black Mirror 1, on those 2 years ago. And yeah, I already showed it by accident, but this is what the area looks like by nighttime. Look at the shadow work. And actually, looking at the shadow work, important detail, look how the interior light is being cast on this corner of the entrance. Look at it. This is masterful. This is so absolutely immersive. I love this attention to detail. And something similar that happens actually here. See? Although minus the bars. I think they could have done a better job if they taken a cues from this part on how to apply lighting. But okay, I'm rambling. Let me move on. You don't want me to talk about lighting all day. This is where we actually meet Miss Valley, and I was actually as a player, I never particularly liked Angelina, but I sort of understood that Darren does, right? But I really liked Miss Valley, and I was heartbroken when I realized that that isn't Angelina's corpse, that's Mrs. Valley's corpse with Angelina's bracelet in order to trick Darren. It was just such a sad moment. I don't know, I just really liked her. She's a traumatized, insane individual who switches mood on the spot, but at the same time loves to tell you about Willow Creek's history. So she's the perfect character to encounter when you're into Willow Creek, which is what happened in Black Mirror 2. But I don't know, I kind of just wanted to learn more, and she's Little Wick's sister from Black Mirror 1, the poor child that dies in the Stonering. So, yeah, I was literally pissed off as a player, like, no, don't take Miss Valley away from me. God damn it, you bastards. And this is what the entire area looks like in Black Mirror 3, right? So again, we have the flag kept, the little roof, pretty much nothing has changed. But the perspective, even the growth is the same, and that makes sense because by the time Darren arrives to the beginning of Black Mirror 3, it's a bit less than a month's time, so not that much is gonna change. However, the time of the year is gonna change, and I love how they've shown that the whole area during fall is becoming much colder because December is approaching. I believe Darren arrives here sometime in November 1993, and the third game is happening at the beginning of December or end of November. So the cold really starts creeping in, and many of the screens in Black Mirror 3 in Willow Creek and surrounding area have this sort of foggy filter effect, like they're covered in foggy light. So does Black Mirror 2, but there's just something colder about the one in Black Mirror 3. I don't know how they achieved it, but really, really masterfully done. And again, they don't really show the cemetery that's behind the sanatorium that was shown in Black Mirror 1. But they show you sort of the stairway leading into the lake area, which, as we learn, was one of the portal entrances into the so-called Shade Realm, but later about that. This is what it looks like during the nighttime. I love it! It's even better than in Black Mirror 2. Like, this is fine, but this is truly spectacular. Oh man, this... I just have this feeling like it's cold outside, but it's really warm and cozy in. Like, I just want to enter that place and be safe, warm and sound. Man, really great stuff. And again, we are back to Black Mirror 1, because now we are looking at sort of the left side of the screen. Now, there is no left side of the screen in Black Mirror 3, but there is in Black Mirror 2. See, I didn't forget. So, again, we can see one of the benches was removed, no pile of leaves here. And here is sort of the side entrance that leads to what was it? What do you call the man who takes care of the heat? The boiler man, I think. Yeah, something like that. Nowadays, if I remember correctly, according to Darren's comments, there is like some exterior dining area or something like that for guests who want to eat outside, which I think is a really cool idea. You can see Murray did some work on that. And again, like, just the textures have changed from this hard cement into this brick facade. I love it. And you can see a car parked in here, and the car on the left, it's actually Tom's car that Darren steals in Wales, and he sort of drives himself here. And probably prays he will not be stopped by police without a driver's license or, you know, identification belonging to the cart. But then again, he's in such a backwater area that to encounter police would be really rare. And again, the same view, but this was before we stole Tom's car, so now we no longer see it here. But again, we see some of the light going into the rooms upstairs. And this time, I'm not wondering about what sick experiments are going on there, like here. It just feels cozy. I love it. Okay, now entering in, we meet the nurse, the receptionist and nurse in one person. She's like the nicest character to Samuel in the entire game, you know? And what confused me about the artwork is that in the original game, well, the way it's translated in English is that he says she seems nice. In the Czech language, she actually says she's quite pretty. And in the artwork, I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't think we would call this lady pretty, not exactly. So that's really interesting, you know. This was the artwork by which they created her, but maybe later on they reconsidered that, okay, let's put at least one pretty character in there. Now, that's difficult to say from the in-game graphics, of course, but I have to say I really loved her voice in the English voiceovers of the game. She had this Scottish accent, which was absolutely wonderful. I really like that. It just made the whole dark place feel just a little bit warmer, you know? And looking in this area, wow. I would like to see what it looks like during the daytime. Unfortunately, we don't really get to experience that. But there's a fountain in the middle, and it's just such an enormous, massive hall, and it makes you wonder, how did these backwater areas afford such magnificent buildings? Well, they didn't. This is a fantasy, right? But still, the atmosphere, and sometimes when you're inside, you hear the rain, and sometimes the lightning effects come on, and you can see them flashing and casting their shadow over the windows, which look like prison bars. Again, amazing atmosphere, really outstanding job. And there we go, after the renovation. So all it took was a couple of years, and you can see the colonnade remained. Some of the frescoes are way more subtle this time around. But the keys are kept in pretty much the same area, minus the locker. There are the boxes. They used to be behind locked doors, not anymore apparently. And there's a lot of merchandise and crap here, which honestly, I'm not like Darren. I have a soft spot for this kind of crap. It's tasteless, it's cheap, it's plastic, it's bad for the environment, and I love it. So there's also a really important hint of light coming through the window over here, because this way... Oh, I love this, look at this. During the nighttime, Murray turns on the two little lights over here. Now, I'm not sure if they are on during the daytime as well. They don't seem to me, I mean, look at the contrast. But look how the light completely shifts from the right area into the left one. So, I said earlier, looking at the building outside, they could have taken a couple of cues from Black Mirror 1. here inside in the reception, I feel like they really did. I mean, this is just superb. And I love how the little cup of morning tea turned into an evening glass of wine. It's just these little details that make the world seem alive. Truly, truly wonderful. But let's compare it back with Black Mirror 1. I'm not sure if the fountain is here or not, but looking at the building from the outside, I think Murray walled off this part of the area. So, whereas I feel like somewhere where the fountain was is where he drew a line, and I feel like, oh, maybe behind the fountain, because these two windows still have to be in, but I feel like there are some different interior offices or something like that here. So, he made the whole reception smaller, but, you know, still very accommodating. And this is what it looks like in Black Mirror 3. And again, we don't really get to see or experience any weather effect changes. We see a small hint of window here, but that doesn't change whether during daytime or nighttime. So it's a bit of a shame compared to Black Mirror 2, but still we now get to explore it in greater detail because we are zoomed in much closer. You can see Murray put some cloth over the small table, a couple of pillows. The trolley for luggage is still untouched, funnily enough. But there are now different merchandise articles here which I really love, and of course the cardboard cutout of Darren. And actually, by the time we reach it in Black Mirror 3, we know we are Adrian, playing as Adrian Gordon. So I just couldn't resist, you know, drawing a little moustache on that. And I love that this is a picture Darren himself took, which makes no sense, because if you were to take a selfie with an old camera, you wouldn't actually take a picture of your legs as well. Like, you would have to have a really long arm, but anyway, I'm overthinking. I love the fact Murray made it a cardboard cutout, and, you know, come to the hotel whilst the murderer is still accommodated here, get killed, you know, pay for the extra thrill. It's such a messed up comical thinking, again, from a comical and yet utterly evil character, kind of like Fuller, that I really love. And actually, there is so much in common between Murray and Fuller, because both are... how would I put it? Both are running a really doomed business from the start. Both are... So Fuller was really a shit photographer, right? And he was shit at keeping his store. Murray, I don't want to say he's a shit hotelier or something like that. He has a different strategy, but it just doesn't work. And that's what's funny. And both of these guys have a dark secret, and both of them actually blackmail people. And in Black Mirror 2, you have a couple of hints that Darren says he doesn't understand how he can supplement his missing income. I mean, the hotel is empty. He spent a ton of money on the cheap plastic souvenirs nobody seems to be buying. And Darren just ponders a couple of times, where the hell does this guy get the money from to still stay in business? And then you find out, just like Fuller, again, Darren had no idea how he's running the business. He found out he's blackmailing the woman he raped. Now, I would argue Murray is a more forgiving character, or forgivable character. He didn't really rape anyone, to my knowledge, but he still blackmailed people. That's really not nice. And he genuinely thought Darren is a murderer and he will start killing more people to get more tourists in. So, take your pick, which is worse. Fuller at least didn't want anyone dying, you know? Murray did. So, it's difficult to decide which one is the most fucked up person when I really think about it. But again, just very interesting analogy between Black Mirror 2 and Black Mirror 3, and also how far Murray has changed, but in a very believable way, from Black Mirror 1. But we will actually visit Murray's old pawn shop when we'll visit Willow Creek. For now, the door over on this side, actually, is an extension that was never visible in Black Mirror 1 nor 2. So this is what leads into what is now Murray's office. Now, again, here is the absolutely amazing concept art, and they have made a couple of changes. I think for the better, because here the table was too close to the bookcase. How would you even reach it when it's completely stuck in there? Here they gave it a bit more space. I like that, that makes more sense. And you have the diploma hanging here, the plans for the... oh my god, Gordon Amusement Park. I want that to happen. I want to go there. I want to spend all my money in that place. I bet it's gonna suck. I bet it's gonna be the worst amusement park ever, but it's gonna be the best day ever to be there. Just imagine a bloody coffin toboggans and... my imagination is now running wild. Now, what I love is that in this artwork, they included the plastic soul keys. And they put them into the final game, and these are actually very important object because they are the source of light that provides their means to navigate the tunnels that are underneath the hotel that James used as sewers to escape in the past. Okay, and here we see Murray's painting, and you know, just to give us a hint that this really was a sanatorium once at some point in the past, they put in this very old fire extinguisher and first aid box, and Darren comments on that, like, this must be from the times of the old sanatorium, and he's spot on. Now, there are really no day and night effects here, the place looks the same regardless, but I think that's forgivable. Okay, now, what is this? What were we looking at? This is where these doors lead, where these iron bars used to lead. There we go. So this is actually where you can exit. Well, Samuel refuses to exit back in Black Mirror 1 because the nurse would see him, you know, walking as an unauthorized person. But I believe this is so-called Dr. Smith, if I'm not mistaken. You know, having a night shift and doing nothing, just being a grumpy, mean old bastard, taking a night watch, I guess. And probably yelling at the... Well, I wanted to say prisoners, then I wanted to say patients, but now I realized that the term prisoners is more fitting, and just yelling at them to be quiet all night long. And yeah, the area behind him sort of leads into the furnace room, the boiler room, but that's an area only present in Black Mirror 1. So now we see what will soon be Murray's Golden Palace Hotel rooms to be the cells. Now the corridor continues, and I don't know what it is about these lights at the ceiling, but there's something so utterly memorable. And if you remember the Biddeford flyer, which showed Murray with the grand reopening of the Golden Palace Hotel, this snapshot was taken on the right side of that flyer, you know, the sanatorium corridor, which is absolutely terrifying with its tile work, the grating on the window, just overhanging cables. The whole place is rotting. I mean, I don't understand how even in 80s this could be real, this could be human conditions to live in. Now, I don't want to say this sort of stuff wasn't happening at the time. Maybe this is just like a dark fiction or something like that, but... Well, I don't know. If some of you are from England and have ever visited a sanatorium a couple of decades ago, please let me know what they look like. I've lived in England, but I've never been to a sanatorium, which I guess I can consider myself lucky. And finally, this is what it looks like in Black Mirror 2. Now, it might not look like it, but we are actually looking at exactly the same place. Except now there's a new tile work, but see, it's the same hexagonal tiles, although you have a carpet here. And, you know, this is a really long corridor. This one seems short, but that's because this area is walled off. It's now unfinished. This area with the armchairs and the window curtains is where we played the prank on Dr. Smith. So the small fountain was removed. As you can see, one of these was put here as opposed to the light bulb. Like, you have a proper ceiling light now. And the reason why I'm making such a wild claim that this is in fact, these are in fact the same rooms, is that James's cell had a hole under the bed that we will also find in our room. Yeah, so let's actually take another look at the corridor. Again, this confused me for a while. Where the hell are we? This is room number 3, this is room number 2, and this was room number 1. Yeah, so we were basically accommodated in room number 2, and we had to get into room number 1, which was Angelina's room, which was James's cell at some point in the past, and next to him was Ralph. So actually, in a way, Darren lives in the same place where Ralph, who he later meets, was in prison for a couple of years. And this is basically the wooden area over here, just finally opened up. And the reason I'm saying it is because we are coming from here to reach the reception, and the same thing here. So, really, we see that there's another like resting area with armchairs, mirroring pretty much this place, with the bookcase and clock and everything. And the tourists we see walking here are actually the same tourists we encountered in the museum, you know, arguing, and later in the pub and playing pinball. It's just really funny that way. Again, a little bit of humor. into a very dark place. Okay, but fundamentally not much has changed here. Now, entering one of these rooms, the James's one, look at this shithole. There are roaches crawling on the ceiling, tiles, some glass jar in a small alcove. I don't really know what it is. I suspect there are some human organs in there, completely exposed cable and a light bulb. I mean, why? Just, there's a very lovely nurse working at the reception outside, and then she walks into a place like this and just goes home thinking this is okay. Look at the toilet, there's green goo sticking out of it. Like, I think that's a new life form developing over there. Like, these artworks are the only nice thing about it. Now, looking at these artworks, I always wondered, what are these things? They seem oddly out of place, because at no point did this game seem like some high fantasy setting or anything like that. Well, with the exception of some of the statues we are finding at Black Mirror. But then I realized James is actually also a Gordon, as we later find out. And the curse has also taken a hold of him, so Mordred basically did. And, they explained this by, when he was younger and William sort of looked after him, he started to be just going absolutely batshit insane living in Black Mirror Castle. So the curse treats different male Gordons and Angelina differently. For example, Darren and Angelina, Darren used to be very violent when they were kids with Angelina. He knocked her out of the stairs. And we see some shots of Darren and Angelina as kids later on in Black Mirror 2, although back then they weren't really violent. Darren actually climbed into a creepy hole to help her. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that James was possessed by Mordred at some point, and I'm starting to think that these images are some distorted memories of Mordred's life. He lived in 13th century, if I'm not mistaken, or 12th century. No, I'm not sure. I think 13th. And so these medieval images, but also I think as Mordred spent time behind the mirror in that nightmarish dimension, waiting for his time to return, I think these might be some of the things he has seen on the other side of the mirror. So the reason why I'm considering these completely random concept arts from the developers important is that I feel like these really give us glimpse into what is behind the mirror, or in the mirror dimension where Mordred currently is, biding his time. I don't know if this is nonsense or if it's true, but I just really like the idea that that's the case. So anyway, that explains the painting somewhat. That doesn't explain why James lives in these absolutely god-awful conditions. Now, there is a bit of change. This is after James has hung himself, because he realized he will never see William again. He cannot escape this place. They will always bring him back. And it's just such a tragic story, because imagine James surviving a couple of moments and Samuel or someone learning from Robert's study that James is actually William's illegitimate son. So James should actually be much older than Samuel in a way, or depends how late William had him in a way. But, they all could have just lived as one happy, rich, cursed, crazy family. But unfortunately, things have taken a different turn, and that's kind of all because of Robert, right? And we see the drawing in blood, Samuel, and this is so unnerving. I think by now you as a player are considering the option that you might be the murderer, but this really cements the idea. And here we see a little hidey hole where we will see Ralph's eye. So again, I love the fact that Ralph has met both Samuel and his son much later on. Now, I took this shot just to see, well, not James's suicide, but to take a different angle, different look into the room. So we really see that the bed is just caught attached to chains, and we see that there was at least some window to the outside, but it seems to be too high to actually normally take a peek. It's just an awful place. Now that's much better, isn't it? So welcome to James's cell 12 years later. Now, say what you want about Murray, but he did a really, really great job with the place. Like, okay, this doesn't look great, but it looks livable, which is to say a lot. And, now I'm not actually sure if this is... the size seems to be identical to James's cell. I was wondering for a while if maybe they demolished the wall to Ralph's cell and combined it to create this room, but no. Like, James's cell was actually fairly spacious. So this is where his table used to be, this is where the hidey hole to Ralph's room used to be, and this is where James's bed was. Now underneath that bed is the hole, the same hole he used to escape, you know, out of the asylum, as he explained to Samuel later on. It's the same place where Darren will now crawl after James's and Samuel's footsteps to save Angelina this time, who not very sadly posted her own picture here. Actually, the same picture that Darren took of her in the Wild Coast Hotel back in Biddeford, which is actually really nice when I think about it. Okay, so again, I was so scared of what we're gonna find in the bathroom, and it just turned out to be like a false alarm. I love those moments of tension. And then, yeah, we cut out a triangle, looks like an Illuminati symbol in a way, and to reach the sewers after figuring out the puzzle. Now, this is not the same room, this is a different room, but it actually seems like the same room because the rooms are pretty much identical, you know, in Black Mirror 3, and this one is actually attached to Murray's office, so it's located and built elsewhere. But again, there's the same stand with the TV, the code rack, and the wardrobe are a bit swapped, and they put the armchair and lamp here as opposed to here. So no idea where the bed is supposed to be, I guess somewhere over here, and the table with the lamp is over here, same chair. So it's so similar, yet just arranged differently. I love it. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. So clearly there is some window into the room, and when we peel off the wallpaper over here, we figure out the serial of Murray's locker and are able to actually deceive the helpline to reach its blackmailing contents. Again, very similar to Fuller's secret hidey hole. Now, the reason I'm showing this artwork is, well, how to explain. We've talked about James for a while now. I'm not really sure if this is supposed to be James, because this definitely is. Look at this, like perfect copy. But this seems like what James would look like if he didn't go through the asylum. I mean, it's the same eyes, it's the same eyebrows, it's... Wait a sec, it's not the same nose, is it? But it's the same stubble, just unkemptly shaven. I don't know. I mean, this could either be James or the doctor who took watch outside. I mean, this is not Robert. So I don't know who this was supposed to be. Unfortunately, it wasn't named in a specific way that would help. I somehow assumed that this is what maybe James looked like when he was sort of looked after in Black Mirror, because for a while he lived there. But then again, they said he lived in stables, so... my god, those Gordons are bastards. So anyway, again, it's either Dr. Smith or James. I can't think of anyone else. But looking at James over here, again, look what a perfect copy this is. And I still have a crawling sense of dread on my spine when I look at this photograph. I remember playing the game for the first time, finding the torn photograph in a fireplace in Black Mirror in the Forbidden Wing. We'll get there, by the way. And piecing it together, and these two absolutely creepy, insane eyes looking at me the entire time. And especially as you are sort of rotating the pieces around and they keep staring at you. Oh man, I'm just talking about it and I'm feeling the chills across my spine. But anyway, let's just appreciate what a perfect copy of the artwork this is. Even the clothings, even the button, even the sort of cape he has around his neck, it's just a perfect copy. Even the little bump on his forehead over here, the strands of hair. I think they somehow applied different filters on this concept art to make the photograph. I can't really explain it in any other way. Now I believe that concludes our Ashburry visit. So as I promised before, our next steps will take us to the White Wood. So there's pretty much only one central part of the White Wood, and that is the Stonering. Now here we again see some concept art, well, more like screenshots of the development process of how the area was gradually developed for Black Mirror 1. So again, the basic 3D objects, some of the textures, lightning shaders, and wow, I love these things. I love them so much. This is really neat. And especially since this is something that was developed 17, 18 years ago. Maybe some of you watching this video weren't even born. Like, this is just such a wonderful stuff of video gaming history. Okay, now I'm not gonna linger on this shot, don't worry, but this is Little Vic being mauled by Samuel and torn to pieces. on the Stonering altar. So this is what it looks like during the deed or freshly after. It's actually taken from Samuel's nightmare. And this is what it looks after, yeah? And what's really interesting that if you play the English version of Black Mirror, you can actually hear some of the original voice acting of Little Vic laughing and saying Samuel, Samuel, but in Czech he says Samueli, Samueli. And this actually broke the immersion a little and made me laugh, because suddenly in this, game with English voiceovers, you suddenly hear Czech language. They somehow, they probably didn't know how to work with that cutscene, because, especially with old pre-recorded FMVs, there is very little you can edit, I mean, they would probably have to mute the whole thing, put in English voiceovers, and then resume the volume, which, if that would have been the case, it's better to just leave it in the Czech original language. But in the Czech he actually had a much older voice, like a 13-year-old, whereas in the English he sounded like a 6-year-old, so it's just an interesting bit of trivia, and if some of you have played, for example, the German version of the game, then please let me know if Little Vic sounds a bit off in that cutscene as well. But enough about development oversights and limitations. So this is what it looks like after the deed. This is, I believe, the second time we meet Inspector Collier, who is not in Black Mirror 2 or 3, but he's referred to by Bates in Black Mirror 2. In actually a really strange way, because Bates is surprised that Darren comes there posting as the so-called Inspector Fogg, which is just such a bad lie, and funny thing is nobody believes him, like they know straight away it's Adrian Gordon. But Bates asks, like, why didn't Inspector Collier come? Then he says, Darren makes up the lie, he's sick, so Bates says, yeah, he's been getting on with the years. So it seems like for a long time people living in Black Mirror have not been in touch with what's going with Willow Creek, which actually makes sense to a lot of the things that people are saying about each other. And so during the events of Black Mirror 2, Inspector Spooner is already there, Inspector Collier is retired, but Bates doesn't know it, they've been isolated in the castle for so long, so maybe it's a bit of a oversight on the part of the writers, maybe not, but I just love that little detail. It just exemplifies that isolation. Now, back to the Stone Ring. As we will find out later on, what's underneath the altar where Samuel murdered Little Vic, there's actually an entrance into one of the 5 portals into the Shade Realm, as explained in Black Mirror 3. Now, the interesting thing and very important element are sort of the chimes that are here. The same chimes are also present in Sharpedge, next to the lighthouse that we'll see soon. I would imagine that these are put there by superstitious locals to ward off some ghosts or evil spirits, and pretty much everyone living in Willow Creek is superstitious, so I feel like this is not that much out of place. Unfortunately, they are no longer there if they dropped down in those 12 years or were taken off or something like that. I would actually imagine when Little Vic was murdered, I can even imagine Miss Valley, at the time she was, 10, 12 years old or something like that. She just, taking them off out of respect to her dead brother, I don't know. But I can see Miss Valley as someone who used to spend a lot of time here. And she was actually, I believe it was hinted at by Tom that she spent some time in the sanatorium as well, back before it became a Golden Palace. Now, coming back 12 years later, again, the vegetation seems to have overgrown everything. There are a couple of these monoliths still remaining. There is the stone altar, no traces of blood anymore, it just looks harmless, innocent even. And this is what it looks like in the nighttime with a couple of holes put into it. Again, amazing moonlight effect. It's described as a place of the Druids, and Druids in the British Isles tended to worship the sun and the moon. And I feel this makes perfect sense, because during daytime, well, you have some sunlight, you would probably have more during different seasons shining here, without a cloudy sky. But the moonlight shines here perfectly through the canopies of the trees, so it's, again, great attention to detail over here. Now, this is just a close-up from the cutscene, and this is actually a very easily missable cutscene. When you decide to poke the gap with a branch, you don't have to, so you can easily miss it. And it looks a bit more like the altar from Black Mirror 1. Even if you look at the configuration, the stone over here, the stone over here, and how this is two diagonal pieces. Again, two diagonal pieces, stone over here, stone over here. So it actually looks more like Black Mirror 1 than the genuine game screen does, interestingly enough. And this is what it looks like on the following day, once it's broken, thanks to the frozen water. And during the nighttime, this is actually with Mordred's hounds, that we will see again in this video. When Mordred, for just a little while, takes full control over Darren's body. And I love these moments so much. Like, imagine for 800 years waiting for something, and that something finally happening, but unfortunately you get to enjoy it for like 30 seconds, because then Mordred encounters Maria in the woods, who I don't know what it is, but she just, the pure hatred and sorrow in all those years in her just casts him down out of Darren. So in a way, it's like she gives Darren a bit more time, you know, to overcome the curse, which is cool. It's like different family members in their own ways chipping in to overcome Mordred. And also sad. I don't know, I kind of sympathize with Mordred, to be honest. Now anyway, the reason why there's a hole underneath the altar is the abyss over here. As I said, one of the portals, and it's one of those examples where you have some cool horror story concept in the first game that's then developed in the following game. Now, you know, I would understand that you both like and hate this, because if certain elements of horror are explained to complete detail, they are no longer horror. They are a mechanic. They are, well, I don't want to use the word science, but it's like they're a machine all of a sudden, you know? Like, imagine that the monster beneath your bed is like a moving animatronic. Actually, never mind, that's still pretty damn creepy. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that some of the illusion is broken, you know? And I feel that's what happened a little when the black balls, one of those was in William's study, and Samuel used it to enter the catacombs in the sewers underneath Black Mirror. When suddenly we learned that there are many of these balls, let's call them Palantirs, because that's what they pretty much are. And when they were used on several different pedestals to open portals in different places. I think it's really cool, but at the same time, it's not scary, it's just cool, if that sort of thing makes sense. So if you expand on something that is mysterious and scary, it's easy to be mysterious and scary, and I feel that's what happened with the black balls in the Black Mirror series. And finally, this is what the real abyss looks like. So I'm not sure if this is a holder, or it's just a root of a tree, or just a design, but either way, they decided then to place the holder for the black ball with a couple of glyphs. And a really cool thing, instead of this tiny little bridge, they decided to put this, oh man, unimaginably deep abyss with some glowing fish and mushroom lights coming in. Like, this feels like fantasy, this feels otherworldly, and I like that. Because, you know, if you walk up and tell anyone in Willow Creek, they're gonna tell you you're crazy, and that's actually what happens for majority of the third game. So again, it's like where the real world and the fantasy world collide and nobody believes you. I like these kinds of tropes, I'm a big fan. And also, just like in Wales with the crypt and the collapsing ceiling, another unlockable death. If you just keep clicking on the other side enough, Darren will try to jump, even though twice he will warn you about a painful death. But you can do it. Unfortunately, many deaths in the third game are not properly animated or anything like that. They just immediately cut to the death screen, which is reused from Black Mirror 2. That's a big disappointment. I mean, in Black Mirror 2, they at least showed Reginald Boris shooting Darren, or the order members shooting him. Here, more often than not, it just instantly cuts to the death screen, which is a bit of a shame. But still fun collecting different ways of dying. Now, talking about different fun ways of dying, I don't think there's a better place for that than the old mine. Now, again, I said before, I have some suspicion that the mine in Black Mirror 1 and the one in Black Mirror 2 are the same mine, or they could be two different mines belonging to the same company. But I think it's more likely they're actually the same mine, because first of all, it's it's been like a trope of Black Mirror 2 and 3 to keep revisiting places where Samuel Gordon was. And secondly, you know what, I'm not gonna tell you, I'm gonna show you, but first we have to get there. So, let me welcome you to Complete and Utter Darkness. Sorry, I just really love how cool the interactable object highlighting feature is in a place where it's complete darkness, you know. Of course, you don't have to use it, you can just use your camera and try to point your cursor that way. That's also fun. But, you know, I just wanna show you the light contrast of complete darkness, then a little torch burning in this tank room, and then finally having the whole thing illuminated by electricity. So this is actually more than anything connected to the sanatorium, at least according to the second game. Now, this is really strange because, I mean, this supports the theory that it's not the same mine, because Samuel got into the mines via Marcus's tomb underneath Warmhill. Adrian got into the mines by following sewers underneath Ashburry Sanatorium, right? And that's what led him to this pipe where apparently Angelina was kidnapped and so on. All staged, of course. Now, the Warmhill, let me just backtrack, okay? This is where Warmhill Vicarage is, this is where Ashbury Sanatorium is. Like, I see that the mine is kind of in the middle, but I don't think the sewers are this long, you know what I mean? So, you know, it could be the same mine, it might not, but we will find some evidence that it is, or it could simply be a developer oversight, but I guess that's why I'm here to overanalyze and deconstruct everything. It's fun, let's be honest. So again, this is the cool tank room where, you know, we have the different light effects, and finally the concept art. Again, spot on. The bucket of oil with oil written on it, the hose, the two tanks, the small sort of attachment place, the metal door as well, you know, with the crowbar put in there to stop the order from pursuing us once we are running back in the next chapter, which, by the way, cool chase sequence. I love revisiting the same areas that we wanted to get out of before. And finally, the sort of electricity and door control box. So actually, spot on, not much has changed, even the fan here is the same. Now, far more interesting area is what's behind the metal door. So we are starting on the right, and we are stopped by the iron bars on the left. Now, here we meet someone who it was later revealed was Louis, but he was masked in his Order attire. By the end of Black Mirror 2, once the castle is burning and Louis points a gun at us to orders us to follow him, he confesses he was the one who locked us up in the old bunker. Which is strange, because, you know, if you rewatch or replay these sequences, the voice actor who played the mysterious hooded Order member is completely different from the one who plays Louis. It's not just about being muffled by wearing the mask, like, it's literally a completely different voice actor. Now, this could be specific to the English voiceovers. I understand the original second and third games are German, the original first one is Czech, so none of the English ones are originals, but I still think I think the English voiceovers in the first game are horrible. I think the English voiceovers in second and third game are absolutely wonderful. But, this just seems so strange that it's a different voice actor, and Louis was not part of the Order. He served Angelina. And you know what? Angelina killed Reginald Boris, as she claimed, so it makes sense that her henchman was there next to Reginald Boris's corpse, which is why then later on the Order members are surprised and shocked once Miss Valley tells them Reginald Boris in this locker died. So, yeah, I see that makes sense, and I guess they wanted to trap him here so that Angelina could come from wherever, get his blood, complete the ritual, basically what she managed to do at the end of the game, but, well, Darren escaped. So, yeah, there is some sense and logic to it, it's just what breaks the immersion for me is the different voice actor. But anyway, back to the design of this thing, so little comfortable cell, the lockers, the little lever puzzle, the generator, the lower part of the bunker that we swimmed under the metal door, really cool stuff. And this is basically what it looks like. So there's the mysterious Order member who turns out to be Louis with a different voice. And it's interesting, I still remember the conversation between Darren and Phil in the third game about repairing the car, and Darren saying, well, I'm not a very practical person, I'm just a physics student. But the guy managed to make he managed to make a plasma so strong it burned through steel. Or was it iron? It was probably iron. But from nothing more than scraping aluminum and rust and lighting it up. Like, I mean, I like it, and it's clear to me that the fact that Darren was a physics student was an additional justification to allow him to come up with solutions like this, and frankly, I get it, okay? But at the same time, just how are you not a practical person when you escape like this? Like, that just baffles me. Anyway, really, really impressive stuff. Not sure just how realistic it is. Frankly, I don't care that much. Come on, I'm not sure how realistic Black Mirror and curses are either. Anyway, we do get out, and this is the left part of the area, and of course, the first thing Darren does is explore the locker, because this sadistic son of a bitch, still being fully aware that the guy is under Angelina's spell, I mean, he's definitely in on the whole thing, tells him that where's Angelina, and he points at the locker where actually Reginald Boris is dying, just so he thinks and waits in utter desperation, looking at what was the woman he loved in the other side of the room. I mean, Louis, how fucked up are you? And seriously, you not only have a completely different personality, but also a completely different voice when you're here. I don't like you. Anyway, getting out underneath the metal door by swimming over this grate, we get into this area. And this is really interesting because actually I think in a box over here we will find some magnesium flares. And once you uncover the wooden planks over here, you can throw a magnesium flare down the pit, just so Darren can tell you how far it is. But at the same time, it does nothing. It doesn't unlock anything, it doesn't progress the story in any way, it just unlocks a special line. So I did it in my walkthrough, I just didn't know what the purpose was. Maybe there was some once and they scrapped the idea. Anyway, here we can see Darren, well, another sort of unlockable death. If you don't get him out in time, he will drown, unfortunately. Not the best of plans. And if you do get out, I mean, you get to admire just how close this is. I mean, the cart is standing, there's the drain, there's the small grill, there's the main metal door, the other metal door, and actually you can easily see which one is animated and which one is a static part of the painting. Just a fun little fact. And yeah, the stairs are covered with planks. Oops, a bit of a spoiler. And the abyss is covered here, and once you remove the planks you can uncover how deep it is. Okay, good stuff. Now, moving on to the next area, I will not show you immediately what's in the other room, because first I want to take us back to the mines visited in Black Mirror 1, and there's a reason why I'm doing this. A large portion of this kind of adventure was getting the elevator fixed, so it's usable and Samuel can get up into the surface. Now, I love this part of the game because of the absolute deafening silence, the isolation, the fact that you're surrounded by nothing but rock and corpses, and when you do finally find some hints of what was going on, it's a journal of a starving, thirsting, dying miner who describes in his journal how the miners here have lost their sanity gradually, and how they heard an absolutely terrifying shriek. And you know what? This was never explained, and I love it. At the same time, a part of me already wants to explain what was going on, and you know, by the time you finish the third game, you have this idea that there are still these, not souls, but soul shades going around that need to be stopped. I mean, it's a setup, obviously, to give Darren or Adrian something to do in the future. And it's cool, you're kind of like a guardian of the local area, keeping the mirror under control, living in luxury, and hopefully getting to meet new cool people. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I have a feeling that the woman the miners heard in Black Mirror 1 could actually be Maria, because when Darren walks out completely possessed by Mordred, followed by his loyal hellhounds, the way she screams and pretty much temporarily exorcises Mordred out of Darren, that's... I don't know why, but that's how I imagine the shriek described in the miner's journal in Black Mirror 1. So it could be they encountered her, and they also described something like crying, so it could be Maria crying about her lost baby and so on. So again, it's purely just a speculation from my part, but well, I guess that's what this video is all about. Anyway, let's fix our attention to the elevator. Another shot at the elevator, another shot at the same elevator. It's very hexagonal, wouldn't you say? and so is this elevator, although this time out of order. So this is actually where the metal door takes us, or the grill that we crawl through in Black Mirror 2 from this part of the mine. So through this grill, on the other side of the metal door is this order assembly room. Now, the elevator is not, I think, the only sort of evidence that I think it's the same mine. I mean, you can have hexagonal elevators in several mines, but look here, LTG. And if we look here closely, you can see LTG. So again, it doesn't have to mean it's the same mine. It could be the same mining company having the same taste in elevators or something like that, but frankly, I don't know how many mines there would be in Willow Creek, and like during the whole series we keep revisiting the same areas. Like, that's one of the most rewarding things about that. So I have a feeling we are looking at the same elevator. The question is, what is the top floor? Because this construction looks like it could still go up, and this looks like there's just a ceiling, like this is the highest it can get. So I feel like the order assembly room is actually one of the lower levels that Samuel passed on with the elevator on his way up into the area where he encountered the wolf, and this is actually the most evil part of the game because you can permanently save it and screw it up and not be able to finish it because of that one bullet. But I feel like this is somewhere underneath, and they've managed to find an alternative entrance to reach it, because once Darren opens this door you can see stairs going into the sunlight. So again, speculation on my part. It's not really clear if this is the same mine or not, but it's at least the same mining company from around the same time. Then again, if we look at the map, Samuel dropped into the mine through Marcus's tomb and the Warmhill, Darren through sewers of Ashburry. I think the distance is a bit unrealistic, so maybe these are two different mines after all. Well, we can only guess. Now, if it's certainty we are looking for, there's no better place to look at than Willow Creek, our one and only point of stability, a place where time has stopped, surrounded by a sea of madness and chaos. Now, since this is Willow Creek, I think similarly to the Black Mirror estate later on, I'm gonna give this a complete treatment. So we are gonna look at every single location across all three games, whether they've been present in multiple games or had some associated artwork or not. So let's dive right in. Now, first of all, this is where I decided to also look at sort of the concept art and the 3D representation of Darren, or Adrian, as we'll find out towards the end of the second game, because Willow Creek is where we appear when playing Black Mirror 3, and this is the artwork used for that. And I like this. There is a lot of Samuel in him, and you just don't know who you're looking at. You know, are you looking at a confused guy who doesn't know what's going on? Are you looking at a serial killer? Are you looking at an arsonist, as Murray likes to call him? You really don't know, and the truth of the matter is, seeing how the second game ended, you know he's possessed by Mordred, and you don't know what's gonna happen next. And it's sort of the state of mind that the game uses to its advantage during its entirety. So, you know, outside of his original jacket from Boston, there is really nothing reminding us of Darren anymore. This is just full-on Adrian. He even has a very similar mustache and stubble like Samuel used to do. So again, very cool how the similarities are there, and it's such an unnerving face. I can't really blame people for being scared of him. Okay, so welcome to Willow Creek, finally. So this is pretty much the first shot we get to see in the series as Samuel walks in on a really kind of a romantic afternoon sunlight, and I know that there's this beautiful track that keeps playing in the first game. Now, Willow Creek is actually, its centerpiece is the river, and we are going to look at the left side of the river, the right side of the river, sort of the central view of the bridge connecting these two parts, and also the village square, right? And basically from here, underneath the beautiful Willow Creek entrance, we are approaching a mysterious old warehouse building and the pub. Now, this is a really prime example of how good the weather effects are in Black Mirror 1. So let me just show you what it looks like during the daytime when it's, you know, really, really rainy. The public lights are all of a sudden on. Little Vic actually is now sitting under this little roof area over here so he doesn't get wet, rather than playing with the ball. And once the storm is really bad, this is after Vic has died and been killed by Samuel, so he's no longer here. And again, just look at the different shadings used at the windows, the different shadows, and how you can see the raindrops with different intensity. I'm absolutely in love with this. Now this is not all, because if we walk towards the right a bit, we can get to see a bit more of the river. We get to talk to the fisherman, who is actually really in his element when it's super rainy, just puts his hood on and the fish are biting. But enough is enough. When it's stormy like this, even he decided to give up, which again, great attention to detail. Okay, now as we are approaching the pub, we get to talk with Wick, and actually Samuel makes an interesting remark about how the pub belongs to a guy called Henry, was it? Or was it Harry? Oh, Harry, sorry about that. And about how good his wife's cooking is, and he actually checks the menu for some delicious items. Now this is really interesting and in direct contrast with what happens once it's under Tom's ownership, right? And actually over in the background we see some hints of buildings across that particular arch of the Glens River, which we don't really see in any other game. And there's of course little Wick playing with his ball. This is, I believe, before he broke the window. Now, as it gets rainy, little Wick is outside. The laundry has actually disappeared. And interesting thing I just want to point your attention to, look at the wooden texture here. See, sunny and rainy, it has changed completely. Now, this is a bit of an oversight from the developers. The textures here are the same, just different lighting, but here they somehow remade it. I don't think this was intentional, but just a cool thing to notice. And finally, when it's full on dark, you know, this is pretty much what is considered a nighttime in Black Mirror 1, yeah. I absolutely love it, and I feel like I keep saying this over and over, but the games deserve that, yeah. Now, 12 years later, this is what the outside pub area looks like when, let's refer to him as Darren at this point, walks in, and sort of romantically bumps into Miss Valley. She drops her books, he helps her out, you know, and romance could flourish if the circumstances were a bit different. And she's a great character to encounter because I believe I already mentioned this when we were back in Ashburry, but she introduces Darren to what the Willow Creek village folks' perspective of the Gordons and the murders is like, and that's actually very important because then Darren, or later Adrian, becomes a target of the same kind of fear and hatred himself. And again, we get to see what's out there in the distance, so I'm not really sure if this is a good angle. Nah, the buildings are fairly different, so this is not a good shot. But we get a hint that there is some carnival going on, which is just absolutely hilarious. Now, first of all, let's enter the pub, and why I'm showing this screenshot is that this is, according to the file name in the digital goodies of Black Mirror 1, Mark. It was the local village wise guy who helped us out with distracting Heinz Hermann, creating the key copy, and delivering the package from Hermann with William's belongings, the small planet models and so on. So when he was waiting for us in front of the Black Mirror gate in the first game, he had this cap on, but, you know, once we're in the pub, we actually see him without it, but it's still the same guy pretty much. And I love just how warm and fuzzy the pub is. All these old posters, which Samuel points out, are Harry's sort of like collectible hobby. This is the first time we see Tom in Black Mirror 1. He's there, you know, he could be pretty much an entirely different person from the Tom we get in Black Mirror 2 and 3, but I think it's a good thing. I really like what they turned him into in the later games. Now this is Harry, and this is Father Frederick's gravedigger. Now, I'm not really sure if it's really the same gravedigger as in Black Mirror 3, purely because he looks different, sounds different, acts different. But then again, it seems like even in Black Mirror 3, all those 12 years ago, it seems like he was the gravedigger since Father Frederick took him in, and he says the same thing in Black Mirror 1, so I guess it's pretty much the same character, just a bit redesigned. Now for comparison, this is what it looks like once Little Vic breaks down the window, and without the gravedigger, see, even the components on the table have changed, and without Mark. Although strangely enough, Tom is located a bit higher. Yeah, these are some 3D positioning oversights, but Harry is the same. Now, this is entirely switched perspective, right? So we see that this entire time there were arcade machines over in this corner. And the cool thing is, when you inspect it with Darren, is that you will see Little Vic's score in that pinball machine. So it must have been here in the 80s, and Little Vic has been playing a lot, I imagine. And the rest is, of course, Tom, because he has no visitors. And that's probably a good thing. So again, for comparison, the concept art hasn't really changed so much from the actual interior. nor has the pub changed at all between Black Mirror 2 and Black Mirror 3, right? It's literally the same exact screen, same exact fog and lighting effects, only Spooner and Tom are here. But it's a good comparison of Tom, because he has a slightly different colored cap, going from red to blue, and a different colored shirt, even though it's still the squares one. So again, just noticing details like this brings me up an immeasurable amount of joy. I'm not really sure how. And I love how the tourists stop here, but they seem kind of confused and lost. Tom is literally the worst owner ever. No one wants to order the tap beer, so everyone's drinking bottled. And I love Darren's quote that, look, even the Lord Mayor has been here. Like, that captures the backwater atmosphere perfectly. Okay, now, interesting thing I want to use this screen to talk about is sort of the relationship between Bobby and Tom. You know, they're supposedly brothers, and Tom has been looking after Bobby because he's mentally challenged. And he kind of, it's a burden he carries. He considers his brother to be a burden, and at the same time he hates him. It's sort of, you know, I've no doubt if you have to look after, you know, disabled relative, like, your life is just enormously hard. But Tom uses Bobby as a scapegoat for pretty much all the problems he even brought himself upon, which suits the character so much. And really interesting thing which made me look at their relationship an entirely different way is how when Darren is possessed by Mordred and Bobby is in front of the Black Mirror Gate castle, you know, looking for a place to stay because they had an argument with Tom, Mordred or Adrian, I'm not sure which one of them, is pissed off more, but both are pissed off, march in front of the pub and want to give Tom some telling to. Now, what's cool about this is that at some point Mordred says that, you know, he's your brother but also your son, which sounds like Tom at some point raped his mother or something like that, which would explain maybe why Bobby is mentally challenged. Again, this takes me back to Biddeford a little, about a relatively innocent looking town and some dark under the surface past of its inhabitants. And Tom's reaction to that sentence is literally a punch in the face. So again, it's unclear whether this is true and it was just some random taunt from Mordred's side, or if actually Mordred managed to hit the nail on the head and Bobby is actually Tom's son. Because he does look older, and could be the case that he's looking after him not out of some brotherly love, but because he's his legal representative and it's actually his kid. Now, we don't know, there's no way to be sure, but oh my goodness, I think it would make Willow Creek such a darker and more hillbilly kind of place than it already is. So again, this is such an interesting dynamic, and sort of like going through the dialogues again and the behavior that Tom displays towards Bobby, it somehow makes a bit more sense that he hates him, but he's also ashamed of what he did with his mother, and Bobby is the result of that, but it's not really his fault. Oh man, this is such a difficult topic, like, we could spend so much time here, but again, excellent story writing, absolutely. And I love Tom's first reaction once Spooner walks in, it wasn't me, Bobby's my witness. And then they create an alibi about being in an amusement park, which Adrian remarks later on, can you imagine those two guys in an amusement park? And Spooner admits, like, yeah, actually I can't. Okay, now moving outside the pub, so again, this is what the angle looks like a couple of years later, so let's just compare it with this. Yeah, so again, we see the menu, the barrels, the 3 kegs in lettering. So that's pretty much unchanged, although it looks a bit worse for the wear. Now it seems the Little Wick's broken window has been fixed, the dirty laundry is there again, but the pub is closed most of the times as long as Tom is looking after the chili stand as part of the carnival, right? But they're just in a direct contrast with what Samuel said 12 years ago about sort of good food being offered there. He's like, yeah, I want to have nothing to do with this. So times have indeed changed. And this is what it looks like in the night. I'll be honest, I don't like this screen. The lighting, kind of similar to how Gordon Palace looked in Black Mirror 2, looks very artificial. They really didn't do a good job here. But we get to see the homeless guy here who talks to Daryl as he's the Antichrist and the devil, so, you know, it's possible he says it to everyone, but to Daryl it's has a bit more ring to it since he, well, at this point no, but he carries the curse of the Gordons, or will soon enough. An interesting thing that maybe many people who have played the games haven't even noticed, this is the same homeless person that we find dead in the freezer in Hermann's house in Black Mirror 3. So this is the body in the body bag that Tom and Phil have tortured to death. So unfortunately, just like with Ralph, this guy receives the same kind of treatment from them and ultimately ends up dying. So later on, Adrian will show it to Spooner and sort of they'll discover it together as evidence. But if you ever wondered like what happened to this prophetic homeless guy, he ends up in that morgue. It's really tragic actually. Okay, now I mentioned the chili stand, so here it is. Oh man, the sound effects when taking the chili from its one single pot into the plastic plate and just the complete disgust on his face. Like, it's the kind of meal that no one's looking to, it always cracks me up. And one thing that I don't like, I'll be honest, is the fact that they put, come on, really? A whole wheel behind the stands? Like, I'm trying to imagine Willow Creek with this abomination being so high up, it makes no sense, you know? I feel like this is the point where the suspension of disbelief is a bit challenged on my side, and I really have a hard time imagining that they have decided to put a wheel in here, but who knows. Anyway, the fair was of course a financial failure, because as soon as a couple of years have passed and the murders were no longer the biggest, hottest news, tourists stopped flowing in. And it's another interesting take on Willow Creek about how they're suffering from the depression, so to speak. Okay, and this is what it looks like during the nighttime. And the funny thing is that the lights are still on, but the wheel has stopped moving when it's nighttime, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, now, in the third game, again, this is still the same pub, right? Just a different angle. So from the left is where Samuel entered in the first game. This is where the chili stand used to be. And now it's, if I'm not mistaken, her name is Dorothy. Yeah, the old Dorothy from a bias shop and some other lady friend of hers. So again, too terrified, but definitely talking about Adrian. And unfortunately, we don't really get to enter the pub in Black Mirror 3, but we've already seen that it pretty much looks the same as in the second game. So I assume we are not missing out on much. But again, it's not much has changed. Tom's dirty laundry is there, and this is what it looks like in the nighttime. What I'd like to point out here, however, is how much the better lighting is compared to the second game. It's no longer as aggressive, and the light feels sort of natural and warm. I'm a really big fan of that. I love this. And, by the way, Fisherman's Pier over here, who knows how long since it's been used, probably since the events of Black Mirror 1, but, you know, his bucket is still here. Okay, so moving right, now this is a sort of new area to Willow Creek that before Black Mirror 3 wasn't really explored. So again, some sad remains of the carnival, of the fair, the phone booth, which, you know, really makes us feel like we're in England, and the police station, a bias shop, and Denise's cafe. And yeah, so apparently somewhere here the wheel was supposed to be put that we've seen behind the chili stall. I have a very hard time imagining that, but then again, my imagination is limited. So, and this is one of my most favorite shots of the third game, and it's also underlined by the music perfectly that plays when you're in a nighttime in Willow Creek. My goodness. It has this sort of magical Christmassy feel about it. Wow. Beautiful. Okay, now let's enter the police station. This is what it looked like in the concept artwork. And yeah, so this is where Spooner sits, where Zack sits doing pretty much nothing. And pretty much it's spot on, except that instead of having like this whiteboard area over here, they decided to make a door here for the cells, yeah? But they kept the locker, the water cooler and everything. But one thing I'd like to point your attention towards is the clock over here. So it says 15:45 here, then it's broken at the beginning of the game, then it sort of barely starts working, and towards the end of the game it shows 13:41. Now I'm not sure if there is some specific meaning behind it, just thought like pointing it out. It's kind of funny how it pretty much is not working for majority of the game, and eventually they'll fix it. Wow. Don't know what it means, but it's pretty damn funny. But what's even funnier is the fact that they're using Samuel's face as a target practice. However, once it's cleared up that Darren Michaels is in fact Adrian Gordon and has been cleared of all charges and is now British nobility, as Spooner says it gives them a reason to be a bit more careful about how they do investigations here in good old England. So Samuel's face is no longer used as target practice, the darts are placed on top of the water cooler here. But what I like to think is that they saw Adrian approaching, so they just put them here, but they kept Samuel's face, so I bet they are still using it as target practice. Just a funny thing, yeah. But in terms of the different times of the day, so this is sort of the only lighting that changes. And yeah, so the artificial lights are on in cells, and it seems like there's a window behind Zack mostly that fits light into here. Yeah, I really love this place. Okay, and the reason why I put this artwork here is not to show off the Black Mirror Castle just yet, although it's a cool tease, but it's pretty much the only artwork we get of Spooner and Zack, which, well, we see some unique expression to Spooner, but Zack, yeah, not really. He's more of a background character, if anything. Okay, now right next to the police station is Abaya's shop, and I love this because, first of all, it's cozy, I love how it looks, and second of all, we really get the sense that people are terrified of Adrian, right? They all believe he's an arsonist. Also, there are still unclaimed rumors that he might be one of the Gordons whom the local population really despise, especially after what Samuel did. Which is interesting because when Samuel entered Harry's pub in the first game, he said a Gordon is always welcome here. And they also said that William used to go into the village, he was always welcome. So Samuel seems like he pretty much changed how people perceive Gordons from them. And, well, there being an arsonist, supposedly a Gordon, later on confirmed Gordon, that doesn't make them happy and they are terrified. So there's a reason why Abaya is actually wearing a whistle on her neck. And so is Dorothy, the old lady who starts running from the shop. So it was her idea, and I love the fact that, I'm not sure if it's Dr. Winterbottom or Denise from the cafe, but they mention that she is attending self-defense classes in Ipswich in her free time, and that's one of the reasons why her shop is not opening one of the given days. So again, if you explore enough and try to go into areas where you cannot and then ask some characters about it, you learn more about their behavior. You know, it's completely irrelevant to the story, but again, I love how it makes the world feel richer if you do your exploration. And let me just shift your focus towards the knives in here, which mysteriously, as soon as Mordred in Adrian's body starts appreciating them, Abaya just removes them, claiming they're all sold out. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, yeah, we don't really get to see different times of the day in the shop, only open during the day. Now, let me welcome you to the cafe. So this is really, really interesting because what we see here is sort of the counter and the sitting area, the employees only section, and the main entrance, right? And pretty much all these individual parts are kept intact in the final cafe. However, they are placed elsewhere. So the counter is here, but the entrance is not here. It is in fact opposite the counter. Employees only area is next to the counter over here, so again opposite its original direction. And the seating area is, part of it is here, and the remaining part of it is here. So it's all over the place, but really the individual components are there, and I'm still surprised how modern the place looks in Willow Creek in 1993. Like, wow. I actually feel like they've done a bit too much of a good job at making the place look modern. Like, I don't believe this is a place in a small English town in 1993, but maybe that's entirely the purpose. Hard to say. Okay, and again, if you do your homework and you sort of do your exploring, you will learn that Denise and Edward have a marriage going on. However, that's not working out. He eventually becomes your butler, and the reason is that Spooner and Denise have an affair, which you actually are gonna use against Spooner to keep him trapped to get his donuts. It's a really interesting play at the sort of American cops stereotype about how much they love their donuts. So I guess in this game, the same can be applied to the British ones, yeah. Okay, and this is what it looks like during the nighttime. Just look at this shift. Again, the artificial lights are on, but the light coming from the outside and the reflections have changed. This is superb stuff. Okay, and I also want to show you just sort of the storage area. This is where the delicious box of donuts is placed so that Spooner and Denise can at least have a bit of fun whilst you are out fixing out the photocopier and trying to get information out of Zack. It's really kind of funny that way. And we get just the slightest of glimpses into Willow Creek outside from this window, a bit of a different angle. But again, this is the only time of the day we are here, so not much more to see here. Okay, now, we are sort of officially done with the left side of Willow Creek, with the village square, its different buildings, and the pub outside. So now it's about crossing the bridge, and I have to say this is probably my most favorite artwork of the entire game. I mean, just to compose the perspective like this and still capture everything, and to be visible and distinguishable, that's truly, truly difficult when drawing, and they did such an amazing job. The place feels, it just feels old, decaying, yet also oddly charming. I really love this image. Okay, so this is what it looks like when Samuel is crossing the bridge. Now we have the town hall over here, and something that he described as an old storage, but in Black Mirror 2, Darren refers to it as the library. Then we have a unspecified building over here. This is something that will be Dr. Winterbottom's office. She's not here during the events of Black Mirror 1. She says she arrived to attend Heinz Hermann's funeral, so shortly after she arrives, and since then she has pretty much stayed here. And over here we have Murray's pawn shop, which will soon turn into the Willow Creek Museum with its own black museum at the back. And we're gonna look inside, don't you worry. First of all, I'd just like to sort of point your direction at the boat, so it seems to be full of holes and getting full, and you can actually, again, you don't have to, but you can notify the fisherman about it and he'll thank you, for Samuel being so polite. Then as the storm gets bad, more water is in the boat, and finally, you can just check the boat when the storm is truly bad and the weather along with it, and Samuel just says, like, there's no way anyone's saving that boat. So yeah, it's just there, and it's nice to see, the different weather effects, not just being superficial, but having some genuine effect on the environment and the character's perception of the environment. I love that sort of thing. Okay, now during bright daylight, well, figuratively speaking, I mean, look at how grey the sky is. This is what it looks like 12 years ago, so Dr. Winterbottom lives here now, although Darren doesn't really know about it, he has no reason to. This building is now, according to Miss Valley Library, might not have been like that 12 years ago. Interesting thing about the town hall, they weren't really there, see, in Black Mirror 1, but in Black Mirror 2, you can see these gargoyles, so I don't even know what it is. And the clock, it's just a very basic clock, but here it has this secondary radius. It's somehow more remarkable. Maybe from some of the tourist money they did some renovations, how to say. And here we see Willow Creek Museum, so no longer Murray's pawn shop, and it has actually changed a lot. I mean, look, there used to be just a single window here, now we have a single window, several smaller ones, the door is completely elsewhere. I mean, really, I would never recognize this building. It probably had to be, like, ripped down and rebuilt anew or something like that. And this is also the point at which Miss Valley realizes that she's not talking to a guy, some random American tourist, but to, Adrian Gordon. She knows he's Adrian Gordon before even he does, yeah, because she actually sent Reginald Boris after him to keep him and Angelina away, and, well, they pretty much managed to do the exact opposite. I mean, job well done indeed. Okay, and this is what it looks like during the nighttime, so we meet our favorite homeless guy over here. Again, we have a bit of a jump scare with him when he's hiding in Dr. Winterbottom's entrance. And again, this Black Mirror 2 really didn't do a good job with nighttime lighting, but Black Mirror 3 does, as we'll soon see. Now, first of all, this is the concept art from Black Mirror 3, how the side of the street was looking like. So it seems they actually considered turning Murray's museum into a cafe, right? So maybe just a different Murray's business idea. But I like the fact that they decided to keep it and instead move the cafe over to the other side of the village, right? But if you see the window and the door, it's still the same. Like, this is the same building, just with a number cafe. And I think when Darren talks to Denise and makes some morbid ideas for morbid drinks, and Denise laughs about them, saying, like, they could have come out straight out of Murray. Could be the case that they already had these ideas for these kinds of drinks for Murray's cafe, but that never came to fruition, so this was just a slight reference to their original idea. Okay, this is what it looks like during the daytime in Black Mirror 3, so it's much colder. I believe it's November turning into December by the events of Black Mirror 3. And of course there's a blood splatter on the door. Why wouldn't there be, saying the museum's gonna be open soon, hooray. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime, right? So again, much warmer natural colors. You can see Dr. Winterbottom is still there, but even if you try to get in, Adrian says she probably doesn't accept anyone at this hour, and I can't really blame her. And we get to see a couple of more buildings in the distance, which, look how they're well integrated into the trees. It makes Willow Creek feel just a bit bigger. This is great stuff. Okay, Dr. Winterbottom's office, so we are gonna spend a lot of time and a lot of interesting dialogues here. I like Dr. Winterbottom, because she embodies this sort of, how would I put it? You know when you go through some stuff and you know you're never gonna be normal again? And then there is Dr. Winterbottom, who can't comprehend or imagine, no matter how hard she tries, what you've been through, but she keeps sort of grounding you in reality, like look, Adrian, like that's not what's really going on, and you as the player know she's wrong, Adrian knows she's wrong, but she sort of represents this reasonable stance and belief in hard facts and so on. And also she's probably the only person willing to listen to your character at the beginning of the game, so whether you like it or not, you know, you really get someone who listens to you at the beginning of the game, which I think is really interesting. And what really got me was when Darren, towards the end of the game, once he has his dark eyes, after trying to exercise Mordred out of his body, how he doesn't want to see Dr. Winterbottom, saying she always believed in the good in him and he doesn't want her to see him like this. So we don't know what actually happens, you know, after the events of Black Mirror 3. If they're still spending some time together, probably yeah. But I just really like this relationship that these two characters have with them. And she also gives you a bit of background information about Heinz Hermann, who she describes as a great guy, which is difficult to imagine going by what we've seen in Black Mirror 1. And she herself probably can't believe what he was involved with, you know, torturing patients, burying bodies, hiding evidence with Robert. But again, she still remembers her friend, and the dream catcher that we will later see on the graveyard is a nice link with that. Okay, and just another shot at what could be streets of Willow Creek. I just really want to capture this because it just allows us to look at more buildings. Literally, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Now, entering, you know, the neighbor next door, Murray, what used to be a pawn shop with a whole ton of junk. Like, there's literally nothing that these two buildings have in common. The place has changed so much. I think the sort of wooden frames next to the ceiling over here are the only thing that's kept. See, you can see the same things over here and over here. That's it. The door is elsewhere, the window is elsewhere, the counter is elsewhere, everything is elsewhere. And even the stuff, you know, the plumbing and everything, none of that is here. So, yeah, some major changes had to be done. And I think Murray is one of the first characters where you actually get to choose... Oh, Henry was it before him? But Murray is the character where you get to choose if you want to be mean at him or you want to be kind at him. And, you know, already knowing the story of Black Mirror games, I sort of, last time I played it and in my walkthrough as well, I chose Samuel to just be gradually more and more mean to people, with the exception of Ralph, of course. So I think that fits the story way more. Okay, but he seemed to have some sort of integrity, you know, not giving you the Williams gem unless you gave him the paper from Henry, which is really interesting. Well, that has all went out of the window. Now Murray is looking for ways to make quick buck. I think the sort of tourist craze really changed his personality. And frankly, I'm glad it made him a far more interesting character. So, the museum, so much stuff in here. I love how this section over here, it kind of looks like a museum, a fairly normal one, to the point of being completely pointless and boring, right? I mean, you have a barrel, a violin, milk jugs, a chest, an agriculture instrument, some glass jars, old telephone, okay, that can be interesting, like... There is literally no reason why anyone would ever come to Willow Creek to see this, right? Except for the stolen Palantir. Sorry, I shouldn't call them like that, but come on, they are. They really, really are. Okay. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. So again, artificial lights on, the windows shut, right? Not much else to see. And this is what it looks like in the third game. Now, the windows and doors are shut. I'm not sure why. and the artificial light is on, probably to create a much darker atmosphere. Now we can see that Murray had fun with the place. We see severed heads of Heinz Hermann, which remind me of Benjamin Franklin heads from Bioshock Infinite, now that I think about it. No less creepy, mind you. Some death masks, badges, pins, the same stuff we saw at the hotel. I love the different descriptions on the postcards, by the way, super hilarious. Meat hooks. This seems like a prayer book, actually. Saw blades and, oh man, replica of Miss Valley's charred body. I mean, I doubt Murray had actual access to her body to make a replica. I'm pretty sure he just drafted some people to create some female charred body replica and now promotes it as Mrs. Valley's. But the hand is actually fairly accurate. Probably seen some pictures or something. So, from the scene from the second game, wonderful. Wow. I guess there are no living relatives to the Valley family. I don't think they would allow it. But what truly cracks me up is the lighthouse replica and the small white outline of where Robert Gordon died. And I really appreciate this because this is the only time we get to see something resembling a murder scene from Robert's death. It's been just mentioned as a side note in Black Mirror 1 and then referred to in Black Mirror 2 and 3, but it was never really shown, so this is pretty much as close as we get. And of course, it's the same place where Samuel can die if you don't escape in time, and you let James bury him, and you don't play the music box to him. So it's really interesting to think about. Now, as we are moving right, again, in the events of Black Mirror 2, we see more instruments of daily lives, a sewing machine, a chair. This, again, Darren, it's so mundane and boring. Darren doesn't even know if this is part of the exhibition or not, the wardrobe. But the fact that we are in a museum sneaking into a closet to spend the night in, it really reminds me of Broken Sword 1, where we spend the night in a sarcophagus in a museum in Paris. Just a nice reference. And of course the Gordon's Chronicle. And a couple of tourists. Now this is what it looks like during the nighttime, no tourists, the light's still on, we have our privacy with the Gordon's Chronicle. I think it's written by Father Matthias, who is this same man who wrote the book in Black Mirror 1 in the library, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's the same book. I think it was referred to as the Gordon's Chronicle as well. Okay, and again we have a typing machine and some reports of the canalization system back from the times of Roman Empire. Really fascinating stuff. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime, and I actually admire how brave Darren is. You know, I'd be scared witless with these deathly figurines, you know, with me in that museum. I would feel that as I'm entering inside, the sewer heads are just slowly turning and staring at me. Oh, but later about that. This is what it looks like, a bit renovated, I guess you could say. In fact, the whole section was walled off, which is funny because it shows Murray is no longer able to pay the bills, so he had to make some concessions. So he kept one Vic figurine, one Samuel and one Hermann figurine, with 3 buttons. I love this Burning Castle replica, by the way. This is really cool. I love how quick he was to turn it into something marketable. And we get to see 3 paintings representing sort of like location screenshots from Black Mirror 1. So the lighthouse, the kitchen entrance, or was it the dining room? I think it was the dining room entrance with the fountain where Henry drowned. This is where Robert died, and this is where Vic died. So it's all murder scenes. There is genuine thought to that. Okay, but before it was walled off, this is what it looked like, and this is what I mean. Imagine just 2 Samuels, the head slowly turning at you as you are stepping on the wooden floor and the floorboards are creaky. And we have the shredding machine. I love this. I love that they didn't forget about it, you know, and it was one of the things that terrified me the most whenever I was a kid and I booted up Black Mirror 1. And just seeing the blood in the shredding machine and the music playing, it always just started my heart racing. I wasn't used to horror at that age. And I was like 9 years old when the game came out, so it was just truly terrifying for me. And Henry's rake for the grass, this is where William fell, and they made a replica of that fence. And again, we see, interestingly enough, we see the fountain where Henry drowned here, we see the stone circle where little Vic died, so the same paintings that are here, but here we see Sharpedge Lighthouse, and here we see the exit from the mines where Samuel came out, which makes no sense. No murder happened there. This makes sense. This doesn't. So I don't know what the thought was here. I feel like they fixed it in Black Mirror 3, to be honest. And again, this is what it looks like in the nighttime. Oh, I already said how terrifying I find this. Let's just move on. Okay, and the final stop of our Willow Creek visit is Miss Valley's house, and again, we want to explore all of Willow Creek and check all the artworks as opposed to their real counterparts, but I love how cozy the place feels, and one thing I'd like to point your attention to, outside of the picture of Little Vic over here and a lot of books, both fitting her personality, is this. I think this is a baby's crib, if I'm not mistaken. Now there's something written in German here which I cannot even read, and if I would be able to read, I could not comprehend. I don't know or understand German at all, but they decide to remove it from the final version, and I feel like this could be Little Vic's crib. And Miss Valley, you know, so distraught over the loss of her brother, was still holding on to his crib. She was keeping it in her house. Like, I can literally just imagine, you know, Miss Valley being sort of half crazy herself, just crying the nights away and rocking the empty crib, wishing her little brother was there or something like that. Now, again, this is not what we get to see in the game. This is just on the artwork. I'm not sure why they decided to remove it. Maybe thought it would be too creepy. I personally would like to think that she had it, because it also says a lot about her and how she did not cope with it. I mean, how do you even begin to cope with that? You don't, and this is what happens. Anyway, again, great transition between an artwork and the reality. A bit more messy, of course, because the police searched the place, but honestly, I imagine Miss Valley also being a bit messy. No time to keep things tidy when you have studying to do. Unfortunately, we never get to see the upstairs area because Zack prevents us from going there, but what we at least get to see is the nighttime area, or early morning area. This is where, in the very beginning of the game, Spooner enters her house. We actually see that the... I'm not sure if it's coffee, probably tea, is still sort of hot. But here, once we enter as Darren, a couple of days later, it's actually even more than 2 weeks later, it's just this disgusting green moldy mess, which makes perfect sense. So again, great attention to detail. And for the final shot, I just wanted to show you these characters. Now, why am I showing you this in Willow Creek when only some of these people are from Willow Creek, or really appear in Willow Creek in one shape or another, is that if you look at the background closely, you will see that this is the storage area of the cafe from the left side of Willow Creek. So let me just very quickly go there. So here we see the shelves and the window and the door and the freezer. And if we go towards the very last picture of Willow Creek, again, this is the window, these are the shelves. Freezer we cannot see because of Marie and Tom. But yeah, interesting that they decided to use this background, and we have a little hint at Bobby blowing bubbles. So again, big head mode is totally unlockable. You know, check out my unlockables guide video if you're interested in that. And we see Valentina, Spooner, Phil, who looks very similar to Spooner somehow. Father Frederick, who just doesn't age somehow. He seems actually way more energetic than he did 12 years ago. I guess it's, you know, God's sacred work giving him the energy he needs. Then Mark the Gravedigger, who has totally changed for the better, I think. Then Tom, oh dear, yeah, I already discussed the relationship between Tom and Bobby. And oh my god, my favorite character, Murray. Yes. And Dr. Winterbottom, probably with Valentina and Bobby and Frederick. Actually, there are a lot of nice people on this picture. Huh. Suddenly I think Willow Creek might be a nice place after all. Now, what isn't a nice place at all is everyone's favorite haunted house of the Black Mirror. It's Dr. Heinz Hermann's house. So first of all, let me just give you this brief shot from what I imagine is 1970s, back when Adrian and Angelina were about this age, so playing around the old house, with Bates unsuccessfully looking after them. So the house is there, surrounded by a couple of trees. You know, it's just a very short memory, maybe we shouldn't look too much into it. But the morgue lettering was still there, a detail that Adrian clearly remembers. And just to compare, this is then what it looks like in the 80s. Now, this is during Samuel's nightmare, or more like a memory of what he actually did when sneaking into Heinz Hermann's house and decapitating him in a truly spectacular fashion. So what I'm interested in, as you might have noticed in this video, is the number and positioning of the windows, right? I mean, I have my priorities, I guess. So it's there. It's all kept perfectly well. Now, what we can't really see is I'm sorry, what we can really see is the entrance gate over here. So this is the same entrance gate as used in Black Mirror 1, see, with the light over here. It's interesting, you know, being here with Samuel, imagining that his own children, about whose existence he doesn't even know, used to actually play around the house. It's just so weird. And we actually don't really get to see it in a different weather than this particular rainy one, which is fine. I think it'd be a bit more boring if that were the case. And there's the man himself, Dr. Heinz Hermann, friend of Dr. Winterboden's, just getting rid of some human remains from the sanatorium. Now, they never really actually broke the news about what sort of experiments they did on the inmates. But again, for the purposes of the story, I don't think it's important. Just let your horrible creative imagination run wild. And it's also the same dumpster where Adrian will later throw away his gun. So somehow Phil and Tom will turn this place into their real hideout. Okay, there we go. 12 years later, the morgue lettering has of course turned into gore, which I just think is hilarious. At least a little sense of humor, you know. And we again see the same entrance gate, and there's Phil's car parked over there. Now, I'm not really sure from a story standpoint what was the exact point of having Darren look for the mysterious place in the woods, the sort of like quest from Dr. Winterbottom. I guess it's just to see Phil's car over here, so that he will then recognize it later on. I don't see any other point in Chapter 2. But anyway, the fact that you as a player get to revisit such a iconic location, it's just so very rewarding. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime, yes? So again, let me do my favorite time of day switch. You can see a little bit of light coming from inside the house, you know, behind the boards. But that's about it. Not much else changing here. However, just like in the Wild Coast Hotel, are you guys able to point out the clear mistake? It's the trees. Look, suddenly they grew leaves. There are dead trees over here, now they have leaves, and the same thing over here, yeah? And this is really something that you won't really notice as you are playing the game, but you know, when you do side by side, it's just interesting to see, oh, yeah, you did a little mistake there. I hope I'm not ruining the immersion for you, by the way. Now this is what it looks like back in the 80s, you know, when it's all nice, clean, kept, probably sterile clean and everything. There's the butterfly collection and the antlers, which Samuel's own grown-up son will actually pick apart and grind to dust to wake up Ralph, the same inmate he visited in Ashburry. It's just interesting to think about these sorts of associations and chains of events. And this is the cabinet where we will take one of the chemistry glasses to create the smelling salts in, and the mirror, of course, and this portrait of someone quite unfamiliar. I have no idea who that is. And the interesting thing about these posters is the same ones. If you look at the artwork for Black Mirror 3, it's this guy, this I don't know how to read it, it's like Narigal or Marigal or something like that, but he is actually here, the Mariga or Hariga. I have no idea what that could mean. But basically the same advert is used in the concept art, so is the same portrait, the same lamp, the morgue lettering, the antlers, the butterfly collection. And I can't help it, I feel like Phil has at least a bit of sense of humor, you know, to put in a skeleton like this. It's just great stuff. And something tells me, you know, that there's no greater joy for a concept artist than to create a layout and then just start drawing junk into it. And that's what happened here. And this is what it actually looks like, yeah. So this place really has seen better days. And you can see even this sort of horseshoe mounting on the wall, holding the cables together. And this is all the custom setup, from the PC to the lockable cabinet to the morgue door, so this clearly took some doing. I guess this is what you have to become accustomed to if you refuse to pay rent in Willow Creek, I would assume. And yeah, the same portrait is kept over here. Here are the antlers, that were very important. And this is what the place looks like during the nighttime with the TV turned on. Now, I don't feel like this quite makes sense. I mean, this sort of light and the light bulb over here are on regardless, right? But where is all that daylight coming from? I mean, we've seen what the house looks like from the outside, right? Everything is boarded up. This is as much light as coming outside. I don't think much light is coming inside, especially with skies like this. But there you have it. Maybe there are some holes in the roof. I can't really explain it in any other way. And now we are going downstairs into the morgue. So this is what the facility looked like back when it was all nice and tidy. This is, I believe, Henry's buddy, the gardener from Black Mirror 1, who has drowned in the fountain. Well, was drowned more like by Samuel having a bad day. And you know what? It's actually so funny when you think about how it actually happened, you know. Samuel told him the night before, you know, go clean that fountain, and he was very adamant, started yelling at him. I was like, okay, I'll do it, kind sir, please don't hit me. And then I just picture how Henry, you know, was half drunk, walking up to the fountain, cleaning it up, probably swearing out loud about what a dick Samuel is. And then he turns around, Samuel is behind his back with glowing eyes, and he's like, oh, sorry, was I that loud? And Samuel's just like, I told you to clean that fountain, and drowns him. I don't know why, but in my mind it's just hilarious, even though I imagine it was intended to be anything but. And over here we can see some of the freezers, and this is where Ralph will be locked up later on, along with the homeless guy from the second game's Willow Creek. So here we see the skeleton, very important for knocking Phil out later on, the desk, which we'll look at in a greater detail, and of course again the doctor himself and the intercom. And this is pretty much the same place, but with the sort of red light enabled for developing pictures. Well, in this case it is just for Samuel to relive his moment of glory, that is decapitating the good doctor himself. This is probably the goriest and most shocking scene out of the entire game, and something that I would imagine was used a lot on the promotional materials for the game back in 2003. That's the year it's from. And I still remember, and actually even playing the game or watching it, I still get these shivers running down my spine when the music kicks in. You see Herman's terrified expression from his detached head coming out of the bucket, and Samuel throwing up. I mean, wow. Seriously, wow. And this is just another view which shows up the same scene from a bit of a different angle. We'll stand over here with the tools like scalpels, probably a lot of toys that Mordred really enjoys using. Okay, and the reason why I did a close-up here is, first of all, Henry's face is hilarious. Second of all, this is really scary. This looks like a skull with a lot of pins and needles stuck in it. I'm not sure what that is all about. And again, we get another shot at the freezers over here, which will be important later on. And this is the concept art for Black Mirror 3, so actually not much has changed, although they added a projector slide and the torture chair, right? Otherwise, pretty much everything is the same, the old file cabinets. However, it seems the entrance has changed a little, because there seem to be stairs going here, the intercom is on the side over here, yet in Black Mirror 3, the intercom is all the way here and the doors are here. So this doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know what has happened, why they did this change. Again, it could be a simple oversight, but yeah, so this is as much as the layout has changed. Otherwise, pretty much perfectly they kept the artwork intact. This is poor Phil knocked out, and it's still kind of unclear to me who actually killed Phil once we find him dead here. It's clear that Tom discovered him, but he kept it to himself, but he was not the one killing Phil, right? When Tom is confronted outside the pub by, well, Mordred in Adrian's body, he actually says, that's him, that's the guy that killed Phil. And I didn't get the impression that Tom killed Phil and was trying to, like, blame it on Adrian. There was genuine anger in his voice, right? So I get the impression it was actually Ralph. And just like he then, a couple of days or nights later, he pretty much cut up Tom with chainsaw, I feel he killed Phil somehow. I don't know how, I don't know what tool he used, but basically even Ralph has snapped and had his way with them, had a bit of a revenge. And I'm not gonna say it's not justified or understandable, but it's a bit of a shame because when talking to Ralph in his shack in the woods, and we'll get there later on, he says that he has sown Maria, you know, the white lady, which means he's pure, he hasn't really committed any bad thing in his life. And, well, even though it might be perceived as a just revenge, killing people, well, he'll probably never see the White Lady again, which is really tragic. Anyway, our only source of light here being the light above the morgue table itself and the little lamp here, and I want to draw your attention at what it looks like without it. This is a great transition. This is basically what it looks like fresh once we get out of the freezer above the homeless person, and then turning on the light, yeah? Look what difference it makes, I love that. Now, the table, Heinz Hermann's table, this is what it looked like back in Black Mirror 1. As you can see, it has all the tools you need, an actual brain. Might be part of the experiment that we're doing with Robert, or might be part of the autopsy, difficult to say. There's the trusty skeleton, and, well, the interesting thing I want to point out here is that the table is metal, right? Or at least some grey shade. Here it's wooden. Yeah, and this is the same table from Black Mirror 3, so someone changed the table for whatever reason, and all the tools and apparatus have changed. So, again, I think this is more of an oversight. Why would anyone change the table like that in an abandoned house? Beats me. I think it's supposed to be the same one, actually. Now, they might have forgot about Hermann's house in Black Mirror 2 briefly, but they at least mentioned the murder and sort of stamped it over here. So this is Dr. Hermann beheaded in his house, yeah, as we have just seen. And the reason why I want to show you this map, first of all, it's just interesting to see how it has changed from the first game's one. But again, the mines are here in the Whitewood, the Stonering, Glance River, Gordon's Palace or Ashburry. Warmhill is not here at all. That's not where Murray wants the tourists' attention to be drawn into, which makes sense. This is a map from him. Willow Creek, Black Mirror, grounds and the castle itself. And there's the Sharpedge Lighthouse and the Academy. And basically the focus of this are where the murders happened, which makes sense in terms of the areas we visit in the game and the areas that Murray would be interested in. So we have, of course, Henry found drowned in the fountain. Again, in my mind, it's a very funny scene. Then Robert buried by the lighthouse in Sharpedge. Now, as we have seen on the little model of the white outline of the corpse next to the lighthouse and a tree, this is the tree, and well, it should be somewhere over here. But that's as much as we will see from that crime scene. Heinz Hermann we have just seen, then Wick mauled in Stonering on the altar by wolves, and then William fallen from tower onto the railing spike. Again, the railing spike is replicated in Mary's museum. But where we are going right now is Sharpedge, and what I mean by Sharpedge is the area around the lighthouse and also the old academy building. So let's jump there. And this is the concept art. As you can see, the year is 2002, so it's a year before the first game's release. And this is sort of the concept art of what the lighthouse was supposed to look like. And honestly, it is so small, I have a very hard time to imagine someone living in it and actually lighting it as a beacon for ships to see. But then again, my knowledge of lighthouse is as big as my knowledge about fast cars, so non-existent. And this is sort of an in-game concept art. This is what James drew it like, yeah? So, again, we can see outline of the very same building, the trees around it, although there seem to be large areas missing, right? It seems like James doesn't exactly remember what there is or was around it. And again, coming back to his cell in Ashburry, it's my theory that some of the things he's painting might be Mordred's own memories, right? And I'm not saying the lighthouse was there since Mordred's time, but, you know, it might explain why it's not such a really sharp picture. Now, I don't know if the same painting in his cell that later Samuel brings to Bates in Black Mirror, and when he's cooking in the kitchen asks him, where is this place? And he tells him about Sharpedge. I'm not sure if that's the same painting as Darren's mom, Rebecca, has in her house in Biddeford. Again, this is another hint, along with the Warmhill Church puzzle and the little flyer in Rosie's shop about Willow Creek, that you are indeed playing Black Mirror 2. So again, for every fan of the previous game, this should really warm your little heart. Now, the painting is a bit heavily stylized because, you know, there should be the cliff somewhere over here and the tower is not really that pronounced. But again, I don't know about any other painting like that, and here it's labeled Willow Creek. Also, Rebecca got injured in 1968. Since then she's been discharged and moved to Boston, and has been living here ever since, and I imagine this was a bit of a parting gift. whereas this has been drawn by James in 80s, right? So unless after sort of James's post-mortem this was sent to Rebecca for some reason, I would imagine these are two different paintings, and we know that William himself, he actually loved to paint, so maybe this is one of his paintings. I mean, the style is very similar to also how another one of his paintings of the Black Mirror Castle we will soon see in the greenhouse, but later about that. What I really love about this as well, other than the moonlight, is the fact that we see the outline of the academy, which, even though is a new location to Black Mirror 2, is something that it seems the developers thought about even during the first game, because the academy is mentioned in the Golden Chronicles in library, but also when we move to the right, here are the ruins, right? So I don't know if they intended this to be the academy, or if this was just some random ruins to make the scenery look better, but even during Black Mirror 1, the sort of groundwork was there, which I find to be really cool. Again, here we see a couple of decorations and cans, and again, I don't know what's up with these, why they are everywhere, if, you know, Willow Creek people are really that suspicious, but I think it's one of those things that are just cool, and let's not dwell on them for much longer than that. And that means something, me saying that. Okay, now we don't really get the impression these are cliffs with sea next to them, but we will later on, once we'll see it from Black Mirror 3, and this is what it looks like behind the lighthouse. So if you remember back in the museum, Murray's model of Robert's death, so this was the side of the little lighthouse model, this is where Robert was outlined, and the dead tree was there on his model replica as well, which I think was a really cool touch. And again, this is James. Well, he's not that innocent. He genuinely kills Samuel unless you do something, you know? And it is at this point that Robert is still alive. However, Samuel kills Robert at this very spot. Unfortunately, this is never shown, only mentioned in the game. And James, he hides in his lighthouse and he sees it with his own eyes, what Samuel does. That's why later he drew Samuel's name on the wall. And I would just sort of like to know what was the manner in which Robert died. And I would like to think that Samuel was inspired by his encounter with James and somehow did the same thing to Robert instead. Which is an odd thing for me to say. I'm hoping that someone was buried alive, but it's just a video game, right? I keep reminding myself. Okay, now this is what Sharpedge looks like in sort of the nightmarish nether realm during the brief nightmare that Darren has. So this is when he meets, in the order of sort of losing those people in his life. Well, I'm making it sound like all of them are close, but there's his mum, there's Fuller, and there's Reginald Boris. So all these apparitions will appear, but for someone who's just been a student recently, you know, to have 3 people around you die, some of them in brutal fashion, and I mean, he's holding very well, let me put it like that. In the back we again have a brief outline of the academy, but really the fog makes it difficult for anything to see, so let's switch into something brighter, which ironically is the nighttime. Now, the one and only truly different thing about this is the skull. It's not really there, but in the nightmare realm, so to speak, it is, but it wasn't really there even in Black Mirror 1. Just an interesting cool detail to make it clear that this is not real, but then again, after what we've seen the manor in Wales looks like, and the one in Black Mirror, this wouldn't surprise me at all. Okay, and this is unfortunately where we discover Angelina, and as it later turns out, Miss Valley's burnt corpse, and that makes me very sad to this day. Oh, look at the heavy rain effect. I love this scene, the lightning bolts hitting, and the voice actor, actually I haven't really talked about him, he's a genuine actor. The guy who did Darren's or Adrian's English voices in Black Mirror games, I think he's really, really excellent, and I would actually like to think what sort of relationship he developed with the character and with the game in general after thousands upon thousands upon thousands of lines of dialogue. I mean, at some point when you do this many lines of dialogue with a certain character, I think you have to really adapt their way of thinking and create an opinion on the person. I'd be kind of curious to his. And generally it's interesting for me to hear what actors think about video games when they're doing some voiceovers. But anyway, let's see the deadlight. Deadlight. Well, actually, yeah, considering what happened here. Angelina's corpse has been moved by this point, and this is really interesting. We get the briefest of glimpses into some furniture into the lighthouse and a ladder into the tower over here, but unfortunately not much more. And I believe it's also where we will discover one of the signs in Black Mirror 1 that Robert has died. But otherwise not much else. But the look over here, so this is from Black Mirror 3. This, if I'm not mistaken, is actually happening between this point and this point. So it's the night time, then early morning, and then once Darren wakes up and comes here. So if the police were to actually check the academy ruins, they would find Darren over there. But by the time he returns, back in Black Mirror 2, her body has already been taken. So it's interesting just how they missed themselves. But what I love about this scene is that the focus is now diverted away from the lighthouse, which we had the opportunity to see in the previous 2 games, and we get to see these absolutely majestic cliffs. Now this again made me do a bit of Google Maps search, and I was trying to see if the sort of coast surrounding Ipswich and the area looks anything like this. Unfortunately it doesn't, so I was a bit disappointed. But still, this is an absolutely gorgeous painting on its own. And again, we see just the briefest of outlines in Academy. Actually, it's so subtle that even in Black Mirror 1, where Academy didn't exist, it was more visible. Which is really interesting. But we kept talking about the Academy, so here it is. Now, as I said, it was mentioned in the Gordon Chronicle back in Black Mirror 1 in the library, and it was apparently sort of just a library full of knowledge. Now, they don't really specify what knowledge it was, but I would imagine it served its purpose kind of like a monastery, which, you know, in medieval ages were a repository of knowledge and scientific progress, ironically, but it's part of the whole idea that religion and science go hand in hand that was popular at the time. You know, studying the gods' design and whatever perspective, you know, people choose. And the cool thing about this is that it's, again, a spot-on replica of how it looks like in the game, although I have to say Ralph's shack looks a bit cozier, and this is the sort of dark corner from which Angelina will confront us a bit later on. But yeah, so here we see it was a 2-story building, and we see an entrance into the chessboard and the portal. So, reality. This is where Darren wakes up, realizes it wasn't a nightmare, Angelina is truly dead, and he encounters Ralph, who encountered his father. And interesting thing that Ralph says here is that he doesn't believe Samuel did all those things because he was always good to him. I like that so much, this sort of Ralph's innocence. But it also, you know, he's the guy that sees the white lady, he's the guy that sees things that others don't. And in a way, he could tell that Samuel was not a bad person, just, you know, possessed by Mordred. And it makes sense that he would like both Samuel and Darren, in a way. Okay, again, we see the outline of the portal entrance and the chessboard over here. But, you know, couple of weeks later, after the events next to the portal, with the Order members and Angelina, the place just collapses, and so does Ralph's shack, so it's a very good idea that he moved elsewhere, although... Well, unfortunately, he was more like kidnapped into Hermann's house, but that's not the last part of his journey. But again, the change here, you know, this is probably October or something like that, so it's the fall, but this is winter approaching. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And the V on the fallen column is pronounced. Oh, interesting detail. Anyway, this is the corner, again, a shot from Black Mirror 2. So this is actually here. I wasn't really sure the first time I played it, but now I realized it's under here, and I guess they really just wanted a convenient shadow spot where Angelina can dramatically come to light, and also show that Catherine is there as well. And this is where Angelina becomes kind of amusing, I would say. She really quickly turned into a very cheap villain, I would feel. Maybe the voice actress didn't do such a great job of it. I don't know, I just have very mixed feelings about that. And again, the entrance into the underground portal, very satisfying to open. I am still amazed by how medieval age or even ancient mechanisms were more sophisticated than Windows 10, but who knows. Not to underestimate our ancestors. And now this is the concept art for what it looks like inside. So already they had a hole here pronounced. Very important for the Raven. To this day, I don't quite understand how Darren figured out the Raven is flying towards the direction of the castle, but there you have it. And this is where we put the pieces of mosaic to open the academy, remains of Angelina's camp, and it makes a bit of sense that the Gordons, the owners of the castle, whose family established the academy, had some pieces that controlled some parts of the academy. I mean, it was the Gordons that built it, so it makes sense. Until the fire in what I believe is 16th century. That's when the knowledge of the curse was lost, apparently. And that's why things went to hell and people had to rediscover what is going on with Mordred, or even stop believing in it in its entirety, which is really interesting. So, anyway, daylight shot. This is where they move the camp a little. Again, love the light seeping in here. And this is sort of the early next morning shot once the castle has burned down and the final showdown approaches. So we see the strong sunlight coming here. Very little sunlight coming, but enough for the mosaic to make it work. Okay, and the inside. So this is right after Lewis's death, which I intentionally captured because it will be important for the comparison. Ta-da! So he's in a bit of a different position than we left him in Black Mirror 3 during the brief revisit. But we can see the place is in a bad shape, part of it has fallen off, there's a rubble blocking the normal way outside. The door over here has closed. But if you look at the positioning of different elements, it might as well have come up from the same game, right? It's exactly with pixel accuracy perfect. Every ball, every column, every tile. It's all there, they literally just added some work on top of it, which I think is kind of cute. Again, a bit of a contrived and super complicated puzzles, but I like how optimistic Darren was that, if one of the people that were granted the staff to revisit this place would be dead, surely they must have taken some precaution. Thankfully for him he did. He's a quick learner, interpreted the map, managed to trap Lewis. There are so many Deus Ex Machina moments here that it became a bit difficult to believe how they would pull this off. But it was actually an oddly satisfying puzzle to complete. And, what I said about medieval engineering, and at some points even ancient engineering, well, I mean, just look at this. Wow. And actually one of the remarks that Darren himself says about how on earth could they have done it at these times? Why is it when it comes to killing people get so creative? He has a very good point, yeah. And the cool thing is that the symbols used on we can refer to these as a code, right? A code which is not binary, but it's a code nevertheless. It triggers one of these mechanisms. It's the same symbols we see next to the corpses in Black Mirror 1. Just an interesting observation. So I think it's the glyphs that the druids used to use next to the portals when they were worshipping the Black Mirror. So it's like a universal language for what's going on, predating even Mordred. What does not predate Mordred is this map, and I actually have to say this is my least favorite of the maps in the Black Mirror series. Although realistically, if I was in Adrian's situation, this seems like the most useful one. But it doesn't have that charm, of the previous two, with Murray's murder locations or this medieval feel of the first one. It's very useful though, I have to say. And what I like is that it actually names some of the roads. It says Old Wansford River, which Darren points out as he's crossing the bridge on the path to Warmhill, or the Glens River, which he points out as he's looking at it in Willow Creek in the town square. And we get more context onto the Willow Bay next to the Sharpedge, or why is there even what is it called? Peldbrook River joining the Glens River behind the Golden Golden Palace Hotel. Now, where I want to take you next from Sharpedge and the academy over here is actually all the way to Warmhill. Yeah? Now, we already took a look at Ralph's previous habitat. Now, this is sort of his final one. And it's not really clear whom the hut belonged to, but it's fair to say that Tom has been using it at some point, because it's a place where he also retreated, and it ended very poorly for him. So it's sort of Ralph's new shack, and it looks way better than what he had in Academy. From here he was also able to observe the White Lady in the woods, and it's also where he got his revenge, although I believe that Tom was here trying to hide from Spooner, and he didn't realize Ralph is in. Ralph found out that the chainsaw is suddenly full of gas, and he's able to use it and had his revenge. So again, not really clear who killed Phil, but it's fair to assume that since Ralph got his revenge here, the same thing happened to Phil. Now this is what it looks like inside, as on the concept art, the first time we appear here. And yeah, imagine how you would feel if you were chased by two hellhounds and suddenly you realize that the hut you're in has the signs of the madman you have met in the Academy. A harmless one, mind you. Ralph is a nice guy after all, but still. And something that really closely resembles the Shredder from the Black Mirror Manor. Now, it's possible that this is actually the same Shredder, and the one in the museum is of course a replica, right? But it somehow finds its way here. And this, according to the clothes that you will find in the chest here and the scraped up leather, turns out this was a sort of Order safe house. But who used it? If Reginald Boris or some other members, or if it was Louis, you know, when he was undercover as an Order member, or if it was Tom. I mean, he directly received some orders from the Order, from the old biddy, as he referred to Victoria. We can only speculate, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Now this is what it translates into in the actual game. Again, very spot on, and they added the luminous stickies, which I think is a nice touch. And the cool thing I try to emphasize in the game is that, you know, when you pick up the first one, you have a luminous sticky in your inventory, but then it says like 1 luminous sticky, and when you pick up another one, it says 2 luminous sticky, and when another one, it says 3. So I believe one of them is here, another one is outside of Hermann's house in the bushes, and another one is inside the actual car, right? So it shows you how they dragged poor Ralph into Hermann's house to torture him and record it. And it seems the guys actually made some money off of it. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, how do you even contact someone? Look, I want an illegal torture video of some poor victim. Please get it to me, I'll pay you, I don't know, 500 quid. Like, how do you even establish a communication with a client? How does that work, you know? Do you get it on your CV? Do you get a good reference from another client? I was never really clear on that, but I guess in today's age, the dark net is an answer to that. Now, this is of course pre-Darren cutting a hole into the floorboards, right? Now, this is what it looks like once the lights are turned on, which is really neat. And this is when he notices the White Lady who knocks on his door somehow. That always absolutely terrified me. The fact that hellhounds chased you, suddenly they don't exist. You're in Ralph's shack and you hear a knock on the door. I would probably lose my marbles at that point. Now, we said we are on our way to Warmhill, so before I'll show you the majestic church, this is sort of a brief preview, one of the 3 hints in Biddeford in Maine that we are playing Black Mirror. So this is the sliding puzzle that Rebecca Michaels had. I can't imagine her completing it each and every time she wanted to open her desk, but well, if you have it like this and you lock it by moving just one tile, you can always unlock it just by moving it back to the correct position, right? Wasn't the state that we found it in, but there it is. And this is exactly the church from Black Mirror 1. I believe it's the same shot, but let's see if I was right. So it's kind of like trying to fit a widescreen game onto a square resolution. Similar, kind of the opposite. And this is it in its full majestic glory in the first game. It didn't really age in between the games. I mean, it's already like 800 years old. And again, this is such a great attention to detail because the top of the church has a bit of a darker stones, and this is something that even Darren points out. and he, starts joking about it being hit by lightning. But this is actually, even on the concept art, this is explained, I think, in the first game by the gravedigger, that at some point they ran out of stones, so some of the stones from Black Mirror were used, which are much darker to build it. So again, great to have, for the place to have a bit of a history like that. And it looks really, really nice. Like just a church or cathedral you would see normally in an English countryside when it's sunny. But again, here we see the 3 stages of the weather progression in Black Mirror 1. And here is also the golden carriage, still pulled by horses, which I find really cute. I'm glad that they are still doing it the old-fashioned way. After all, there were living horses in the stables in Black Mirror 1. And interesting thing I want to point your attention to again are the green lights over here. So again, bear those in mind. The same ones were in Wales, in the Golden Manor over there. Now the same ones are in Warmhill, and the same ones will be in the Black Mirror estate, and there's a reason for that. Okay, now as we are moving to the right, we see the rest of it. Here is a wall, behind which is a vicarage. We see some roofs actually popping from there, but we don't really get to explore it until the 3rd game. And this is, I believe, our first encounter before we see him in a pub with Mark the Gravedigger. Well, he's not introduced as Mark in this game, so again, we don't know if it's the same gravedigger or not, we can speculate. He's just the father of Frederick's old gravedigger. And he talks about there being catacombs underneath the castle from pagan times, and this fits into the fact that Samuel later collapses from the belfry into Marcus's golden tomb, and then even further down into the mines. It's just all connected. I feel like there's a whole world underneath Black Mirror Manor, which is absolutely fascinating. Always so much to explore, and scary. Again, this is what it's like when it's a bit rainy. Interestingly enough, these 2 lights are lit, the front one's not. Surprising. But anyway, during the nighttime, all of them are again. Okay, and now this is the concept art for the 3rd game. So again, there is something written in German here, which I unfortunately can't really read nor comprehend to understand, but we see again, it's the very same wall with the same ornaments. During daylight we can see them a bit better, but they have actually decided to add a door here for the vicarage area, which I'm really happy about. And the left path is supposed to lead to the graveyard. Again, they kept the darker bricks over here. And look at this. This is so precise. I mean, there are some differences of the ratios of roofs and windows. The small windows over here, for example, don't have the drains that they had on the concept art. But look, the cross is kept, the cross here is kept. The graves over there are a bit different, so are the ornaments and the perspective, but really nicely done. Also the bell towers and the statues holding the books. Wow, and just... this is one of the most iconic and beautiful shots of the trilogy. I believe I also used it as a thumbnail for Chapter 5 because, when else am I gonna use something so beautiful? Come on. And this is what it looks like during the night, and lo and behold, the lights are not green. They are actually normal electric lights. And again, I have a theory as to why this might be the case, but I'll get there when we'll reach Black Mirror, our main destination of this video. But again, just take in the atmosphere. It is absolutely wonderful. And the light seeping in from inside. I love this. Now, we already talked about him, but this is just a concept art for Mark the Gravedigger. So this is fairly appropriate to how we see him in Black Mirror 1. Not at all how we see him in Black Mirror 3. But again, just a radical character change design. Very weary, very tired. Overall, a particularly depressed sort of person. I mean... I can imagine, doing this job for decades that you would be anything else, but, well, the gravedigger in Black Mirror 3 seemed a very jolly fella. Okay, now entering inside the church using the side entrance. We also see entrance into the belfry, the entrance outside, and a couple of texts and quotations from the Bibles, and an archway leading into the main part of the cathedral. I think for cathedrals, the correct terminology to use these places is like the main ship, because they have a similar constructions to actual ships. Now the belfry is is like this. So this is the rear part of the church, which should lead to the vicarage. This is where we will find the altar, the same one that William discovered but was too tired to finish the puzzle, so he didn't reach Marcus's tomb. But Samuel will, and it's a good thing that William didn't, because if he would end up in those mines surrounded by wolves, I don't think he'd survive. Okay, and now outside the belfry, this is again the main ship, looks like, with the supports. I love the angelic statue in the foreground. You can see it's just two-dimensional, it's not really a 3D object. And it's photorealistic, you know, it's like taken out of a picture and tacked on, but it just adds a little extra layer of depth. I really like it. And this is what it looks like a bit closer to the altar. So this is Father Frederick. He looks much older than he will 12 years later, strangely enough. This is the confessional, very important. And again, we don't get to see the altar from much closer than this in the first game. But in the third one we will, so this is the same statue over here. This is, well, we can't really see the cross, unfortunately. We can see the candles, the cloth. It looks cleaner somehow, although less warm. And, oops, sorry, one of the books here as well with the same stand. So I like this kind of progression. And I know that the purple cloth has some significance towards a particular celebration. I'm just not really sure what it is. But funny thing, I used to be an altar boy for a couple of months when I was a kid. I have some funny stories to tell about that. Anyway, so again, this is like the closest look to Father Frederick that we have, and he looks kind of like a mafioso. I can't shake off the feeling that he'll give you an offer you cannot refuse, if you know what I mean. And again, he's just generally a more energetic fella. It's like both him and Mark the Gravedigger just found some newfound energy. Oh, look at those eye circles underneath Darren's eyes. Whoa. Okay, so again, 12 years later, this is what the main area looks like. Just for a quick comparison, a bit of a different perspective. And the ceiling light is gone. But the main flower, I think these are called, is there. The archways are there, the benches, the carpet, and even, yep, the confessional. We'll get to you. So this is from a cutscene when Bates is making the confession to who he thinks is Father Frederick, but is in fact Samuel. Imagine how terrifying that is. Imagine you're sitting in a confessional, you're telling the priest about a bloodthirsty murder with red eyes you've seen and blood all over his hands, and then you look closely and you realize it is the same murderer you are talking to. And now I know that's not what happened, but that's the situation Bates was in. And if he knew he's in that situation, well, I think he would make a mess in the confessional. Again, different shot at it, which is more similar to how we see it in Black Mirror 3, but it's exactly the same thing. This sort of wall-mounted light is no longer there, there's just a chandelier. But here we see Mark the Gravedigger, the new Mark the Gravedigger, dozing off where Bates used to be all those years back. And now onto the graveyard. So pretty much the second most important part of Warmhill are the number of graves and crypts. Now, again, we will see this in three different kinds of weather. So sunny, or well, relatively sunny, rainy, and nighttime rainy. Now, what I love is that somehow, most presumably, Mark just decided to hang a light on this willow tree. A really cool touch, makes this feel a bit Halloweeny, and you can of course see the light seeping in from the inside. Interestingly, this crypt has green light. Again, the significance of green lights. And this is actually, well, Samuel is so close, but this is where he'll be buried, according to Black Mirror 3. This is where William is buried. There we go. So a couple of years later, the perspective is a little bit different here, but it's this grave or that grave that are his. So it's the grave shouldn't be here at all during Black Mirror 1, but let's say there is. And this is again William's grave, the family crypt, and so on, a couple of years back. And oh my goodness, this is what it looks like in the nighttime. The small candles here and the full moon. And I'm kind of amazed that someone still lights candles for William. I mean, it's, well, was Victoria before she died in chapter 2. I'm not sure who still does that. Maybe Father Frederick had an agreement with her or something like that. Yeah. Okay, now this is a bit of a concept art from, even older, 2001. That is 19 years ago. So this is literally a piece of history we are looking at. And this grave says Samuel Gordon. And this is what Samuel Gordon's grave looks like in the death cutscene. So if you die at some point, this is what it shows. Now it's not really clear from this FMV if this is happening in Warmhill or if this is happening in the sanitarium at Ashburry. But come on, Warmhill makes more sense. As we even learned in Black Mirror 3, this is where he's buried with the rest of his family. Only inmates tended to be buried in Ashburry, and of course Lothar Gordon, who, well, was like the director and then eventually succumbed to madness himself. Again, the Gordon curse. Okay, and again, it looks very much different, because this sad, pitiful, the most pathetic of them all, even though that's what Adrian refers to Henry's grave, I think this one's even worse, is what's finally his father's grave. So I think that really makes sense, because this is Samuel's grave. If you die during the events of Black Mirror 1, he doesn't really get to be a serial killer. Oh, well, partially he still can, but probably people didn't really figure out what he did, even though it wasn't really his fault. So they gave him this lovely ornate grave, which is the same one as William's. But once they knew he's a serial killer, this pitiful thing is all he received, right? Now, I said it's the same as William's, and I stand by that. Look at it. This was actually used for William's grave. And again, here we have shot with a candle lit when it's fresh and sunny, and when it's rainy, so in a later chapter, the candle has already burned down. Yeah? Again, great attention to detail, and it's the confirmation that this is happening in 1981, which, especially given the other two games, is fairly important to know because of the cutscene from 68. Sorry, it was 1969, that's it, 12 years ago, and then in 93 again, they established the 12 years ago. So it seems there's some cyclical behavior to Black Mirror or Mordred. I'm not sure if it's a Mordred's thing or if it's the Mirror's thing. And again, another shot at William's grave as Samuel is digging it out. And the reason why I want to show you this is not just because it's another shot at the grave itself, but we can see a cool statue from the family crypt over here. It's this one, the one where the green light was coming from. So it's the same thing during this FMV, but now we see a statue. No idea what's causing the light, but just a cool thing to look at. Okay, and this is another close-up, and yeah, so the overall family crypt, the mysterious green-lighted one, when it's lighted, and William's grave during daytime, rainy time, and storm time, right? Look at it. I just love how the light shifts, how the raindrops become visible. And now the nighttime, and this is a bit more interesting because now the light is there and Mark the Gravedigger is inside, so we get to see inside a little. Unfortunately, we don't get to enter, but we get Lothar Gordon's urn, so that's ultimately what matters, and we trap the Gravedigger inside, so, you know, maybe he died in there and the Gravedigger we see in Black Mirror 3 is a new one. I'm of course exaggerating, but I still find it a bit harsh that Samuel decided to lock him there, which makes sense for the duration of digging William out, but, you know, and he could have made it look like an accident, and I imagine Father Frederick would check up on him later, but still, he could have at least unlocked him or something after he finished his business here, but no. Samuel is too broody for that sort of thing. Okay, now, behind the graveyard and church both is the so-called vicarage, so this is a new area to Black Mirror 3, and it's like the cozy part of it. We see that, well, someone lives here and it's kind of well looked after. So this is the concept art, really lovely looking house with a little roofed shed full of wood and a garden to look after. So this is what Father Frederick does in his free time. I imagine it's not what Mark the Gravedigger does, but who knows what agreement these guys have. But Adrian makes it very clear, especially with his remark of outhouse, that this is where the priest lives, so I imagine, you know, in a different season this would look better, but there's this sort of fairy tale-ish feeling that I can't quite shake off, and I absolutely love it. And the same thing during the night time and, well, especially the rain time. Now, I don't see any mistakes here in terms of the tree placement or anything like that. There's a subtle hint of light coming from the inside, so at least we now know the mystery where Father Frederick retreats during the nighttime. And there's some light coming from here, which, oops, doesn't really make that much sense to me, but because it should be just a different part of the graveyard leading up to the church side entrance, but there you have it. The moment I have really been looking forward to, sort of the main destination of our journey, is coming back from Warmhill and into the Black Mirror Castle. Finally. So again, we are going to do a cross comparison between all 3 games in the castle grounds and the surrounding area, and then the interior of the castle itself. And sort of the final point of our journey will be exploring, well, what actually lies underneath the castle, leading all the way into the real Black Mirror. Okay, so let me just start off. Yes, this is a shot from Biber's Diner in Biddeford, but this is kind of like the earliest image we have of the entrance gate to Black Mirror, going from 1960s. This is before the fire occurred, so it could be at any point. This is Rebecca Michaels and Bates, still, well, a younger version of Bates, which is kind of funny to see. And then, at least 12 years later, maybe even more, we see Samuel in 1981 in front of the castle gate. Now, it's really interesting how we have these 3 nymphs, which, as we learn later in Black Mirror 2, Bates has used as a memo for his strongbox, and each of them holding a globe which gives away a green light, and one of the menhirs that point the way to the portal entrances, which is very interesting. And I love how Samuel commented on these menhirs in Black Mirror 1, but they were really of no importance, just a mystery why they are there, and then it was explored further in the 3rd game. And notice that the mailbox is situated over here. This is also where we meet Mark, wearing his cap, delivering William's belongings from Hermann. And just to compare the weather effect, so here we have the lights on. Somehow I didn't really notice before, but you can see in a better detail that the statues of the nymphs are now kind of overgrown, or starting to get overgrown. And this is what it looks like in the absolute nighttime, yeah? So, again, 3 different weather effects, pretty much the same scenery. Now, this is what it looks like in 93, so again 12 years later. The lights don't seem to work during the daytime at least, and if you might have noticed, I think this is due to practical reasons, but the mailbox has been moved here to the side towards the more portable gate, the same one used by Samuel. So this is the same one that will be used by his son a couple of years later, and we can already see some decay, you know, the lights being broken, there's just being wild growth. And again, there's some overgrowth happening on the nymphs. Overall, I really like how it looks, and it's actually the same shot as on the picture. They pretty much use the same asset, with the castle being visible in the back. But what's really impressive is what it turns into in the 3rd game, just a couple of weeks later. And Adrian even comments on this, saying like, is it just me, or has nature really taken a quick course of action here? So the statues are almost fully overgrown. Somehow the menhir wasn't that visible in the previous game, but here it is, because it's actually now relevant to the plot. And again, the mailbox is almost entirely lost here. However, they have somehow, I really don't know how, installed an electrical intercom. This is probably just to get in touch with Valentina, yeah. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime, and again, one of the green lights is working after all, so not even 2 of them, just 1, as opposed to still 3 of them working in Black Mirror 1. Just an interesting bit of detail. Now, being able to go inside, this is an area skipped by the 2nd and 3rd game, but I haven't forgotten about it from the first one. This is the first time we bump into Henry as Samuel, and I just love the dragon claws holding the globes. I mean, it makes no sense to any kind of architectural style, but again, this is style over substance, and I absolutely like it. And the path over here, sort of underneath this bridge, leads to the greenhouse, which is interesting because in later games, greenhouse seems to be located more high up, or there are some other stairs leading to it. And I also have no idea where this bridge, this archway, leads into, so it's a bit of a mystery, really. And again, seeing the different weather effects, so we see a pool of water and the raindrops hitting it, and then during the, well, what looks like a nighttime, even though it's not. Great change of scenery. So let's walk over to the greenhouse. This is my favorite shredder, which gave me the chills when I was younger. And it seems to be fairly well looked after, you know, the growth hasn't really outgrown its fenced area, so whatever Henry did seemed to do the job, burning leaves and so on. There was work being done, yeah? This is what it looks like during a rainy day, and during what looks like a nighttime, the absolute worst storm. And again, 12 years later, again, nature has taken a large course, the castle is decaying. It's not quite as bad as the manor in Wales, but still, this place needs a lot of work. Even the fence is falling apart by this point. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. Now, interesting thing, the lamp has changed. It used to be round, and now it's just your normal kind of lamppost. But again, it doesn't really seem to be working, or at least it's not on in the nighttime. Okay, now entering the greenhouse, we can talk to Henry, and we can see that it's being well looked after. It's probably the most colorful place in the entire Black Mirror Manor. And also we see one of William's paintings back when he was alive. It probably isn't even entirely finished now that I think about it. His accessories are still here. And here is the statue that we will later learn is actually one of the Menhirs in Black Mirror 3. However, she seems to be in a bit of a different position than what we see in the third game, interestingly enough. See? Now it looks like a Greek Hellenistic kind of sculpture, whereas before it's just woman still having both her arms attached, but this is also a different position. So more than anything, this is an oversight. For some reason they just didn't keep to the same style as in the first game. I really doubt that they had the statue replaced, as it's supposed to be the original Menhir. Now the interesting thing is that the developers decided to remove the table but keep the carpet, and underneath the carpet we see the hidey hole that Henry actually used to spy on Victoria and the others in the team room, which is actually entirely possible through the front window of the Black Mirror Castle. And he was sort of planning to get the money that's inside that Adrian will eventually inherit and run away with it. So Morris, the stablehand suspicion of Henry was actually spot on. But again, the payoff isn't there until the third game. But I like the fact that they decided to revisit that. So outside of the hidey hole we can see everything just decaying, but it has a very unique atmosphere, although the smell must be quite overpowering inside here. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. Now, you actually have literally no incentive to enter the greenhouse in nighttime at any point in the game. However, I just decided to show it because I think the way the moonlight is shining is spectacular, and it allows me to show you what the area looks like with the carpet removed and the hidey hole open. So just for comparison. Okay, now we already seen a hint on the painting. We'll take a closer look at the detail, but this is kind of the 3D concept, placeholder object in the game files for the Black Mirror Castle from the first game. So it really captures the idea that it's an old castle built in 13th century that eventually had some additions added on top of it. And at some point I think Victoria says that it was in 17th or 18th century that one of the ancestors gave it its, well, quote, modern, unquote, look, with the sort of towers. It's very gothic, it has a lot of fantasy elements in it, and it's just, it truly looks spectacular. You know that nothing good can happen in a place like this. But again, this side of the castle, it's what they refer to as the old wing or old part of the castle. And of course the tower, that really does look like something that could have been there since 13th century. What is at the time as the events are taking place, William's study. Talking about William, here is his painting of the castle from the greenhouse. So again, this is kind of similar to the Sharpedge lighthouse painting, not in James's cell, but in Rebecca Michael's room back in Biddeford in Maine. So I really have a suspicion that it was a painting from William, because it was very different from James's. And what I love about it is that they took the scenery used in the game and they just pretty much applied a different filter on it. Just look at it. It's exactly the same proportions, just a bit of a different angle. Even the branches of the tree. Now, I'm sure it means William is a great painter, right? Okay, but going here, so this is again very nice angled shot, and I love how crowds are constantly flying atop of William's tower. Kind of a symbol that murder has just happened. And similar thing happens in Black Mirror 2 when you're walking from Biba's diner to the hospital, when she tells you there's some news from the hospital and you're on your way to figure out that your mother had died, right? Again, there is a raven sitting on the bench. So ravens seem to be the real Posel Smrti, the messengers of death in this series. And again, with a little bit of rain applied, again we can see the cozy lights shining from the inside. And the real storm. And just look at the shadowing of the windows over here. Wow. It's almost like the castle is a beast glaring at you. This is superb. Okay, and a couple of years later, this is what it looks like in Black Mirror 2. Again, I really am not a big fan of the lighting effects they had in the second game, but purely from the castle painting perspective, this is a great scenery. Now let me just look at the tower over here in greater detail. I believe part of the tower actually broke off, right? So we used to have this thing here and this roofed cross accessory. And now, when we look at Black Mirror 2, this has been removed and this tower over here is missing its tip. I mean, it's purely ornamental, right? It's very impractical. But again, interesting how the castle is decaying, you know, it's a big shame, but maybe with that kind of money they'll be able to have it repaired. And again, there is a shot at some growth happening here. Some of the glass panels are missing from William's study now, so that seems to have fallen into disrepair. There's an ivy growing into the window over here, almost destroying it. And we see a couple of lights from the side entrance, yeah? And by the way, the sky effect, truly superb. And this is what it looks like a couple of hours later, once it's freshly set on fire by Lewis standing over here. Again, I feel a bit lukewarm about his motivation and being bribed by Angelina, but there you go. What I'm really interested in is where does this window lead into? I would think that one of these windows is from Bates's room, I think this one. So this might be theoretically one of the bathroom windows or something like that. It's difficult to say. But over here we have the tea room. And just above the tea room we should have Samuel's room, if I'm not mistaken. I think Samuel even comments on it at some point in the story, like that's the window to my room. Okay, and this is what it looks like, again, a couple of hours later, with the firefighters trying to minimize the damage that has been done, with Spooner and Zack over here. And again, the cool thing is that it is exactly the same castle, they just applied a couple of filters to make it in a bit more disrepair, but at the angle, the shot, it's completely identical, similar to the pub in Willow Creek. And this is what remains after. Now, I really don't envy the Steve and Greg construction guys, you know, having to repair this stuff. What really breaks my heart is the damage that the towers here took. I mean, look at it. This is such a shame. And even if you know, redo something, it's gonna lose that that breath of history, you know. It's just a damage that cannot really be undone in any shape or form. And this is whilst the skull over above the entrance is still standing, but it won't be for long. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime. This is actually the first time we see it in Black Mirror 3 when sneaking inside to see Victoria after, and she'll have us thrown away. So, pretty much the same thing, just during the nighttime and the lights being gone. Yellow lights over here and green lights over at the side entrance. Now, talking about the side entrance, this is a rare shot that we don't get to see in Black Mirror 2 and 3. It's, I'm not really sure if this is a side entrance or if it's the rear entrance, but it leads into the dining room that's been entirely skipped in the other two games, right? And this is the fountain where Henry has died. And there are some stairs, which I assume these are stairs leading down, but again, I can't really imagine where or how, and Samuel even refuses to go there, saying the garden is overgrown. Kind of beginning of what Darren or Adrian will say later on. Now this is what it looks like during the nighttime. We can actually still see the symbol from Henry's murder over here. And again, it gets even darker, but the lights from the dining room are shining. Ah, this is great. You can even see the effects of the lights on the floor. This is truly great. And again, the fountain, even though it's not really working because Samuel disabled the pumps, it is getting full just because of the rainwater. So great attention to detail. Now I always wondered, what does this statue over here represent? Because it looks like a very strange hairstyle. Like, instead of having hair, there are bananas growing out of the woman's head. I never really understood that, but there you have it. And this, I think, is the back of the castle leading into the kitchen. So over here we have a bit of like summer palace, and this is the bridge that we've seen from behind the main entrance leading to the greenhouse where Henry was looking after the grass. So this is that area. Again, we don't really know where it leads. And more menhirs, an old tree, and a woman's statue, right? And again, the entrance into the kitchen during a rainy day, and finally during nighttime. Now, interesting thing is that there is still some light coming from the summer palace over here. I'm not sure what's the source of that light, but there you have it. And even here the lights are off, but during the real nighttime they're on. And the individual glass pieces that we see from inside the kitchen, once we'll get there. Now this is the concept art, and the reason I'm showing the concept art after showing the area from Black Mirror 1 is that this will tie us into Black Mirror 3 version of the place. So the damage is pretty much the worst on the roof, and that makes sense. That is in accordance with what we'll see in the kitchen, sort of the upper floor and roof almost entirely falling apart. And the Menieres are still here, and so is the dead tree, the summer house as well. We can't really see the statue here that well. But here, it's a bit of a different angle that they decided to use, so thankfully we still see the statue and the remains of the summer palace over there. And I'm not really sure if this is supposed to be William's study, because that would mean that is the front entrance, but that leads to the stables in the second game. So I don't think that's the case. Okay, and this is what it looks like during the nighttime. So whereas it had yellow lights over here, it now has green lights, interestingly enough. Okay, now this is just another one of those concept arts from the first game, as you can see, from 2001, 19 years old, and it shows a well that was put into the stables area. There it is. It is the exact replica of the concept art, even with the bucket. They just decided to add a few boards onto the well, and I think at some point Samuel can order Maurice to finish boarding up the well because Victoria wanted that. Not really sure what's up with that, but it's an extra dialogue option. Talking about Maurice, we see him standing outside the stables, so the stairs still seem to function to get there, and it kind of terrifies me that the guy has to sleep and live in the stables. I mean, just how inhospitable the Gordons are. It's really weird. There he's chopping his wood, and pay attention to the cart with sacks over here, because that cart will remain here for the rest of the history, funnily enough. Now when it starts to rain, Maurice is inside, and when it starts to really rain, Maurice has pretty much left the Black Mirror. So, you know, it might not be because of the murders, it might be because he doesn't like the weather, and that's why he left. But after the murders going on, he left, and it might have been a smart thing to do. There's no telling if he would have been another one of Samuel's victims or not. Again, love the light coming in from the inside. Okay, and this is what it looks like 12 years later, so the well is still the same. Again, it's not fully boarded up, Maurice left it unfinished, but the cart is still there, which is funny, completely untouched. Now you can't really use the stairs to get there anymore, you can't even enter the stables unfortunately, but it seems they replaced the Gordon carriage with an actual car, which seems to be a smart thing to do, although it's a very old car, so in theory Gordons could have already have it, you know, behind the stables. Actually, I think Louis even says he found it in the back or something like that and decided to piece it together. Really impressive, by the way. So, again, Gordons had the car, probably wasn't working for years, never bothered to repair it, and that's why they arrived to Warmhill in a carriage. Okay, but the stable, it pretty much remains unchanged. We don't really get to see it during the nighttime, so let's take a look inside, and this is kind of the version of the stable with, well, a different kind of carriage, broken and not fixed, but still living, breathing horses inside, which is kind of cute. We see the light seeping in from outside, and the light being above the table, and the little dark corner over here. And with the lights turned off, this is what it looks like, and the only difference between a rainy weather and a normal one is the small window at the top. See, just casting a different kind of light, and you can also see it here. And here is the letter from Maurice with his resignation, pretty much. And that's it for the stables. We are not going to see them much again, so let's take a distant look from them. Again, we can see the well. This is the place where William has died, right? So, again, the broken fence, replica of which we've seen in the Willow Creek Museum. And this is what the place looks like with 3 different weather effects. And you can't really see the symbol from here, from William's death. You really have to take a closer look, and the camera will sort of zoom in and show you a separate screen on its own. But interestingly enough, during the nighttime you can see a light coming from inside of the bottom of William's tower. Now, if I'm not mistaken, sort of using the layout logic and the forbidden corridor that we'll visit in the second game, I think this might actually lead to Catherine's room. And it's really interesting when you think about it that, you know, Catherine was living in Black Mirror Castle the entire time, while Samuel came back in 80s mourning her. She was here this entire time. She must have been so terrified of her just crazy-ass husband walking around and everyone having to pretend she is not there. Imagine how Samuel would lose it if he found out. That's a really scary thought. Imagine wanting to go to the bathroom but not being able to because Samuel is just walking around the rooms with bloodied hands. Maybe the same scenery that Bates saw him in during the confessional, that's how Catherine saw him. Imagine that horror. Wow. Okay, so again, let's take another look at William's study. This is from the top of the castle. This is, I believe, during the introduction cutscene, back before the fire, you know, when the tower turrets were still standing, and actually at the back we see kind of a replica of William's tower, right? So I think that, oops, sorry, no, the other direction. I think that solves the mystery of what we've seen here, right? So this is not William's tower. This is the tower we see at the back. Ah, now it makes perfect sense. Cool stuff. Again, a closer look, now with the lights being on. That's when William basically starts writing his final letter to Samuel and lights up a few candles. Of course, candles, no electricity. This is a concept artwork from 2001 about the tower, pretty much spot on. They used exactly the same thing in the game. And this is a couple of days later, Samuel about to commit his suicide. I really hope he's resting in peace. The guy didn't deserve this. And again, 12 years later, his own kid about to do the same thing from exactly the same piece of railing, you know. Just funny how fate works. Okay, and this is sort of another shot at the balcony area, leading from the inside to the outside, that is actually fully accessible from Black Mirror 1. It will give us the same shot that we already have seen, or will see, from Black Mirror 1, but it's just cool to be able to see some of the tiling like this. And of course the skull that will play its significance in the third game. Oh man, but this shot, and the moon behind the clouds in the storm, this is absolutely perfect. And there we go, Samuel approaching the castle in his delirium. Okay, now that was the 60s, this is the bright and shiny 80s, so again, this is Samuel standing on the balcony that I talked about, looking at William's study. You can actually really only inspect it from here, so it's pretty easy to miss. Now these are both lights still working, the skull being there, although, honestly, look at the skull here, oops, and the skull here. It's huge, it doesn't look detachable at all. So I have a theory, this thing somehow fell apart and they installed a new one? Nah, this is 60s, this is 80s, and then in 90s, this thing is back again. So again, I guess, I don't want to say an oversight by the developers, but a design change, if anything. And it also seems to have these steppy, gradual pieces, whereas here it's all even. So yeah, they did a bit of redesigning. So again, what it looks like during the raid time. Cool stuff to see the light coming in from the tea room. No light in here, strangely enough. I'm not sure if this is sun reflection or if it's light coming from the inside. And during the nighttime, the tea room light is as bright as it ever has been. Okay, a couple of years later, now it already looks like some construction work has begun on the castle, but wasn't entirely finished, and this is before the fire, right? But yeah, so the skull is now much smaller, and we can still see the overgrowth growing here, parts of William's tower. But honestly, there's something about this shot that makes me very uncomfortable, and not in a horror cool kind of way. It's just difficult on the eyes to look at. I don't particularly like it. But this is much better. They pretty much cleaned up in the third game. So again, this is while the school is still standing, and it's during the nighttime. We actually get to use one of these lampposts to set off some fireworks and lure Steve and Greg outside. Some of the abandoned equipment after the fire. And this is what it looks like during the daytime, yeah? So again, with the skull standing, and now it's dropped. I don't know why, I just find this funny. Like, when Zach just told Adrian casually that one of the construction workers was killed by the skull, it sounded like a joke. But this is literally what happened. He was taking a leak, taking a break, and there you have it. Like, the castle really is alive in a way. And actually later it's explained that the black growth hanging everywhere, it's some of the residue coming from the black mirror, similar to Mordred's sword in the tea room, but we'll get there in a while. Now let me finally take you inside the Black Mirror castle, and wow, this place just breathes history. It's like a combination of all sorts of different architectural styles together. But one thing, and well, this is one of the earliest shots that we get to see of the castle, as we are automatically leaving the tea room after beginning the first game. One of the things that really draws my attention are the hellhounds over here. Now, I believe these represent, well, they're just dogs, right? But I call them hellhounds because I believe they represent Mordred's trusty dogs. And there's something quite heartwarming about the fact that they follow him beyond the grave. So this makes me think that this part of the castle, you know, well, this is the foundation stone, so it makes sense, but it's still from the 13th century, back when Mordred and Marcus both lived here. Just truly heartwarming stuff. But there's so much to see here, and so many different places to go, it might be overwhelming to people for a while. And it was one of the reasons why in my Let's Play I was often using the tab key feature to show all the different areas into which you can exit as a highlight. And I did this across all 3 games, whenever we were in a new area, just to give a watcher when they'll be playing the game a sense of where everywhere they can go and explore in their own base, if they so decide. But in terms of the different weather effects, since we are inside, the only difference is the light coming from here, yeah? And also, one of the lights here doesn't truly work properly, so there you sort of see 2 different stages of lighting. But again, only the light coming from the outside is the only thing that changes, as it should be when I think about it. And behind this wall, well, Samuel says that it's been walled off, it's the old part of the castle. If only he knew that his wife that he's been mourning lives behind that door. Well, a couple of corridors later, but in that area of the castle. It's really, really scary from her point of view to think that he has been walking around for a couple of days. And kind of doesn't make sense why everyone was like, Samuel, stay with us a couple of days, we are your family. I mean, they should have been scared, they should have wanted him to leave, whatever the cost, to be honest. But again, the developers, well, this was a different team, different writers, didn't plan that far ahead. Okay, so this is a bit further in. This is where we see the library entrance, the fireplace with golden crest, Mordred's absolutely metal painting, which one thing I don't like about paintings in the Black Mirror series is they look like something a modern video game concept artist has drawn, not how they actually composed paintings all those centuries back. I think if they stuck back to that style, it could have been a bit more immersive than this. But again, we are talking about a castle that has dragon claws for light bulbs, so I guess it's a bit more fitting. And at some point later on, we'll find Victoria sitting here, and many years back, Adrian will find Victoria and Eleanor sitting here accompanied by Bates. I always wondered why this theatrical mask or face is here above this awning. There are so many things that the developers probably just thought to themselves, this is cool, let's put it in, without more rhyme or reason to it. And of course, crossed swords, you have to have that. And this is what it looks like a bit later. Now, I'll be honest, it doesn't feel as cozy, and again, it's the lighting of the second game I don't like. They didn't simulate the lighting well enough, they just made stuff brighter to the point of being really aggressive. Now, if you look at the texture on the wall and the tiles over here, it seems to be pretty much the same. The carpets are a bit different. The tiling next to the foundation stone is completely different, which again, I'm not a big fan of. And the crest seems to have changed somewhat as well, but at least they kept that consistent in the third game as well, right? The theatrical mask used to be orange, but now it's white. Just a lot of changes that don't really make much sense. I mean, I would expect them when drawing this to look at this first. Just weird stuff all around. Okay, now here is Mordred's portrait that I've been talking about. Again, not historically accurate in any shape or form, but I mean, I assume this was done when they were on good terms with Marcus. I mean, who drew this? But then again, Gordons have many painters in their family. Maybe Mordred was a painter himself and this is how he stylized him. And maybe showed it to Marcus full of pride and he was like, dude, like, something's wrong with you, I'm gonna keep a close eye on you. And what truly terrifies me about the painting is not really Mordred himself, it's the dogs. They look stupid, but they look scary stupid, you know what I mean? Like, these dogs are capable of violence in a moment's notice. They actually look like genuine dogs, not like the hellhounds in Black Mirror 3, but that somehow makes them more terrifying. And of course, the Black Mirror 1 theme kicking in just truly makes it more scary. And again, we get a look at the same painting a couple of years later, and it just looks darker and worse and more blurred out. Again, not a fan of lighting in the second game. But what I find interesting is how the scenery surrounding the painting has changed somewhat. No columns here, you can see this sort of awning, roofed one, vaulted over there, you can see it better here, and they added columns. So everything surrounding the painting looks better, the painting itself no, and the frame again is different. I don't know why. With such an old painting, I wouldn't expect them to change it. Now let's take a look into the library that was in the next door. So again, just a bit of a concept art of how the individual bookshelves were supposed to look, and it's pretty spot on. I would assume that these were lights, but that's not really the case. They decided to place lights there separately. But otherwise, the bookshelves are the same with the drawers themselves. So pretty consistent style. And what I love about the library is that it's so big. It has 3 sections. I would dream about a library like this. I'd probably plug my computer in there, which is something that Darren also said in the 3rd game. Now here we see Heinz Hermann on the visit after William's funeral, and it seems like the library was used a lot, which I'm a big fan of. Now what we don't know in the 1st game is that this is one of the entrances into the Catacombs, to which Victoria has the key in her stroke box and on her bracelet that she later gives to Angelina. Just an interesting thing. And this is apparently Jeremy Gordon's portrait, who was William's father. Now William was born in early 20s, like in 1901, I think, or something like that. So this is apparently a guy from 19th century, but honestly it looks more like 17th century painting. Okay, so rear view of the library. Now I really appreciate this because we don't really get to see it in Black Mirror 2 and 3. This is all we get, which is a bit of a shame. And there's a window leading outside. I would like to note which part of the castle, how is it visible outside? But interesting thing is that from the main halls, a couple of stairs are up, so it's not like all this is underground and this is above ground. So I don't really know what this is shown like on the outside of the castle. It probably isn't when I think about it. But again, William's table, and there's the Gordon's Chronicle, which will end up in Murray's Museum a couple of years later. There's the globe with a little puzzle and a very old map of the world, with Britannia still being the great empire spanning many oceans. And again, a bit of a different view with a little statue and sort of another hidden mechanism similar to the Catacombs entrance over here, but just hiding some of William's personal belongings. I wonder if the guy knew about this one. I think it's very likely they did with Victoria. Ah, there it is, all revealed, with of course bottles of liquor. And, well, this is taking us back here. This is what the entrance to the Catacombs look like, with a couple of books being visible from up close. Again, they kept the columns consistent in between the games, which is just great attention to detail. Okay, so this is what it looks like. And now that I think about it, the drawing over here has changed. I'm not sure what this one is, but this is, if I'm not mistaken, Da Vinci's Last Supper? Yeah, it should be. So again, these murals have changed for whatever reason. But also they revealed the Gordon family tree. They decided to put it here, which I think is a very smart use of unused space. It wasn't visible back before. So there it is, yeah? And again, I really like this. It feels cozier. I would just like to see what the rear parts of the library look like in the 90s. And they have a telephone. Wow, they really are moving up with the times. And there's the brief concept art of the Gordon family tree that I found in the files. And it's also one of the unlockable extras, I believe. Unfortunately, well, first of all, the crest is different, again. And they don't show the names here, the most important and fascinating thing. But have no fear, there we go. And I still remember it was like 5 years ago I was in Berlin and there was this Black Mirror series Trilogy collector's box edition with the Gordon family tree printed on a cloth with a soul key amulet and everything. I was like, I'm not into Black Mirror games now, so I didn't get it. I was an idiot. I regret it to this day. I would love to have this physically. And it all starts from Marcus and Emily, Mordred over here. He, of course, had Maria. They had a child together, but he ended up killing them both. Good job, Mordred. Way to fight for your family. And then it goes up, 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 up. Now, this is where we really find out what the relationships between the family members were, because it's never explicitly explained in Black Mirror 1. You sort of have to piece it together. But there was Samuel and Catherine who had Angelina and Darren, and this is actually them being blurred out. Very inconspicuous. But yeah, so Samuel and Catherine. Catherine is spelled differently across the games, interestingly enough. Sometimes she's with double N, sometimes she's with Y, I don't know why. Now this is Randall and Eliza, William and Victoria. So Robert was Robert was, Samuel's uncle. Randall was his father, Eliza Samuel's mother, so grandmother and grandfather to Darren, or Adrian Gordon, and Victoria and William were his great-grandfathers. So it's super impressive Adrian even had a chance to talk to Victoria, yeah. And this is Richard and Eleanor, living in Wales. Then Matthias, Jeremy, William's father, the guy on the painting, and Lothar is the one who was handling the sanatorium in Ashburry in his times. So this must have been 19th century when he was still alive. And then we can go past to the... We can go back to the past. I believe there was also one named... Rose. Yeah. So that's part of the puzzle of deciphering Bates's strongbox. Tobias, Durgam Gordon. Now here's the guy we see in the tea room behind whom Mordred's sword is. And I don't quite remember which one exactly was the architect that gave the castle its more modern look. But it's kind of humbling to see a family tree like this. It makes it seem like it wasn't all that long ago that Mordred and Marcus were alive, right? Going all the way here. I love family trees, always interesting stuff. Okay, and this is finally what the library with its darkened family tree, because the lights are, of course, off, looks like in Black Mirror 3. Again, doesn't matter if it's day or night. The lights are very dim, unfortunately, not quite as cozy. But at least fire didn't do any damage here, which I'm very grateful for. Okay, now leaving the library and looking at the other side of the main entrance hall, we are standing underneath Marcus's painting. We'll take a closer look. And the area over here leads to the dining hall, which they cut from second and third game. It leads to the kitchen, so Adrian always skips it entirely. And this leads into the tea room, and we get another shot at the two hellhounds and also the foundation stone. Okay, so there you are, Marcus. He does look kind of like a badass. Now, I'm not sure exactly what the similarities between Marcus and Mordred were like, but I imagine they were fairly similar dudes. Not really much similarity with Samuel or Adrian, and, that's fine. We are talking about centuries of breeding, and in case of Gordon family, maybe even inbreeding, let's be honest. But I love the fact that you can see him in his battle armor, and you can still see a bloody wound. Like, he's just been injured, but he's gonna pull through. He doesn't care. He's an absolute badass, and... well, they say that he fought his way through an army of shades. I don't know how he did that with a normal standard steel sword, or hell, maybe even iron at the times. But somehow this guy and his faith, I imagine him as an absolute ass-kicking badass. I really like him. And again, in Black Mirror 2, many things just look worse. So just like Mordred's painting, this one is faded out a little. But even worse than that, the new frame and everything, it cuts off pieces of the painting. You can't really see the elbow and his fingers in there anymore. So it's like a poor man's version of the portrait. I really don't like what they did with them in the second game. Now this is a closer look we get at the foundation stone in the second game. And if you notice something, they had zodiac signs and all sorts of symbols here in the first game. 12 years later, it's just kitchen tiles. I don't understand this decision. It's just boring, bland, and depressing. Now, at least the plaque there is dedicated to the architect. I don't exactly remember if it was Jeremy Gordon, but that was William's father. I don't know. But to the architect in any way. And behind there is one of the mosaic tiles, which is tied to the academy. I imagine the architect was around the times when the academy burned down in the 16th century. And again, what is supposed to be green lights, you can see it at the top of the cone here. And a bit later, once it's raided and Bates dying in front of the foundation stone, which I think is a wonderful moment. He served the Gordon family his entire life and just wanted to die here. And, well, I guess there's no better place outside of his favorite kitchen than the actual foundation stone than Mordred and Marcus have put together. It's really heartwarming in a way. Okay, and this is a really nice view of the entire entrance hall in Black Mirror 2, zoomed out a little. So you can see the entrance to the dining area, which is unfortunately skipped. There is a tea room underneath those stairs leading upwards. Tea room they skipped in the second game, reintroduced in the third one. Gordon family crest being fully updated. Entrance to the library, the forbidden wing of course, and the entrance. Now, what's cool about this is that we see some railing in this part. This was not even visible in the first game, so I appreciate that. Makes the whole castle seem larger and with more rooms to explore. And again, this is where Adrian encounters Samuel's well, vision. It's not really explained in the second game, but based on what we learned in the third game, I think this is Samuel's soul shade. Similar to these two. Now, I'm not sure who is chasing who. Maybe it's Samuel back when he was abusing Catherine, but it can't really be Catherine's soul shade because she's alive at this point, so maybe it's Mordred and Maria. They never really explain this, right? Which is fine, I think. But, yeah, so it's not really like Samuel's ghost, it's just the sort of echo of his ghost or something like that. Whenever someone dies near the proximity of Black Mirror, the soul shade enters into existence, and depending on what they lived like in life, that it's a bad soul shade or a good soul shade. That's how it's explained. So Maria's was clearly the good one, and since, Samuel is floating around here and also the bathroom upstairs as a helpful soul shade, it gives me hope that he actually didn't end up in Black Mirror, which is a nice thing to think. Okay, but anyway, this is how the fire spreads. Here we see Bates, Eleanor and Victoria being somewhere, probably just holed up in the library. And yeah, I like the fact that they pay attention to the fire spreading from the kitchen area, and this really resembles that. It's the smoke that's the real killer. And the paintings are completely destroyed, by the way. And voila! The paintings have been taken down, not there's much remaining, the furniture gone, everything being reconstructed. And I love the fact that later on, as you are playing as Valentina, she is the one who reveals that she told Steve and Greg to put all this rubbish inside for now, so that kids outside don't get injured. And it answers Adrian's question, why the hell is this inside? Who thought it's a good idea? And when you get to play as Valentina, you get the answers to those questions. Just a really nice remark. And again, we see a bit more of the upper floor. Again, it clearly leads to some mysterious corridors I would love to explore, but alas we can't. And again, entrance to the tea room. The hounds are well preserved, that's neat. And again, the entrance to the library and past the dining area into the kitchen. And this is what it looks like in the nighttime. This is the first time we actually get to see it, and this is Steve and Greg drinking beer, complaining about the hippie kids, apparently. But you can see there are a lot of holes in the roof, because this right here is illuminated because of the sunlight coming from the roof. And again, now it's moonlight coming from the roof, so I'm kind of amazed that when it's raining, water is not seeping in. I'm not sure how they managed that. But what's important is that all these problems will be taken care of, because soon this is what the place will look like. Now, it's not really confirmed, and you know, this is just a concept art, but it's one of the unlockable extras in the third game. It's, I believe, the very first picture. And this is what Darren, provided he survives his ordeal, will do with the place. And oh my goodness, I love this. And the suit of armor over here, the sort of wooden floorboards, the TV. I'm sure there's some surround sound system incorporated there. Very stylish lamp here, sofa. I mean, it almost makes you think that everything the guy has been through has been worth it, right? Again, he kept the curtains into the dining room, made it a bit shorter. Doesn't seem to be anything leading into the team room. Not sure if this is intentional or just part of the concept art not really being finished. But there you have it, and what this really reminds me of is the Croft Manor in Tomb Raider 2, you know, where Lara turned her gym into a ballroom with suits of armor and the Venetian Vivaldian-like music playing for her to just mess around in. This really warms my heart. Really makes me think, what the hell, everything the guy can do with that sort of money and his sort of responsibilities and the estate like that. It's like just this vast playground. Okay, now I said they removed the tea room, but you know, I don't really believe that's the case. But first of all, let me just show you how it was originally designed. So basically just the windows first, furniture later. And we see a painting of Jeremy Gordon here, which in the final game, as it turns out, is Durgam Gordon instead. So they changed the painting. This doesn't really resemble what it looks like in the first game, finally. But all the central pieces are there, the ostrich eggs, lamps, and the whole statue where Victoria is actually hiding the money. And there we go. So the painting is different. Again, not Jeremy, but Durgam. Behind it is Mordred's sword. That's why the mold is spreading from behind it. And it's pretty much the first scene of the entire trilogy we see, straight after Samuel's monologue about the funeral. And I just love how aristocratic everyone is in their behavior here. I mean, you can see Robert sitting here, Hermann sitting over him, Samuel standing here, and Victoria, I need to take my rest. Please leave me alone with my thoughts. it's not like your usual adventure game kind of characters where you talk to, you know, usually everyone has a purpose to either be a help or an obstacle. And these are people doing an aristocratic whole lot of nothing. I mean, I understand they're mourning, you know, she's mourning her husband, no less. But there's just something very, very immersive and realistic about the way they are reserved to each other, and Samuel especially being the stranger in there, and, well, as we learn in the later games, being responsible for the fire in the 60s, Catherine being kept away from him as a secret, living in the same castle. Just imagine how stressed these people must be around Samuel. So again, that talk about them wanting to stay, yeah, I don't believe none of it. And this is what it looks like with a darker weather effect, back when Inspector Collier is investigating Henry's death, of course. So not much has changed, just this. But what doesn't really make sense is that the scenery looking outside makes this look like it's on an upper floor. You only see tops of the trees, right? That is wrong because this is on the ground floor in front of the castle. So the big window we have seen next to the entrance, it's on the ground floor. So the outside scenery doesn't make much sense. Now this makes a lot more sense. This is during the reconstructions and, well, it's a bit more than that. It's not just the room being reconstructed. Again, this might be a glimpse into the future of Adrian giving, fulfilling his artistic visions, or just putting his heavy thoughts on some canvas. So maybe he will turn the tea room into a studio, and I really, really like that idea. They also fixed the perspective over here, so you can see the full-grown trees, because they realized, wait a sec, guys, this is actually situated on the ground floor. Cool stuff. And this is what it looks like, well, just before that. So in the events of Black Mirror 3, this is where Adrian will find out how rich he is, even though I think it's a small consolation prize, and honestly is, what was it, like £46,000? Because according to the talk with the solicitor, their accounts are emptied because of the reconstruction work. I mean, if all the heritage he's left is with £46,000, I really hope that's not everything. I mean, I understand this was the 90s, pounds were a much stronger currency back then than they are now, but still, I would expect millions, to be honest, from a family like this, still supplied by Vatican. I mean, just to Rebecca Michaels, they were giving like £1,200 every single month. Like, where do they get their money from? And it's later revealed that it's from Vatican. So maybe they never really have a lot of money on at one time. They just get these donations from Vatican over and over and over, which I think makes a bit more sense. And behind the portrait where Durgan Gordon used to be, which is now in Robert's room during this time, we can see the outline of Mordred's sword, which I really like because it also looks like upside down satanistic cross. That's kind of funny, yeah. And Darren makes the remarks about how creepy the cherub faces appear to him, and I have to agree. I mean, who thinks disembodied children's heads and wings are a good idea? Then again, you know, it's difficult to get into the mind of a medieval thinking person. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime when we are playing as Valentina. The outside perspective confused me a bit, but there's some of the construction work going outside in front of the mirror, and these are some sheets for the broken glass, just isolating it from the outside. But sometimes it makes me wonder if we can see something outside, but unfortunately we cannot. The trees over here are the best shot we get. And just to show you what it looks like once the sword is revealed, or well, part of the sword. Now the interesting thing about the sword is that at least by the time Valentina finds it, not sure if it's been there for centuries, probably yeah, but there is really no proper hilt, so it doesn't make sense for it to have this cross kind of outline. It should just be a slit like this, you know? But there you have it. It's really not its physical form, but maybe its shade form that's giving it the cross shape, hard to say. Anyway, let's now move on to the opposite of the tea room, and that's through the locked forbidden door into the forbidden corridor. Now, this is actually what it looked like in the introduction cutscene to Black Mirror 2, so during the 60s, when Catherine was walking down the corridor, just saying, Samuel, Samuel, are you out again? I imagine what the honeymoon must have been like, with Samuel being just moonwalking every single goddamn night, chasing ghosts through the woods and pretending he's a werewolf or something. I mean, their marriage must have been quite entertaining. But again, cool shot of the moonlight sipping it. And now it gets a bit darker because of the clouds, but also brighter at the end of the corridor because Catherine is holding a candle. And there is some painting over there. We can see plants and carpet here, and well, that's pretty much it that I wanted to capture. And this is what it looks like 24 years later, almost unchanged, but we get to see things in better detail. And considering this is a forbidden wing that nobody ever enters into, the one that is falling into disrepair, this is the best looked after part of the castle. And I actually don't like this, it should not be, but it looks absolutely clean, gorgeous and beautiful. And this is kind of the antechamber at the end of the hall, behind which is the entrance to Catherine's room, and what I believe, logistically speaking, given how the castle looks like from the outside, what should lead into the base of William's tower, and that's where Catherine's room is. And yeah, so this used to be some salon, some living room or something like that. And of course, part of it is the fake Black Mirror, so just a mere representation of it. But they used it for marketing and concept art because, again, it just looks metal as hell. I love the fact that he's seeing Samuel in there. And yet another concept art, this is actually from the third game. And even though this smaller version of the mirror doesn't appear in the third game, here it does, because this is not the real Black Mirror, that one is much bigger. And it's just a sort of representation of Darren losing his mind and Mordred taking control, I believe. Okay, and this is what it looks like behind that fake mirror in Catherine's room. So yeah, this should in theory be windows of William's tower. But again, they look different, so I really don't know. But this was Catherine's world whenever Samuel was here, or even when Adrian arrived. You know, she had to be confined into this room, and I don't quite understand why they decided to give it a children's room look. Is this where she nursed Angelina and Darren? But I truly don't know. Was this her child's room? It's just such a melancholic and tragic place with the plushies and the doll, and this is literally the last place where I would want to be if I were her. You know, being just stuck in the past. But there you have it. And this is where Adrian encounters the music box that Samuel 12 years back used to calm down James. It's really interesting because James for some time also lived in the castle, or well, in the stables more like, because he was William's illegitimate son, and clearly some member of the family was playing him the music box. So both James, Samuel and Adrian have heard that melody, which is the main theme of all three Black Mirror games, which is just perfect. Okay, now, for the first time we are actually going upstairs in the castle. This entire time we were at the ground level, not yet entirely, because we still haven't explored dining area and kitchen. We'll get there, because the catacombs and the cellar are where we are eventually headed. But for now, going upstairs reveals a gallery of portraits of just, you know, again, stock 3D assets used at the time, which I guess supposed to represent some family members. They look like members of military, to be honest. Could have been the case, it's hard to say. And this is what leads into the area with Samuel, Victoria's, Robert's and Bates's room, and also the bathroom where Sally will get killed. Whereas this part leads into the balcony and the Forbidden Wing. So let's go there for now, and since we took a look at the Forbidden Wing, here's the door leading into it. Great perspective, by the way. We took a look at it from the ground level, looking at Catherine's room and the corridor where she was in. So this is what leads into the balcony. We already seen that from the outside. You can go there and inspect William's tower from outside, or you can continue down the corridor. And this is what it looks like when it's rainy, right? So again, the light seeping in is almost much weaker and has this bluish tint. It looks superb. It looks so unbelievably realistic. Okay, and onward we go into the creepy attic of the Forbidden Corridor. So this is how it started out. Then they added windows, carpets, textures, and eventually the objects and the lighting. And this one actually hasn't changed, unlike the tea room. It's exactly the same as we see in the game. Yeah. So again, this is during the sunny weather, with the broken furniture and the path to William's tower still being relatively clear. You know, this is just above Catherine's room. Think about it. She was terrified, confined in her room, whilst her husband, who did this to her, was walking on creaky floorboards above her. I mean, with the way the floorboards are, there was a chance he could actually fall through the floor and into her embrace or something like that. Imagine just seeing his burnt, presumed dead wife and both of them just staring at each other and screaming from horror. Like, Yeah, I'm trying to turn horror into a comedy, in a way. Now later on, this is again very easy detail to miss, but if you decide to go to William's study later on in the game, in one of the later chapters, once it's already rainy, it has fallen down into disrepair, so the attic is not really reachable at this point anymore, and a little pool of water starts flowing in here. Like, the place is in serious need of repairs, and according to what other family members say, the old wing of the castle seems to refuse any repairs, like it always just breaks down somehow, as if the castle has a mind of its own. But seeing what beautiful corridor led to Catherine's room downstairs, I don't think they captured that well in the second game. Now, what if we can get into the attic? This is what it looks like. A lot of junk everywhere. And this is later where Samuel will faint when returning from William's study. But again, we can see the sign line coming here. If this would be accessible during the rainy weather, I believe this is the part which the developers would change into a darker shade of blue. Okay, and yeah, I just want to show you some 3D concept art of William from the files of the first game. This is what he looked like. Fairly accurate to how we see him in the cutscene. And this is, these are the storyboards from early 21st century, feels strange to say it. And it says Messenger of Death, intro, second part, William's death in Czech, right? So here are the individual slides. Unfortunately, they're too small for me to read. But you can see how the cutscene was composed, you know, him walking in, opening his desk, lighting a candle, sitting down, being aware of the storm outside, and here we get a shot of the curse, or however it was explained in the games, creeping up the tower and approaching him from the behind as he's writing a letter to Samuel, and finally reaching the window, yeah? And here it continues. Once it reaches the window, we get a farther shot of the tower, the lights go off, he's suddenly no longer at his desk, the window is open, and it means he was kicked out and impaled on the fence, which is such a painful way to go. I mean, I'd like to think that his death was instantaneous, rather than being impaled and then for the 3 next hours screaming and suffering in agony. Let's hope that was the case, given the height of the fall. And William's death is something that was never really explained well in the series, and let me move on to this shot. So whilst he's writing in the introductory cutscene, you know, you play the first game, you realize that you're the murderer behind everything, but then there's a bit of a plot hole. Samuel arrived because William died, so Samuel could not have killed William unless Samuel at one point, out of his own accord and volition, decided to come to Black Mirror, kill William, come back home, and then receive an invitation to William's funeral, and then go on with the rest of the murders, right? I think this was really one of the biggest plot holes of the first game that was never really explained, and they tried. They gave some attempt in the second game when Adrian meets Catherine towards the end of the second game. She explains that after all, Samuel couldn't have killed William because he was not even here when that happened. So apparently the official explanation going from that point onward is that William was just killed by the curse. Given the lore we have learned afterwards, it could have been some soul shade throwing him away. I mean, after all, Marcus had to fight them physically somehow, so they clearly can somehow alter their physical environment, and maybe one of the soul shades kicked him out. Maybe the reason why he wasn't protected so well was that the green lights, he was not surrounded by green lights that the soul shades hate, and also that he was close to uncovering what's going on, so that would make sense. However, what I would like to think is that Samuel was in fact here. Now imagine the horror. Imagine you're William sitting on your desk, about to learn horrifying truth, not knowing who to share it with because your own wife and other family members call you a fool. So you reach out to Samuel, you sit down in your study, your place where you can think in peace, you start writing Samuel a letter, and then you hear noises, a window opens, and you haven't seen Samuel in years, right? And then who do you see standing in the window? Samuel with red bloodthirsty eyes about to grab you and throw you out. I would scream in such unimaginable horror, like the one and only person you're addressing the letter into, who you assume is somewhere far away. They, by the way, never really explained where Samuel is, just far away, which is fine, it doesn't need to be explained, is suddenly there in the study with you having no way out. Like, just talking about it sends shivers down my spine. So that's probably not what happened, but I like to think that when we see that William's terrified expression on his face, It's actually because he sees Samuel in his study. Oh my god, that is so terrifying. And yeah, another shot at the study, and the reason I did this is just because we see the chess set over here, and Samuel even points out that William taught him to play chess back when we are in the room's corridor. Okay, and a couple of weeks later, Samuel is here after the funeral in William's study, and it seems like such a harmless, cozy place. I really understand why William wanted to come here. I mean, for his old legs, going up the stairs must have been hell. But, you know, if your family gets on your nerves, you having your own private tower to think in, there's nothing better, is there? It's truly amazing. I love how this place looks. And he also was looking to answers about the Gordon family curse in his star charts. Actually, Richard from Wales tried to do something similar, but he had more of a scientific approach to the whole thing by doing blood analysis. Both of them are successful, strangely enough. And I believe the chest here is where we'll find the Palantir. The black ball, the sphere. Okay, now, the other side of the upstairs area of the estate, this is literally the first screen we see, and it's a series of corridors leading to individual people's rooms, and this is what gives the first game a bit of a flavor of a murder mystery, whodunit kind of thing. That's how it starts, but then expands beyond the castle. So we have a brief glimpse into Robert's green room over here, and the newsstand where we'll find out their correspondence with Heinz Hermann. And inside Robert's room, again, more green lights, which serve a significance not just to crack his code, but to protect from the soul shades, as we have learned later on. So, once the third game revealed that that's the significance of the green lights, everything started to make sense. I mean, if it would keep these things at bay, away from you, something that happened to William wouldn't happen to you in that case. And yeah, so here Samuel also mentioned Sophie, which is Gordon's wife, which is something that was integrated nicely into the family tree back in the library. And this painting is of Lothar Gordon, so again 19th century Gordon, but sort of the director of the asylum in Ashburry at the time. And of course, because this is Black Mirror and it's metal as hell, you have to have all sorts of weapons, including, I think this is called a flail, right? It's hard to imagine Robert wanting these things there, but there you have it. And in the safe that we'll eventually crack, we'll actually learn all about what he's doing with Heinz Hermann, how he's keeping James sedated and hoping that the, well, quote, therapy, unquote, will kill him off at some point, and they'll be able to get rid of the body and evidence so that Robert can inherit the Black Mirror estate. Again, I imagine Robert was a really nice guy, and somehow the curse of the Gordons just turned him into your typical evil doctor over the time, you know, as he became more and more absorbed in his work, and spending time in the castle doesn't seem to be healthy for anyone. I'm surprised William managed as long as he did. He must have been very strong. Okay, and this is what Robert's room looks like after the fire in Black Mirror 3, so just 2 of the green lights are still working, the rest are off. And they decided to use this as a storage room, and also behind a couple of paintings here is the one of Durgam Gordon from the tea room downstairs. And I love the fact that Mordred actually points out the weapons over here, and this is where he starts talking how flail is just a bandit's and riffraff's weapon, but a proper sword, you know, like that's a weapon worthy of a warrior. You cannot not like Mordred, even if he killed his own baby. Like, that guy has such personality. Okay, now stepping outside, here we see a glimpse into Victoria's room, with Victoria herself. Yeah, she looks like she could be around 60, so it makes more sense that she would live to see Darren, you know, approaching her 90s, or maybe even going past her 90 years of life. Yeah, I can see that happening, being his great-grandmother. This is Jennifer Gordon, but I'm not sure exactly whose relative she was. If I was to go back to the family tree, I could find out. And this is what it looks like inside Victoria's room. Now, I'm not really sure if the texture behind her hair, the green one, is the same one as here, the beige one. So they probably had it changed at some point, but I love what Victoria's room looks like. I love the fact that she has the portrait of Maria above her, even though there's no way this is a 13th century portrait. Just no way. Come on, game. You're not convincing anyone. But again, she's surrounded by 2 green lights to be protected from the soul shades, and in Black Mirror 3, this has already been established by the developers, not yet in Black Mirror 1, but it's just nice to, you know, keep encountering those green lights, and not just here, but also in the Wales Manor. even though soul shades only happen around Black Mirror, which is not in Wales, but there you have it, tradition or superstition, I guess. And this is what it looks like during the nighttime, and it's when we get to see Victoria's final moments. Really tragic. He actually really nicely puts it after the funeral when he talks with Dr. Rinderbottom in the church that he's just truly alone. I mean, he lost pretty much everyone. His fake family, his real family, and the girl he had a crush on turned out to be a psychopath. And yeah, I mean, amazing how the guy pulled through. Then again, this is a video game, so bit of unrealistic inner strength is always inspiring. Now, stepping outside of Victoria's room, again, this is what the same exact corridor looks like after the fire. Jennifer's portrait is not here, nor is the newsstand and the small table. But we still can enter Robert's room, and over there apparently is Samuel's room, which doesn't really fit into the perspective we had in the previous game. So this is Samuel's room, and this is Samuel's room. So I'm not really sure how does this work? Because this here should be Victoria's room, this here should be the back wall of Robert's room, this is Samuel's room, this is so-called child's room, not sure who was there, maybe Samuel himself when he was younger. So anyway, it's pretty much the same series of corridors with the same carpet and everything. Again, I love the look of this place, I love that we get to see scenes where Bates wakes up Samuel on a couple of occasions and warns him about the weather. Apparently one of these is William's painting, even though it looks like a photograph, and this is where they used to play chess when he was younger. Just really nice stuff. And the reason I'm showing this is not to look at Henry's terrified eyes, which, by the way, oh man, it's such an agonizingly scary shot. Look at that. And what makes this a bit funny is the fact that you can see the word Posel Smrti, so the messenger of death again, and even says here, messenger of death, dream number 1, death of the gardener. So they probably didn't even have Henry's name established. You can see the little shiny key to his strongbox that Samuel remembers from his murder frenzy and later retrieves. Henry opening his eyes underwater, truly terrifying. Thankfully, that's the point at which we'll wake up. And the reason why I want to show this is we see some glimpses into Samuel's room on the concept art. So the mirror, the drawers, and the bed. And actually, the perspective is kept here. And even the frame of the door behind Samuel's head over here, it's the same one over here. Except the mirror is broken, the shelves are still there, so is the bed. And they added another couple of drawers in here, in the FMV, right? And again, this is what it looks like in the game, so pretty much spot on with the exception of the shelves, which we might just not see from this angle, but they could be there, yeah? I like how naturally the sunlight just keeps coming in. Later on you will even have a fireplace lit if you tell Bates to do it. Again, purely optional. Great attention to detail. This is apparently a portrait of Catherine, which is probably the first and final realistic portrait I can think of, even though these were 80s, so by then, you know, you could do all sorts of stuff, but I like that it has this medieval, outdated style, which would fit with the rest of the paintings in the Black Mirror, really. And it's also where we get to see Catherine's picture in one of the shelves with the little burning cutscene with a close-up to her face, which terrified me to no end when I was a kid. I actually used to close my eyes, but I could still hear her voice speaking, Samuel, Samuel, kind of like little Vic when he dies, and that just truly terrified me. And I'm not sure if you watched my walkthrough of the game, but what I try to do is that after every murder Samuel commits, I made him wash his hands once. So feel free to check that, you know, in the actual video walkthrough I made. But once you're able to wash your hands, I just ensured, you know, to symbolically have Samuel wash his hands after every murder he commits, not necessarily being aware of that that's the case. And it's the same basin that then Adrian looks into once his eyes are black because of Mordred's influence. Just an interesting thing. But again, notice the green light, so should be kept safe from the soul shades. Okay, and there we go. Yeah, Adrian. Now, there is no chest of drawers behind the bed. There seems to be a whole cabinet, a wardrobe. But this is the very same basin he approaches and washes, well, his face in. And here is him pondering whether he should just end it all, which I kind of get it. It's a smart way of thinking in that situation. Again, the green light. I love that he forced the door whilst he was possessed. And actually what brought him here was Tom's punch, which is funny when you think about it. There is Mordred, the centuries-old evil manifested in a mortal man, walking in front of the pub, and Tom is just like, who is this wanker, you know, and punches him in the face, which knocks him out, so he just walks his ass back into the castle, breaks down the door, and lies down. Like, I have a hard time imagining that. Spooner only describes it, but there's something so absolutely cool about it, you know, when a horror fantasy world and just village folk meet, when these two worlds collide, something like this will happen. Great stuff. Okay, now entering outside of Samuel's room and back into the corridor, this is pretty much what we see in here, but it's the opposite perspective. So coming from here, imagine the camera is over here and we are looking at this entrance. So this is what we're seeing, with the upstairs hall being there and everything. We see the picture of the nymphs, another telephone, they really have modernized, more stone faces fitting with the aesthetic of the rest of the Black Mirror. And yeah, these are the doors into the bathroom. Mind the fire, this is what it will look like with the smoke and fire and soot everywhere a few minutes afterwards. And this is sort of the left side leading into Bates's room, again looking like this when the castle is under fire. So first of all, the bathroom. This is where Sally will die, and this is also where Darren will encounter again Samuel Soulshade, pointing here. Now, I guess Samuel put the piece of parchment about the foundation stone here before he died, because it was ripped from, well, as Darren says it, Sir William's diary. And that's the diary, our trusty journal that's been accompanying us during Black Mirror 1, based on which Darren's journal in Black Mirror 2 and 3 was also inspired by. So it seems its remnants are behind this tile. I'm not sure why Samuel decided to put it there, but there it is. Soulshade points at it. It's a very strong Deus Ex Machina moment, but there you have it. I like Darren's sentence just saying, madness is indeed hereditary. Very cool moment. And this is what the room looks like once the fog and steam starts building in from the running bath, because the window is closed, the mirror being broken by Darren when he sees Samuel, the tile removed, and of course, unfortunately, Sally being dead. And here is a, sorry about that, very nasty close-up, but again, just to show you that she was probably killed in a boiling hot water, which is just an agonizingly painful death. Now, Louis says he didn't do it, so it must have been Angelina at some point. I have a hard time imagining her sneaking through the castle, but who knows. And during the actual game, I also show this here because it's one of the unlockable artworks, even though it's identical to what we see in the game, but she just draws B as Bates, which Darren very smartly realizes is a fluke. Okay, now I spoke about Bates's room, so this is what it looks like. Unlike Morris, he didn't have to live in the stables, or unlike Henry in the greenhouse, he could actually live inside the castle. He was considered a family member, which makes sense. And this is just the concept art of what Bates's room, I guess, should have looked like in Black Mirror 3, but they have decided to just cut it entirely, which, you know, if it didn't serve any purpose in the story, that's fair enough. And before the fire, however, this is what it looked like. So it's actually pixel-perfect accuracy of the bed, of the window, of everything. It's just different layers applied, and you can see a hole through the wall leading into... I'm not sure if it's the bathroom or if it's actually... or if it's the balcony window over here that we see through the wall in Bates' room. Probably not, probably just a different window, hard to say. But anyway, yeah, so this is where we discover Bates' strongbox and all the evidence that he's the guy who's been going into Willow Creek branch of the bank, sending money to Rebecca Michaels. What truly impresses me is that Willow Creek has a bank. I had no idea, but there you have it. I thought everyone has to go to Ipswich for pretty much everything. And again, we see a couple of medical accessories for Bates because of his breathing problems. And honestly speaking, if it wouldn't be for the fire, I think Bates would have eventually succumbed anyway at around this time. And we only see this screen if you enter Bates' room after the castle is on fire, which will make you succumb to the smoke, because it's a stupid direction to be running in, but there you have it. Worth the death. Okay, and again, now we are finishing our tour of the castle from the inside. The reason why I'm here is that this leads into the kitchen and the stairs to the cellar and the cellar itself. That will be sort of a last stop at Black Mirror Castle before we will start exploring the catacombs. So the cool thing about this dining room is that, well, unfortunately we don't really get to see it in the other games, right? Only in the first one. But first of all, it looks amazing. Second of all, tells us a bit more about Victoria, about collecting all sorts of things in India. I mean, it makes sense. She's such a British old lady. She probably remembers the times when India was a colony very fondly. And the cool thing about this is that this was used in another adventure game from the 90s. It's almost the exact replica of the same dining room with added textures and objects. But I think it was Phantasmagoria. I think that's the video game where exactly the same dining room was used in the house. So it's clear where the developer's inspiration was coming from as well. And this is what the same dining room looks like when it's a bit darker outside, yeah? So, again, I want to avoid saying nighttime, but it's the rain time. It's when the storm is strong. So less overall light and a bit of blue shade coming from the outside. Okay, and now here we are in the kitchen that thankfully we get to see in all three games. This is Bates' most favorite spot. And if you remember, actually, at some point whilst Bates is cooking over here, we get to show him James's painting of the Sharpedge lighthouse. And we get to ask him what's going on. And at some point, I believe when discussing Robert's death, Bates asks Samuel, like, okay... or is it... No, it's Samuel who asks Bates not to tell Victoria that Robert has died. And we are not really given any reason why Samuel doesn't want Bates to say that. Later on we find out that Samuel killed him, but maybe even Samuel is not aware of it himself while speaking to Bates. But again, we have a choice to be nice to Bates or to start yelling. And at that point I decided to start yelling because I thought it's about time to show that the curse has really been messing with Samuel's mind. And it's the point where Bates is like, "Sir, you have really changed, I don't recognize you anymore." Again, very sad line, but very fitting to the story because shortly after, Bates actually goes to Warmhill Church for the confessional, and that's where we will find out what happened. And it's not really clear when Bates exactly found out, but I imagine it was sometime after Little Vic's death, because that was the bloodiest scene, and that's when he described Samuel as just being covered by blood, after he heard what happened to the little child. So I assume that's it. Or it could be after Heinz Hermann's death. I mean, wow. Pick your poison, really. Which one is your favorite death? Okay, so this is what it looks like with stormy weather outside. So again, different colored glass panels, really nice. It's somehow cute that Bates has his favorite mug over here, and a coffee machine that doesn't work and all that sort of stuff. And here are the sort of stairs leading into the cellars. Of course, we have to have the meat hooks here, it won't be the same. Now again, notice how the entrance, or one of the entrances into the catacombs, is guarded by green lights against the shades. Cool stuff. And what really interests me is this painting above the door to the cellar. I'm not sure if you have a better idea of what it could be, but this looks like some monk with a hood over his head, with a particularly creepy face and beard. You see, this is a nose, these are eyes, and this is a beard. But it looks like someone suffering from lycanthropy, you know, like the people who have thick fur all over their body, including their face. Like it's a genuine no, disease isn't the correct word, but it's a genuine sickness. So they have every inch of their body covered in fur, as if they were wolves, right? And this is what this person looks like to me. And it somehow, I don't know why, the fact that I can't make out the face always disturbed me. This monk person. Now, in Black Mirror 2, there is just a more normal face, which looks like it was painted in the times of Renaissance, or maybe pre-Raphaelite. Well, they came much later, but tried to imitate that style. So, yeah, again, a change of painting. All of a sudden, another painting was put above the cupboard, and as you can see, the kitchen expanded somewhat. So, the kitchen area was just this, but now, voila, here it is. Because that makes sense. I mean, this is not big enough to be an entire kitchen, right? That didn't really make much sense. So they decided to expand this. You can sort of see this wooden pillar over here being the same border, so an extension happened. And I think that was a really good call. It makes the place feel homey. And this in Black Mirror 2 leads to the stables outside, but in the first game it's the direct back of the castle. So not quite directly to the stables, but almost there. And of course here we have Sally, you know, trying to have us fix the issues of her brother. Again, she's such a believable and well-written character. They overdid it a little with the Australian accent, the fake one I mean. but down to earth, not particularly bright, but still very sassy person. In a way, she reminded me of Rosie, but she was a bit more pleasant to deal with afterwards. Certainly didn't deserve that violent death. And again, the entrance into the cellar, which we cannot really explore in Black Mirror 2, but the meat hooks are here, so all is good. And again, pixel perfect accuracy of all the windows, the doors, all the features. The doors, the painting no longer being here, but this is all caused by the fire that apparently Lewis started here. So it's not really explained where exactly, but, well, I mean, take your pick. I would imagine somewhere in this corner, right? So the wooden ceiling has collapsed. Now there are support pillars. I love this pot hanging here, or is it the remains of this ceiling light? I truly cannot tell. I don't know what else would be hanging there. But again, thankfully we can use the door into the cellar. All it took was just a castle widespread fire. And inside the cellar, we get a hint that there are even additional wine barrels. And this is a little area that was not really there in Black Mirror 1, so I like that they added in the third game. And here we get to connect the cable extension. And I like the fact that it actually takes a couple of days for the water from the firefighters to clear out of the cellar so it becomes accessible and not hazardous to health because of all that electricity being running through there. So once we get inside, this is what it looks like in 80s, you know, and this is what it looks like 12 years later. So it's kind of tidy, you know, the barrels are here, the wine bottles are here, a couple of them missing because of Morris, as he was stealing a few bottles. It's interesting how Bates noticed that, but didn't want to tell anyone, not to upset Madam. Oh my goodness, these people. But again, a little side plot that you can investigate if you explore enough in the first game. I love this. And I like the fact that all three games had these secrets, you know, if you explore enough things and you talk with enough characters, you get unlocked all sorts of bonus dialogues you wouldn't have otherwise that are not at all necessary to progress the plot. And all three games did this very well. I like it. And here we see the well, yeah, so again, after connecting the lights, the barrels are still here, but there seems to be a lot of rubbish over here. I mean, most of the cellar was swimming in water, so this makes a lot of sense. As we are moving to the right, there's Bates just, you know, sharpening his knives. I don't think there's any single one of us who at the time didn't think the butler could have done it, you know, especially when you see him doing this in this kind of moody lighting. Like, there's no way. And here is the well, which I think Samuel points out used to be as an emergency reserve of water in case the castle would ever be under the siege. Now, apparently the castle never was, but imagine what a cozy place it would be if you were under siege in this estate, with soldiers on the walls and you being kept safe and warm and cozy inside. I mean, no one wants to be under the siege, but if I would have to choose where to be at siege, it would be the Black Mirror Castle. Plus, the invading army would be absolutely terrified of approaching it, I imagine. And again, more emergency water basins, and of course, sharp axes, because why not? And we can't see much of the instruments of death at the back, but we can see the well, more rubbish, and the water pump. Now, interestingly enough, the rear area that is accessible in Black Mirror 1 no longer is in Black Mirror 3 because it doesn't play any important part. But there you have it. So this is what it looks like all the way at the back, and this is the real automated pump. Looks like a cutting-edge technology of 19th century, which I really like, with its massive cogwheels. Or something at least from the times of World War I. When you think about it, World War I was the real end of 19th century, but you know what I mean. And yeah, so this is an area we don't really get to reach in Black Mirror 3, but, well, they decided to bring a bit more modern pump to do the job after the fire in Black Mirror 3. Going even deeper than the cellar itself, we are now reaching the Catacombs. So this is something like the sewer system of the Black Mirror Castle. And there are sort of these two screens, a little bit of mechanism, which seems to be of the old age as the pump outside. Yeah. However, the rest of the builded area with its symbols seems to be as old as the foundation stone of the castle itself. And I believe even in the first game, in the Chronicle of Gordons, we hear references to the chapel underneath the castle and hidden catacombs and a labyrinth of shades. And it seems like Black Mirror 1 and Black Mirror 3 have their own unique interpretations of what it looks like, so I like to think of it as two different entrances to reach the same place. Well, but not entirely. One of them leads to the Black Mirror and another leads into the ritual chamber in the Shade Realm. Okay, so going further, this is just a brief cutscene we see whenever Samuel walks by. We reach just this huge sewage area that wasn't cleaned up in centuries. Can't even imagine or begin to imagine what it smells like. But after we manage to get it drained, we see a flight of stairs leading us into a place where if we insert a ring, a family heirloom ring that was in Robert's study, and it is actually described by Samuel as having a tree with a couple of roots, and it's the same symbol that the Order is using in Black Mirror 2, right? Now, I'm not sure what the significance is there, but the Order was acting with Victoria's blessing, so I think she might have used that iconography or something like that. There are definitely some times between the Order and the Gordons who want to cooperate. All those centuries back to the so-called Father Matthias, I think he was called. Anyway, once we enter the symbols from that the druids were using and that appear next to every single murdered victim of Samuel's, we get entrance into the catacombs. So it's something like a biometric verification system. Hey, Mordred, it's you? Cool, good, then come in, you're welcome. Anyone else, please keep outside. So begs the question how Marcus really got here, but Marcus actually didn't use the same entrance as Samuel, he used the same one as Valentina and Darren, interestingly enough. Okay, so this is a labyrinth unique to Samuel's journey. Again, a bit of warning, I guess. It's not really explained what the symbols mean. And honestly, they don't mean anything. They just look cool, or so the developers thought. That's why they put them here. But this is one of those trial and error kind of labyrinths in terms of seeing which holes we can poke into, which is a bit frustrating. And here I just wanted to show you sort of the final drawn artwork of Black Mirror 1, again from 2001, of one of the candle holders that we will see in the labyrinth. So there it is, it's the same one we have to light to check the solution to the map problem. And here are some of the hidey holes that we have to poke into and pray we don't get to die, right? But the fact that we'll find some pieces of armor like swords and helmets and even a shield, it kind of implies that some army was here at some point. So maybe even Marcus and his fellow soldiers were through here at some point. It's difficult to say. But this is the destination of the labyrinth, and this takes us into the same ritual chamber, as does the portal at the academy, and as we learned in Black Mirror 3, as every single portal should take us to that place, and there used to be 5 of them, and the Menhirs pointed the way. That's what Victoria said. That's where the ritual chamber is in the book, and apparently that's where Mordred has to be exorcised out of Darren, but, well, I'm not really sure what the relationship is between the ritual chamber and the Black Mirror chamber, if ritual chamber is the Shade Realm that's on the other side of the Black Mirror or something like that, which would imply Black Mirror is not the only way into it. Oh man, this was never really cleared up. But anyway, we'll get into the Shade Realm soon enough. For now, let's look at the other end of the catacombs. So going from the library, this is what the concept artwork looks like at the Golden Well attached to the cellar, which is up. And even further up is the library. The stairs over here lead there. Must be quite long now that I think about it. And of course, old glyphs, you know, with some common day life symbols. Probably so old that no sort of alphabet was even constructed at the time. So very, very old indeed. Things like a house, a pottery shard, and these things. And this is what it looks like in the reality, right? So again, we have the green lights here, which actually is one of the few colored pieces of this artwork. I really like that. They look a bit less impressive in the final version of the game, but still cool enough. The rest of the room, I think, looks really great. And kudos to Adrian, for being so brave and being plunged in there. And this is what it looks like with the well submerged. Yeah. So just for comparison, and it goes really deep. This is how deep it goes, all the way here. I mean, it's so deep that from this crack in the rock, we don't even really have like a constant stream of water flowing or anything like that, just a few drops, so I can't really imagine how that works. But anyway, this is what I don't exactly know how to call it, so I call it the Judgment Chamber. It's a place where you can see some examples of one of the earliest classism, like these classes of people are good, these are bad. Please, bad people, do not enter. I don't like that sort of thing. But anyway, the Shade Labyrinth is on the right, where we have their relics, and the way to continue is on the left that we need to open with the keys. A really cool challenge, I like it. And this is what it looks like in the final game. So again, in terms of these alcoves over here, pixel accuracy, but they decide to make the statue a bit higher, but still beheaded in the end. All of them are beheaded. But it's at least more clear that this is depicting Black Mirror rather than from here. It's fairly difficult to see. And I have to say, these hieroglyphics that they drew, they are more cute than they are mysterious. Like a loaf of bread, a guy with a mohawk, an axe, an arrow, a boat. Like, they look more like children's drawing rather than something that's old. But I understand they try to capture the fact that it's primitive. And I love the fact that if you decide to use Madame Fortuna's card onto the hieroglyphs, which makes no sense, but you get a new unique extra line from Adrian saying, "Hello, Madame Fortuna, any help here?" And this is the warning before entering, so it's fair to say that at least when Marcus was here, the shades were already here. The green lights probably weren't put here to put them away. And the shades actually came pouring out of the Black Mirror, so it makes sense that they later trapped them in the labyrinth here, but Marcus somehow had to fight his way through them. I still don't know how a physical sword does that, but maybe it was a blessed blade, I don't know. Would make an interesting game on its own. And yeah, so this is where it's revealed also from the Book of the Guardians, sorry, not Chronicle of the Gordons, the Book of the Guardians, that shades are terrified of green light. And it's one of my most favorite revelations because a lot of things across all three games now started to make sense in terms of the green lights in the Black Mirror manner. I like it. Okay, and sort of the final destination of the Catacombs, mind you, we are not exploring every single screen of them, just the ones that are based on some artwork or comparison with other games, is Mordred's lab. So again, very cozy library, a lectern, a laboratory, a desk chair and an actual desk. Then a fountain of some strange glowing liquid, not sure what that was all about, and again a collection of weapons and the entrance into the Black Mirror, which interestingly enough is guided by 5 green lights this time around. In the final game it's just 1, not 5, and it actually looked more like daylight seeping in. But what I find fascinating about it, and again, just a very, very neat comparison, is the fact that the Soul Key is depicted here and that somehow Angelina managed to fall through a hole next to Heinz Hermann's house into the fireplace in the Catacombs in Mordred's laboratory. Now this makes absolutely no sense, and there's no way Bates could have pulled them out, both of them, seeing how deep we had to go with this cage. Like, there's just absolutely no way. But the fact that it's all the way at Hermann's house, could be. The Catacombs really are spreading far. It's just in terms of the verticality that doesn't make much sense to me. But I like the fact that again we get to see Mordred being super affectionate towards the swords, and Valentina just being, yeah, no touching of sharp objects ever. And this is where we later learn that this is where Mordred sacrificed his own son. Part of him driven by wanting his son to be powerful, which is actually really nice. You know, he didn't do it for himself, he did it for his kid. Well, his idea of a kid. It's not like the kid had a choice. But still, you can't say that Mordred was entirely selfish, in a way. Or then again, he wanted to kill the child and put a soul of an old god into it. Anyway, yeah, again, conflicting feelings, and also it was a combination of some jealousy because he started to see his own child as Marcus's child. He thought he cheated with Maria, which according to Victoria and others didn't happen, but you know, history is written by the winners. Who knows what actually happened, right? Maybe Marcus was a real douchebag, it's hard to say. But a badass nevertheless. And behind the door over here, again, can only be opened with a Gordon's blood, similar like the door at the Academy, we find the Black Mirror. And I just want to show the concept artwork, just showing it in its entirety, so that we are not distracted by any outside elements. It has components of human skulls and dragon tails and a big creepy face with something looking like a crown on it. Again, I feel like there is no real sense behind this. It's, again, style over substance, but I really like it. It's just such a cool mirror. And this is what it looks like as we are approaching in the FMV. I do like the surface of it because it looks like it is a mirror, but it's somehow uniquely cracked in all these places. It's not a smooth one, and that's what makes it cool. And this is what it looks like when, well, when Mordred is defeated, and so this is where it gets a bit like a convoluted mess. It's difficult to say exactly what happened, but it seems Mordred's soul shade, which are not really self-aware creatures in any shape or form. Soul shades are more like echoes or memories of what the person that died used to be like, but that goes back to the mirror where it came from. And Mordred himself has been killed by Darren using his sword. Now, I don't know what killed means once you're already dead, but I guess just, you know, cease to exist or something like that, which by the sound of it is a preferable fate to being trapped in the mirror, so good for you, Mordred, really. I'm happy for you. Okay, and this is the concept artwork for the final chamber. I'm still amazed by how quickly Valentina managed to figure out the plan about, you know, stopping Darren's heart being technically dead, then giving him adrenaline being technically alive. I mean, okay, fair enough. I mean, the plan like that is not bad on its own, it's just the way it was introduced in the last few seconds of the game. Oh, by the way, let's do it like this. Boom. If there would have been a build-up to that plan, you know, getting clues and hints, it would have flowed much naturally altogether. But anyway, I ultimately had to concede that it does make sense, so I'm happy about that. And yeah, here we see a couple of statues that were not yet beheaded in the concept art, but they already are here. Again, I'm not sure what the idea with the beheading was entirely, it wasn't really explained. I guess that's how they sacrificed people on the Black Mirror altar. But yeah, I mean, it's better than being impaled on a spiky fence like William, although I still hope it was an instant death for him. And I like the fact that this entire place is, you know, hanging by chains, surrounded by deep, endless abyss. One of the things I don't like is that Valentina says that according to the Vatican, the mirror is the oldest thing in the world? Like, really? If you're making some object of your story the most thing in the entire world, you're not making it look like a world where many interesting, well, other interesting stories can happen, you know? That was a line that I was just, like, rolling my eyes over. But anyway, it's old, they don't know much about it, and as the 13th century Pope said, it, you know, makes us question Christianity, which is kind of cool, you know, going against the established system. So let's keep it a secret, and let's have the Gordon family looking after it, and as a bit of an insurance compensation for them going constantly mad, all the males at least, let's give them some money every month. That's gonna keep them shut. And that's what's been happening for centuries, apparently. Yeah. Okay, and this is a more distant shot of the ritual chamber when Darren and Valentina are leaving over here once he survived. So we get to see that it's actually part of an open mouth of a school. That's again metal as hell. This is a nice throwback to some of the design decisions of Black Mirror 1. I really, really like it. Okay, now, the Academy Porter and the sort of Labyrinth Catacombs Porter led to this point, with the same candle holders of which, or whose artwork we have seen separately. And this is the throne room, again surrounded by these two hellhound heads, which, if you remember Mordred's portrait, are the same exact heads that have been on his side, next to the picture painting frame. Like, this was Mordred, the hellhounds were here, but these two heads were part of the painting, so it's clear this is him. And in later games you actually get to see a little shadow over here, so clearly Mordred is sitting here. Now, it's never strictly explained where this is, where the portal leads, because it's a portal from the Catacombs and Academy, and all the other portals lead here in all three games. But where the place is, it's not really clear, but I imagine this is part of the realm that's on the other side of the mirror, right? Now, Samuel finds himself here as he enters the portal, and he reads the ritual. And what it does is it closes this hole. Green goo. So let's say this is evil that's about to escape, but it's been prevented by it being closed and sealed off by this hole. Then Samuel somehow returns through the portal and goes and kills himself, right? Not before putting William's diary behind the tile in the bathroom wall. So, yeah, I'm not sure what we've really achieved in the first game. As it's explained in the, I think, third game especially, apparently the 5 deaths were necessary for Samuel to bring the soul keys into the ritual chamber and actually awaken Mordred. So the entire time Samuel thought he's preventing it, he was actually bringing Mordred closer. So they turned it upside down a little to make sure the curse is not really prevented. On the other hand, it doesn't then explain why Mordred wanted to kill William, or one of the Soul Shades did, because he was close to uncovering the truth of how to bring Mordred back, without realizing that's about bringing Mordred back. So again, the motivations and the way the curse works has been changed in the trilogy a little, but basically all poor Sammy boy here managed to accomplish is bringing Mordred back, so that next time Gordon enters here, or maybe even Samuel, if he were to read the words again or cut himself with his blood again, he would actually be possessed by Mordred, but that didn't happen. Because he already was and was already killing people, but he got rid of the curse. But in doing the exact same thing with the soul keys already there, Adrian then called Mordred into his battle. So again, I'm not really sure how it works, but this is how it happened, yeah? So they enter through the Academy portal. This is, I imagine, you know, the same place from which Samuel entered, even though it's not explicitly shown. But all the portals lead here, and, you know, putting the soul keys in, drawing your blood, reading the words from the textbook, textbook makes it sound really terrifying, makes you either get rid of the curse or get the curse, right? This is what I was always confused about, so I guess it's the same thing, and depending on what's your status, it does the one thing or the other. What I do like is that they expanded it a little and put a little holder next to the throne. Now, these weren't there in Black Mirror 1, but they added them in Black Mirror 2, and especially 3. So these are the different places for the Palantirs to allow you to travel across the manor of Black Mirror in all the places where the portals are, which I think is really neat. But at the same time, William said in his diary that he was actually hearing voices from them, and apparently it's somehow controlling the soul shades. So what William was hearing were the echoes of dead people, not the dead people themselves, just like their echoes or something like that, the soul shades. And with it you would somehow be able to control them like an army, which is what Mordred did, and Marcus still kicked his ass, so maybe they're not very effective or organized in that regard. Anyway, this is where Angelina and Catherine ended up. I hope it just brings quick death and nothing more. And I love how a bit cooled off the room is. Again, I think the lighting is much better in the third game. And this is where we see the different holders, where we see the book. And in the third game, Adrian just comes here to retrieve the book, to then use it later on, and it was just used as a lure for the exorcism to work, which it didn't. So that's why they had to go to the Black Mirror. So I guess they were trying to avoid using the Black Mirror altogether. They thought the ritual chamber would do. But again, it's not really explained where the ritual chamber is, but the fact that it's not physically anywhere, you have to go through a portal, makes it seem like this is the Shade Realm, and at some point you will even see a soul shade of Mordred sitting here, so that would make a lot of sense. And with that final look at the throne room, I would like to bring this look at the Black Mirror series locations and characters and the story to a close. I can't tell you how satisfying this was for me. I mean, this is such a long video, and I wouldn't be able to, you know, listen to it in one sitting. So I'm gonna include timestamps to the different locations, you know, to explore at your leisure, to check it even just for the screens, or maybe to hear some of my commentary and thoughts. And well, this was such a very satisfying experience for me. So I hope you enjoy this trip down all the 3 games. I think you get the idea that I am a big fan of these games after spending so much time with them. And this also gave me a bit of a closure. So whilst it's a bit sad to see the Black Mirror go and to say our farewells with it, you know, there's nothing preventing me from ever replaying it again if I so desire. And saying that, these 3 games are not the only Black Mirror experience out there, because actually at the time I'll be uploading this video, it's already 3 years out, the new Black Mirror game, sort of like a reimagining happening in Scotland in 1920s. So I'm definitely gonna be looking into this game at one point or another. Currently as it is, I don't think my hardware could handle it running well, so it's a thing of the future. And I also just want to take a break from the Black Mirror series in general. But really, I'm looking forward to exploring it. I've heard some mixed reviews, but again, I think we're gonna have fun, especially comparing some of the story elements and the locations and characters to the Black Mirror series established in England, not in Scotland. So that's something to look forward to in the future. For now, I'll be now dedicating my time to Tomb Raider 4, so that's where I'll see you guys next, and really kudos to you for making this to the end of my several hours long rambling. My respect goes out to you.